Ciao a tutti, benvenuto a Imola. Welcome everybody to the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari, the home of the San Marino Grand Prix for so many years and one of Europe's legendary racetracks. We are at Imola in Emilia-Romagna, north of the Roman capital, for the second race weekend of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And the crew here, the drivers, the teams, joined by tens of thousands of tifosi. Fans from across Italy, fans from across Europe, from across the globe gathering here for the first European round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We started in Qatar in the Gulf, where the season will end, but the European campaign begins here in Imola. Advanced ticket sales of 65,000 plus. And yesterday and today, the place has felt absolutely rammed. You can definitely believe that number. So from here, we'll go to Spa and then to Le Mans before the flyaway races. And as ever, the battles between the defending champions and the challengers will continue. Toyota on the back foot after a disappointing time in Qatar, but Porsche and Ferrari are right on the pace. The captain, Roger Penske, there in the centre of the shot. He is here to watch the action, supporting his Porsche Penske crew. And they are the championship leaders after they claimed victory with one of their two cars last time out in Qatar. Well, hello everybody, I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me in the booth, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson. And this is a very different challenge to Qatar. It's a very different racetrack in a proper old school, follows the topography of the land, narrow, challenging manner.
It really is, yeah. I mean, this is a fantastic old school racetrack, 4.9 kilometers, 3 miles long, anti-clockwise, lots of tight, slow-speed corners, lots of elevation change as well, and the drivers know they've really got their work cut out today. It's going to be tight, it's going to be frantic, getting past the slower cars, the LMGT3 cars, just the two classes here. We can now take a look at this circuit. First of all, looking at turn 1, 2, 3, and 4 down at Tamburello. Used to be obviously a very fast left-hand corner, and now we've got this chicane with a pretty decent overtaking spot come today. It's still very tough to overtake on those. You wind your way through, toes a hairpin up the hill towards turn 9 at Piratella. Fantastic fast left-hand corner, taken in 4th gear. You plummet down the hill towards the brilliant Acqua Minerale. Sounds so much better in Italian, doesn't it, in English? Yeah, this double right-hand corner that takes you back up the hill to the top chicane at turn 14 and 15, and then the two Ravazzas at 17 and 18, that double left-hander, back onto this main straight that you see here. Fantastic stuff, but it's going to be full of action today. I'm convinced by that.
Absolutely is one of the few left-hand anti-clockwise circuits, but Graham Goodwin, not the only one we're going to this season.
It's not, but the other thing is this is a unique occurrence in the history of the FIA World Endurance Championship since the very first season. It's the first time we've been to two new circuits for the championship in the first two races of the championship.
Well, there's one of the big Italian brands here. We are between Maranello, the home of Ferrari, and Sant'Agata Bolognese, the home of Lamborghini. Both brands represented here in both categories, and the third big, and perhaps the biggest of the Italian brands for the fans, is Valentino Rossi. The doctor is in the house, and for him, as for the other Italian drivers and the Italian teams, the chance to race in front of an Italian crowd is something very special. He's had so much success. He raced here in MotoGP in 250s and 125s. He's had plenty of success here, but he's not won here on four wheels. And there's every opportunity that he could do that here in Imola.
We shouldn't forget, of course, Isota Fraschini, another home team in this country.
Possibly not the biggest name.
Not yet, yet, but great to see such support behind all of those brands, including, of course, the Doctor, with these packed grandstands, packed terraces, packed fan areas. It's got a real buzz.
I was talking yesterday to one of the Italian Ferrari drivers and saying, you know, there's 65,000 ticket sales. He was going, well, it was the autograph session was absolutely mobbed. He was saying, oh, I can believe that. I said, probably 20,000 of them are to see this man, Valentino. He went, oh no, much more than that. So I think they generally accept that, you know, you've got the likes of Jenson Button and Sebastian Buemi and other Formula One drivers on the grid, but this man has got charisma to give away in the bucket loads, and he's absolutely a global superstar, like a Michael Jordan or I mean, I don't know, he's a household name across the planet.
But also an incredible human being as well. And I had the privilege, it really was a privilege, to sit down with him yesterday, have a good chat. You'll be able to see that in a week or two's time after this race on the full access program. You'll find that online via the online with WEC app as well. And it was just a brilliant interview. He's so honest, it's so pure. And yeah, it was just a joy to sit down and talk through everything to do with WEC and also his illustrious motorbike career as well.
He told me last night over a beer that he was delighted to be able to talk to you. You've been a big hero
yeah, sure.
for his entire career. Great shot there of the Iron Dames, and they're going to have changes to their programmes. There's a button there on the grid.
And his mother as well.
And his mum, but also with them, the Iron Dames, the young lady on the left was Amy Barrett, and that is Nigel Barrett's daughter, the very first British GT champion. And he's here, as he quite often is, as a big fan of this championship.
And again, as so often, the Iron Dames inspiring others, and that's so much a part of the programme that they are all part of, and that Lamborghini stands out just as much as the Ferrari and the Porsche have done over the last couple of seasons. But of course, Iron Lynx that run the Iron Dames car, not only running Lamborghinis in the GT class, but they are also responsible for Lamborghini's Hypercar. And that is the big deal for that ambitious Iron Lynx team.
Yeah, the Iron Dames car crew line up 5th in class, and they had a pretty competitive qualifying session yesterday, and you would have seen as well on screen briefly Robert Kubica. They're in the car number 83, ran by AF Corsa. Same equipment obviously as the Works team, the Ferrari AF Corsa team that line up 1st and 3rd on the grid. So yeah, Ferrari top 3, a lockout there, and but all very, very competitive. So in qualifying they certainly had the speed, but in the race I think it could be very, very close between the other manufacturers.
We're just working our way up the LMGT3 grid, and you saw the second of the 2 BMWs, and those cars qualified 3rd and 4th in class. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich talking to current Porsche driver Andre Lotter. Of course, they've got plenty of history together in Audi's glory days. Here's the number 46 car that qualified in 3rd place. Ahmed Al-Hati, their bronze driver, did the driving. And they're just overlooking the circuit, as every corner here is overlooked by nearby houses. There's a Valentino Rossi fan. He's in car number 46, along with Ahmed Al-Hati and Maxime Martin, who is their pro driver. So the BMWs qualifying strongly, but they didn't make first row of LMGT3. That went down to a battle between the very quick Aston Martin, driven by Ian James, with his teammates Dario Mancinelli and Alex Riberas. They were looking very relaxed yesterday before qualifying. They know they've got a good race car as well as a good qualifying car. Didn't manage to grab that pole position. There is Ian James. He will take the start. I think almost all of the teams will have their bronze drivers in at the start. Tom Christensen, another legend of the sport, 9-time Le Mans winner.
And it's going to be one of his teammates we'll see with a green flag a little later. We'll wait for that. Saw Dino Capello in the paddock yesterday too. Here is our pole sitter from the LMGT3 class. It is the 92 Monti Pure Racing car that took the win in Qatar. Alex Malikin just too strong for the rest.
And his interview after taking pole, he just basically said, the other 2 guys did all the work. They set the car up. I just went out and qualified. Well, all of our cars in the LMGT3 category use spec Goodyear Eagle tyres. There are 2 specifications for different weather conditions of the slick, the medium and the medium plus for hotter conditions, and the wet weather tyre, which hopefully we are not going to use today.
The new tyre available here for the very first time. Medium plus we've not seen yet. That will be down to Goodyear to determine. This was the very, very full autograph session a little earlier. today, and very well supported by some very respectful fans down there. Lots of the teams and the drivers proved to be extremely popular.
I think everybody did. Obviously, there were massive queues at Ferrari, obviously massive queues around Valentino Rossi, obviously Porsche, Toyota, Lamborghini getting plenty of attention from the fans, but all the drivers relishing, certainly when I was down there yesterday, relishing the fact that every table is crowded by well-wishers, looking for autographs, looking for signatures, trying to get a selfie. It's a very, very busy racetrack. Coming in this morning, 7 o'clock, 7:30. It's just a sea of humanity walking in to come and see these cars and drivers in action. Now, the hypercars all race as well on tyres from the same brands. Those tyres come from Michelin, the Michelin Pilot Sport, available in 3 options. For the coldest conditions, soft, and then medium and hard for hotter and hotter weather, and of course a wet weather tyre as well.
A change for them though here this weekend. The branding on the tyres bigger, more prominent, which means if you're sitting trackside or watching on TV, you will be able to see clearly which tyres are on the hypercars.
And it will likely be hard, predominantly, with a dose of medium. Vincent Vos, the boss of WRT, essentially, if you've ever been anywhere successful as a Belgian racing driver, you end up in WRT. I think it's contractually obliged. If you ever take a podium finish as a Belgian, they just shuffle you in and handcuff you.
Thierry Tassin, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's great to see in hypercar at least, the BMW up there.
Now then, it is the 21st of April. On the 1st of May, 30 years ago, Imola was in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, with a second death that race weekend, the death of the legendary Ayrton Senna, after Roland Ratzenberger had lost his life in qualifying on the Saturday. Senna, perhaps the greatest driver of his decade of his career, was tragically killed in the race itself, and the race weekend closest to that fatal date 30 years ago, we are thinking of Ayrton Senna and of Roland Ratzenberger as well, and the circuit here with the city of Bologna raising this tribute to the departed Senna. And when the fans come here, and fans do a lot, and we do as well, there is a memorial to Ayrton Senna inside Tamburello, there's a memorial to Gilles Villeneuve inside the Villeneuve chicane, and a memorial as well to Roland Ratzenberger down inside Tosa. So those drivers lost to us a little earlier than anybody would have expected, all remembered here.
I know the FIA World Endurance Championship would want to say thank you to the city of Imola. That is an historic building, the race control tower. It does require permission to do this. It is an initiative from the WEC, and quite the spectacle it's made. It's been received with massive respect, with applause from the grandstands in front of us.
Yeah, for fans of my generation, that was our Jim Clark moment, the barely conceivable thought that the greatest driver had met his end in a race.
Pronti via sprint, ma è anche vivere un weekend, andare in giro da una tribuna all'altra, anche conoscersi, perché lo spirito di Le Mans nelle 24 ore è anche quello di fare nuove amicizie tra gli spettatori, e devo dire mi manca un po' salutando tanti piloti, quell'emozione, quella tensione, quel nervosismo che c'è prima della partenza. Ma la vita è bella, ma non è eterna, e adesso, come dire, godo per gli altri. Ma grazie a tutti per essere venuti e complimenti, è un'organizzazione fantastica, sono orgoglioso di essere italiano. Ciao, buon divertimento.
I knew I recognized the voice. It is Emanuele Pirro. He is our Grand Marshal, will be green flagging the cars away, and he was basically thanking the crowd and the organisers for a great tribute there to Ayrton Senna, and also just summing up some of the emotions that the drivers and the teams are going through on the grid. And Anthony, this is always that calm before the storm, but trying to calm yourself sufficiently to focus. That's so important, to get yourself in the right place before the actual race procedure gets underway.
Yeah, absolutely. Always a lot of unknowns. going into any motor race, any sporting event, and it's that unknown that gives you that tingly feeling, in the butterflies in your stomach, and the nerves rise. But
we are ready now for the national anthem to be sung by Jade. And the starting drivers are in the cars, the remaining drivers and the teams lined up alongside their charges. So our anthem singer, Jade, is a well-known Italian star, appeared on The Voice in France. She will be responsible for bringing this crowd to its feet for the first and probably not the last time today, I imagine. There are the grandstands looking down on the Rivazza, and like everywhere else, in fact, the grandstand we're in, Tribuna Ayrton Senna, right by pit out, they shut the gates about 2 hours ago. It is absolutely... I'm sorry, if you can still speak straight after that, you and I cannot be friends. That's
brilliant, brilliant.
A remarkable rendition of the Italian anthem by Jade. Absolutely unsupported music. That was fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
It was indeed, and respected utterly by the grandstands in front of us. Everybody on their feet, and we are not far, gentlemen, from being ready to go. And this feels... Qatar was the start of a new era for the FIA WEC. Somehow, we're now here, back in one of the homes of endurance racing in Europe, and it seems, if anything, even more special.
I'm so glad to see the World Endurance Championship here in Imola. As an ex-driver, I know exactly what they're thinking behind the wheel before, you know, the starting drivers, before this race starts today, and they know it's going to be tough. They know it's a brilliant circuit to drive. They know all of the pitfalls that potentially can come your way in terms of traffic management around this circuit. And there's just, I mean, yeah, after that brilliant national anthem by Jade there, if that doesn't get you in the mood, then I really don't know what else we have to do to entice the crowd here, and all of you watching from back at home as well. I really think, I get the impression we're in for a real treat today here in Imola for these next 6 hours coming.
We've even got a Senna liveried helicopter from the Militaria Italiana flying over the grid. And Anthony, you're absolutely right. I have to say, I've got proper goosebumps today. It's a very traditional old style circuit. It is going to be absolute murder out there for the drivers. I mean, it really is.
It is. You were saying this morning, as you came in a little earlier than us, talking to the on the Lamborghini Super Trofeo races, but coming in this morning at breakfast time, that old school feel of the crowd walking to the circuit, miles to the circuit, and happy to be there in the bright sunshine. This has got a buzz about it. We can repeat this through 6 hours and then through another 6 or 7 races. My, how much more special this is going to be. If you can get yourself to one of these races, please come, because as you'll see on social media, the access is absolutely amazing. If you can't come, of course, John is on the broadcast. John is on the with our broadcast partners. Keep an eye on what goes on with the social media channels too, including the post-race stuff, including full access, which Anthony's already been telling you about. But this is something special. Endurance racing in its pomp, and in the golden era for endurance racing.
It absolutely is. I was talking again to some of the drivers, some of the younger drivers particularly, and they're saying, oh, you've been doing this for a long while. I was there throughout Group C as a fan, and then gradually towards the end of it starting to work in endurance racing. And there has never been as much variety and quality in the top class of endurance racing in history, ever. And then you've got a similar punching above its weight LMGT3 class, 9 different manufacturer brands. And that alone, that quality, that depth of manufacturer and professional driver involvement marks this out as an absolute high watermark. And I think next year, with the likes of Aston Martin arriving as well, that's to just keep pushing. The tide is coming and coming and coming increasingly strongly. It is a phenomenal time to be watching this.
And still good and big good headlines to come as we prepare not just for 2024 but into 2025. But we've got something very special here at home in Imola. It's a 1-2-3 for the Ferrari 499Ps. Part of the Hyperpole yesterday, of course. 3-minute board has come up.
But in no way, for the fans that have just tuned in for the race today, in no way should you see that as a Ferrari domination.
No.
Because it was actually Antonio Fuoco that put in an incredible performance. You see him just there on the left-hand side of the driver tabs there. He was the one that qualified that number 50 car and put it on pole position yesterday with 2 laps, good enough for pole during his session. But he was 4.5 tenths ahead of the other 2 Ferraris. Those 2 Ferraris were only half a tenth, if that, ahead of the leading Porsche behind them, and they're all separated behind that within a tenth as well. So in terms of race, different driver obviously taking the wheel to start that in that number 50 today with Nicholas Nielsen. So that top 3 alone are going to be incredibly tight. I really do believe that Fuoco was in a league of his own yesterday in qualifying. So don't get put off by seeing 3 Ferraris at the front. By no stretch of the imagination are they just going to pull away today and have a 1-2-3 easy victory and stand and lock out the podium. The others are there snapping at their heels.
Not least because the number 6 car that starts in 4th place won in Qatar, and they're the championship leaders. Now, there are 19 hypercars, 18 LMGT3s. Points go down to 10th.
Correct.
So half the grid did not score either anything or significant points at all last time out. And that means now there's double pressure because their championship has to start here. Because if it doesn't start here, starting it in Spa might be just a bit too late. So there's half the cars there with even more of a point to prove than the ones who've already got some points on the board.
One other thing worth mentioning, by the way, we have just got those 10 cars in Hyperpole, but it was not the same 10 as we saw in Qatar. 14 of the 19 hypercars have so far featured in the Hyperpole contest for the top class. In LMGT3, by the way, Mustang in Hyperpole for the first time this time. That means that the only make that has not made Hyperpole so far is the Lexus brand. So it is shifting as we move through into different circuits and different forms of the World Endurance Championship specialties.
And what that's reflecting, actually, is that after just one race weekend, brands that are absolutely brand new to the tyre and to the car and to the championship are starting to get their ducks more in a row. And that's going to be the case with newcomers like Lamborghini in the hypercar class, newcomers like BMW in the hypercar class. Yes, the BMW raced in the IMSA WeatherTech Series as a GTP car last year. It's the same car. They're also on Michelin tyres, but they're on different Michelin tyres this year, and they're on tracks that the team does not know. So they're on the back foot against the likes of Ferrari and Toyota and Porsche Penske Motorsport. As Emanuele Pirro waves the flag away here, proud Roman. He's had to travel a little north, close to Ravenna here, which was the historic capital of the Northern Roman Empire.
You see, I think every single one of the hypercar category running the yellow banded Michelin tyres. That's the medium tyre there. Now, tyre warm-up is going to be very critical as you see them all wheel spinning in desperation as they exit the grid spaces to try and get some temperature, at least into the rear axles. That's one way. You'll be moving the brake bias forwards to try and heat up the front brakes to get some energy and hotter air into your front tyres and weaving around all the time. In the same way.
Got to be careful with the weaving though. These are race tyres. They won't be changing before the start of the race, so you've got to preserve them. Looking at the green Lamborghini hypercar there, Mirko Bortolotti spun that car in the Tamburello chicane, leaving the pit lane. A salient reminder that every single moment you put the throttle down in the next 3 or 4 laps, the car could end up facing backwards. These tyres are stone cold and they will take 2 or 3 laps to come right up to temperature.
That's right, no tyre blankets in the World Endurance Championship at all. And on a day where it's only 15 degrees ambient, you can start seeing some of the problems and challenges that the drivers will face. And we already saw, well, we've seen a spin on every session so far on different drivers, different teams out laps. And the start of the race will be no different as well, I'm sure. It's going to be a white-knuckle ride for a lot of these drivers with almost, 600, 700 horsepower under their right foot. And that's, it's a hard beast to tame when you've got cold tyres underneath you. It's going to take 2 or 3 laps at least before the drivers have anywhere near the confidence that they're going to enjoy later on in this race today.
And Graham Goodwin, for LMGT3 drivers, the tyres will come a little quicker, and that means that some of the tail of the hypercar field are going to be getting in their way, and that's where the first pinches are going to start, because if you're on pole in LMGT3, you can't just sit and wait, because all the other idiots behind are trying to get by.
Well, as Anthony explained beautifully in Qatar, and I'm sure we'll get into this again here, it's not just in this new 2024 World Endurance Championship a matter of having taken the LMP2 class out. The cars are fundamentally different. The way you need to deal with traffic is fundamentally different. Did want to make sure, by the way, that we did note as we go through the grid here to say hi to a guy that's not here today. Ferdy Habsburg will be watching in. Ferdy hurt in testing with Alpine, replaced here by Jules Gounon. Saw his father, Jean-Marc, in the paddock yesterday. Ferdy, get well soon, get back to us soon, but enjoy the race.
Yeah, I spoke to Jules yesterday, and he was super excited to have the opportunity, but he said, I think I'd probably have been better off in LMP2. These things are going to be very hard. He's had a handful of laps in free practice, no test before he got here, so he's in at the deep end. Of course, he is a hugely successful LMGT or GT3 driver, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. 2 warm-up laps, as has been the case last year, so too this year, to allow the cars to build heat in the tyres. Lights are off on the safety car now. So Pedro Cachero leads the field, and when he gets out of the Variante Alta, he will be heading off down the hill through Ravazza as fast as his Porsche wheels will carry him. And then the Ferraris are going to have to try and back the field up a little bit so that they get a clean run out of the first corner, because those 3 Ferraris have got to hold off the Porsches, the BMWs, the Toyotas and everybody else.
The most important thing, though, in an endurance race, survive that first lap. This is a circuit where track position is very important. Even in the 6-hour races we have today, you want to be in a position where you're not fighting fires, keep it clean, stay pointing the right way and stay on the track.
Race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship is about to get underway. We're at Imola in Italy, the home of the San Marino Grand Prix. Ferrari have qualified 1, 2, 3, but all these fans were due to come here anyway, and they are in for a real treat. The 6 Hours of Imola, round 2 of the championship. Ferrari with a point to prove. Porsche won the opener in Qatar. Toyota beat Ferrari in Monza last year. Ferrari wants to win here. The safety car is about to depart. Our poleman is Niklas Nielsen with teammates Robert Kubica and Antonio Giovinazzi behind. Then a pair of Porsche Penske's, then Toyota and BMW with Hertz Team Jota and the 2 revised Peugeots. Who's going to come out on top? Not an earthly chance. We're going to find out for another 5 hours and 55 minutes. We are ready to go green in Imola. Car number 50, Nick Nielsen on the pole. Alongside him, the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Robert Kubica. Will the poleman get into the lead in the first corner, or will it be the pole alongside him? The inside line, the driver's left, is usually the best here. It's going to be a long wait for the green. We go. The field swarms away. It's already 3 deep behind the Lamborghini.
There's already a crash as well.
Contact in the pit wall. Smoke behind, but it is Ferrari. 1, 2, 3. Kubica's very wide. Look at the way the cars are swerving around. 1 Peugeot out, 1 BMW out, and the Isolta is in the gravel trap. Jean-Carl Vernet will try and drive through there.
Yeah, some of the GTs as well touched each other. I saw a car spin round and end up in the barrier on the main straight even as they jostled for position there. And then, like you pointed out, Martin, cars spearing off the circuit. There's the car I saw.
Yeah, it wasn't the Isolta. Both Alpines were off. So one of the Peugeots, 94, Paul di Resta, both Alpines, and you just saw Marco Wittmann in the number 15 BMW, their better qualified car.
It's Yasser Shaheen in trouble in the number 91 Porsche, which was the incident that you spotted there.
He
Anthony?
did not get across the start line, barely. There's the 94 Peugeot. Paul di Resta had trouble in the race last year, and looks like he's got trouble very early on. There was definitely contact there. It was 3 wide around the slightly slow-starting Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, the green car there. And the safety car, unsurprisingly, has gone into the pit lane and will come straight back out.
Yeah, it's a shame there for all of the cars running down towards the first couple of corners. You see the Alpine struggling in desperation to get back to the pit. So the car 91 you see on screen here has got going again. So yeah, the safety car, I think they did the right thing there, the race director, bring the safety car out. They gave them more than half a lap to make that decision. But yeah, awful scenes down into turn 2, because like we were saying, it is about track position. It puts the drivers under a lot of pressure. Now look further back in the field, there's already the
BMW Peugeot. That takes out one Alpine. The other one tries to avoid the reversing BMW, goes through the gravel.
So the second race in a row, we've seen cars make contact. Now what happens here? There's the BMW in front of us. And he just locks it. Does he get hit by the Isotta Fraschini? I think on the right-hand side there was contact. Yeah, so this car we're on board with now, the Peugeot, had contact from behind.
That's di Resta. He got tagged from behind, on board with the second of the Alpine. And it's all happening in front of him. That's the Mark Martin camera view.
Yeah, there's the contact. So this
it's the Alpine into the Peugeot.
Exactly.
And which was the better of the Alpines? 35, I think, and that's Mathieu Vaxivier's car. There's the Isotta. That's the view from the Isotta Fraschini.
So the Isotta hit the Alpine, it was then hit. It was a domino effect.
It was exactly that. It was the 11 into the, which of the Alpines was it? Then into the BMW, that then hit the Peugeot.
Yeah.
So it was a real billiards move, really. There. Cars, by the way, running behind the safety car through pit lane because of the debris from the incident involving the 91.
Oh. It all goes quiet and you're facing backwards in that number 15 BMW. Scary moment for Marco Wittmann. And at the moment, in the running order, the GT cars are right behind the Isotta of Jean-Carl Vernet, but they were mingling with the hypercars midway through that first lap. Okay, so the Porsche has made it back. That's the Porsche, Manthey EMA Porsche. Left rear on the 94 car being changed. Come on, they're going. They can't get it up in the air. It's got damage on those strakes, but it's the steering damage to that Alpine, I think, is going to be the big problem. Right rear puncture for Marco Wittmann as he comes in. State of the front of this Alpine. Let's hear from the 35 car.
Let's see, I mean, once the puncture, the steering is again straight, so maybe we can fix the rear end and the tire, and maybe we're good to go. Obviously, check the car. I got quite some damages front and rear.
All right, so tough times. Charles Malaysian 35. That was Mathieu Vaxivière in 36 being wheeled back in. A debris from the shredded tyre, or possibly the brake cooling ducts as well there in the wheel hub of the Peugeot.
Well, this is the problem, you see, when you come back into the pits and you've got a deflated tyre and this thing starts to rip apart, that flailing tyre does incredible amounts of damage to the bodywork and the internal structure as well, even the suspension sometimes. As that front end comes off, they'll have another one. That's just aesthetic damage there on the front of the outfit. The more important thing is what's going on under the skin and what those tyres have done to the actual suspension work, if at all. So fingers crossed it was just the aesthetic of the bodywork. That can get changed, no problem, but it looks like they're ready to make work on the on that front left. It's at a skewed angle. We could see that as he was trying. The Peugeot's back out.
With damage still, but has beaten the safety car has been released from the pits. Just to review where we are with those incidents, gentlemen. The 91 Porsche is still on pit lane. As we've seen, is the 36 Alpine in the garage, also the 15 BMW in the garage. The 35 Alpine has continued, but dropped into the LMGT3 pack, but is circulating, as is the Isotta Fraschini.
Now, the deal with getting out in front of the safety car is you don't drop another lap down. What the team will then try and do is get him to whistle round come back in and maybe make another brief stop and try and get back out in front of the safety car again. Very much a rule that a lot of teams have learned from American racing. But you watch NASCAR, they'll do anything to avoid going a lap down, then get back out in front of the safety car, come back in, we'll put in a turn of wedge or a churn of fuel or whatever, try and tick these little work boxes without just sitting there and losing laps that you will never get back here.
I should mention as well, so I'm not sure we've noted it, through that melee, there was a change to second place in that we've got the 50 and the 51 now, 1-2. It was the 83, of course, that started second on the grid. And because of the melee with the hypercars in the mid-pack getting themselves involved there's all sorts of shake-ups in the LMGT3 order, but the important position is still in the hands of Manto Pure Racing. They lead with Alexander Malikin.
Yeah, and in second place, Amadou Harty, third, Darren Leung. So again, bronze drivers in the top three in LMGT3. Vista Course Ferrari 55, François Heriot, another bronze. He's moved up to fourth, and Ian James in the second fastest qualifying Heart of Racing Aston Martin, keeping his nose clean in that first corner melee or the start line melee. Then he has dropped down to fifth place ahead of Giorgio Roda, James Costingham, Tom Van Rompuy, and Thomas Floor in the 54 car. The team did persuade him to start. Thomas does not like starting the races, but he will start here, or has started here. So the safety car due to come in. We're about to go back to red flag racing. We didn't see quite when the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi pounced on Robert Kubica, but I'm guessing it was between the first chicane and the second, between between the two Ferraris.
We saw Kubica, didn't we, get all screwy in between turn 2 and 3 as they're off now under racing conditions. Again, I did just see the lights on the gantry flashing on and off in orange, which usually means a full start, but they are still, the green flags are waving. But the Lamborghini's trying to move around the outside of the Porsche.
Okay.
Does it.
Mirko Bortolotti, confident in the tyre there, picks up a place on the 99 at Proton Porsche. So Bortolotti moves up a spot.
I think we're about to see the 36 rejoin as well. That car was coming out onto the pit apron as the cars came out from restarts.
Looking in our LMGT3 field, the white and yellow Porsche, Alexander Malikin leading, but the McLaren moves up. That's a good pass. James Costingham going by Giorgio Roda in the Proton competition Mustang.
And that Mustang looked like it had a little bit of damage as well to the right rear. Bit of bodywork flapping all around. Maybe that was involved in that first barely on the first lap, was it? The main straight shunt.
End of second formation lap shunt, exactly right. Alexander Malikin leaps away from Amadou Harty. And of course, these cars so different in his 94 again. Having not lost that lap, they'll come in, make an adjustment, take the old wing off, put the new wing on, because all of those aerodynamic devices are important.
Good add, by the way, good news for Alpine, but bad news for Peugeot, 94 car on pit road.
Yeah, that's what we just saw. They're changing the rear of that car, and they're going to try and beat the leader round. The leader is coming out of Ravazza and coming across the line. Don't think the Peugeot is going to make it out. They needed another lap of safety car, and the Peugeot goes a lap down. Lights are on, lights are off. Leader is Nick Nielsen from teammate Antonio Giovinazzi. Now again, Anthony, we're saying only 10 cars are going to score points at the end of this 6-hour race. And if you do and your teammates don't, that's really important for you. Obviously, as a Ferrari driver, oh, there's trouble for the Iron Dames. Is that a puncture? That's going very, very slowly, Sarah Bovey. There's Rahal Frey. She will rejoin the driving lineup next time out in Spa.
And you saw she was just deliberating whether to come into the pits or not, and missed the moment, committed to go on to another lap. Here's the bodywork I mentioned on the Mustang. So here we go.
Oh, so she was down, very deep down into the Ravazzas, and then basically hung out to dry. What happened there? Did it...
Looks technical to me.
Select a box full of neutrals on her? Bouncing over the chicane of Variante Alta. Right, let's catch up with the Ferrari team and Robert Kubica in 83.
ALS is not working.
What is not working?
ALS, I have very poor response of the engine. The engine is running very poor.
ALS. The engine is running very cool. Okay. possibly not the biggest drama, but you do want it to be an optimum temperature rather than too cool or too high.
Well, I mean, either way, he's dropped position to one of his teammates, hasn't he? And now he's got the Porsche of Laurent Vanthoor right behind him in car number 6, as we see him move down into Tosa here.
Yeah.
The Corvette versus the Mustang.
The 81 car, the first car not to make it into Hypercar. It's our pole sitter, of course, in Qatar, first time out, but trying to recover back on the field.
Yeah. Giorgio Roda loses a spot to the TF Sport car, and 777 down the inside. That is D-Station's Clément Mathieu. Ryan Hardwick eased out onto the gravel, loses 2 places there. This is absolutely going to be a knife fight all the way through in both classes. And now look at the number 6 Porsche, the championship leaders, and look at the number 7 Toyota, breaking free of traffic. The number 8 car is 3 cars further back, but Mike Conway with the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, he's looking racy, isn't he? Putting pressure on Vanthoor in front, who actually made a small mistake there through Acqua Minerale. Briefly gives Kubica a little bit of respite, but look at this fight coming up towards the second chicane here, the Villeneuve chicane. The Lexus on the inside of the 777 D-Station car. Great fighting in the LMGT3 category as well.
And what a different car the Lexus looks on a track that suits it better than Qatar did. You know, they've had a little bit of time to work on the car, learn a bit more about it, but that was a great move. Esteban Masson putting the move in on compatriot Clément Mathieu, moves up the order, and the Iron Dames car at the back moves by the Iron Lynx. Lamborghini passes Lamborghini, so that is Sarabovi going by. Claudio Schiavone for 16th place in class, as the EMA Porsche is still receiving work.
Would add, by the way, Esteban Masson making his way up through the order. You're quite right, but he is the silver driver in that car. That's a factor to bear in mind when we get deeper into this race. We've yet to see their bronze-ranked, the less well-ranked driver that they must have in each of these cars aboard that car. That could come back into play.
And the bronze driver will have to do a minimum of 90 minutes in this 6-hour race, and that means at least a double stint. And in these temperatures, that's definitely doable, a little more straightforwardly than the temperatures we saw in Qatar, where the minimum drive time was longer as well. Turned out all the bronzes basically did a full near 3-hour triple stint in the heat of Qatar. Well, Robert Kubica holding off Laurent Vanthoor, just creeping away a little. And Anthony, predominantly that's because Vanthoor is worried about Mike Conway in the mirrors and can't really commit to trying to attack the yellow Ferrari.
Conway, for me, looks like he's one of, if not the fastest car on track. If he was given a bit of freedom, you're laughing at this bit of bodywork flapping around on the back of the Proton competition car here.
Yeah, so that Mustang, that's part of its aerodynamic bodywork. That can't be helping the tyre life or the handling either.
That needs the black and orange flag.
Do your line, don't copy the Ford.
They need to call in this car. Because the road is so dangerous. Call in the Ford.
Copy, we already reported.
And he's absolutely right.
It's the whole diffuser. It's the whole diffuser.
You don't want a huge bit of bodywork coming your way as well. Like that. So they need the black and orange flag. So the team are on it. Let's see if that flag does come their way, and it needs to come very soon, actually.
He will need to be in the pits. The team are ready, and the Iron Dames are in as well. We are just 14 minutes into what is an already action-packed 6 hours of Imola. Ferrari are 1, 2, 3 ahead of Porsche and Toyota as we get to traffic.
Stay in the car, please. We are investigating the electronics problem we have. We keep the radio quiet for a minute.
Copy, there is a vibration.
Well, they're having a pretty tough 7 days. The Iron Dames were dominating the European Le Mans season opener last week in Barcelona until the penultimate pit stop, and Sarabovi's driving stint was timed at just a fraction over 3 seconds because the car broke leaving the pit lane. A near certain victory taken away from them, and here she's barely done 10 minutes in the car and they're already back in the garage. The hypercars are in GT traffic. There's the recovering Alpine, that's the 35 car going by 36 rather, and the 35 car a little further up the order, but the Mustang, somehow that little bit of whatever it was,
it's
wiring or whatever that's holding on to the under tray.
It's the diffuser. It's the whole diffuser on that car that's come astray. We're about to get, you saw the 36 car coming through the delayed car, but on this lap, the leading pack of hypercars are going to catch the GT3 pack. Now it starts getting interesting again.
Let's hear what Conway's got to say.
Okay, Mike, if you can't pass, think about saving energy. We can go 34 laps.
If you can't go faster, you've got to go longer, but you know, that's frustrating for Conway. I'm sure he's going to want to have another couple of stabs, but he has to do it by saving fuel. Look at the Mustang, there's the Proton competition team in the inset, picture-in-picture, and that will show you, it's basically everything behind the rear bulkhead is tailored to bring the air up out to the back of the car to help with your downforce, and they need to change that, not just for safety, but because the car will be awful to drive and it will destroy its Goodyear Eagle tyres.
Riding the roll with Mike Conway here in car number 7. It looks like he's not taking that advice from his engineer, and he knows that they're coming up to a stream of LMGT3 traffic soon, and that will be your opportunity. You don't have DRS, of course, in these cars to help you overtake. You've got to do it the hard way, but the traffic is your friend and gives you that opportunity, or not your friend if you're the car doing the defensive work.
We've got Mike Conway in a battle for third position. A little further back, Seb Buemi closing on Rennie Rast in a battle for 7th position. So all of a sudden, the Tosas are finding pace and are on the move.
Yeah, they struggled for pace in Qatar on a very high-speed circuit. Here, very different story at Imola. The slow speed suiting their car much better, and also probably the way it's working its tyres as we're back on board momentarily in the Alpine. The 2 Ferraris at the front end now really close up car 50 and 51 as they're just about to come into that traffic that I spoke about a lap before.
H8 Mustang rejoins, pleased to see that. So the team is doing well to turn around cars that have had damage.
So Mike Conway did set the fastest lap. That was snatched away by his teammate as we ride on board with 51 into Piratella at turn 9. So Buemi now holds on for the fastest lap, and look at this. This is where the hard work starts, not just for the hypercar drivers, of course, for the LMGT3 drivers as well. Their eyes are everywhere, looking in front and in the mirrors. You've got to stay out of trouble, and it's this early period where you're overtaking each other, screaming together. The car's very tight. That's when it's at its hardest.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
That will, Martin, be for debris on the racing line at turn 4. We saw that on the screens a little earlier. So this will be, I think, a quick full course yellow for clearing debris.
Well, full course yellow will be a maximum of no more than 2 laps. Otherwise, they'll go virtual safety car, which will then lead to safety car. Valentino Rossi watches on. His teammate, Amadou Harty, second in LMGT3. There's a bit of Mustang being recovered. And there is the Lexus, the better of the 2 Lexi. That's Esteban Masson, still searching for where the electricity is leaking out in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. By the way, in terms of our top 3, the best placed Ferrari driver lineup in the points after Qatar, that's the 83, the yellow Ferrari, currently driven by Robert Kubica. So they scored more points than the factory Ferraris, and the better of the 2 factory Ferraris is the 50 crew. So 51 in 3rd place. They need to outscore both those cars as well as everybody else just to start creeping back into some sort of championship contention. And that's what I mean by real pressure, scoreboard pressure on teams that did not score big in Qatar. This is the second start to the season, and they've got to do much better than their rivals.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Watching here for where the itchy trigger feet are going to be. Looked to me like Seb Buemi was looking racy.
Yeah, you saw the Toyota on the inside. You saw what I saw there, and I think he just about was covered off by the Porsche in front of him. Actually, was that René Rast in the BMW?
Still behind the BMW, still
Actually,
behind.
No, it was Conway on the Porsche. That's what I saw.
Yeah, but Conway's got problems because Fred McAvicky behind him was suddenly right up behind him there. They got caught in traffic, and the number 6 Porsche, the first of those two, has been separated from Mike Conway, so he's now free to attack this man, Robert Kubica, for third, and Conway's got pressure from behind, so it's how the cars sort of come back up to speed after a lap or so. Have they lost any heat in the tyres? Can the drivers make up for it? Look at the Porsche behind the yellow Ferrari. We're looking back now to Nick Nielsen, from Nick Nielsen to the second place car of Antonio Giovinazzi. So
I thought it was Conway that had overtaken a Porsche. It wasn't, like you rightly said, dropped back towards the other, but didn't lose position, but lost a lot of space to the Porsche that he was attacking before. But now we're going to see the actual speed of Conway, because he's in a bit of, momentarily, he's in a bit of free air. There he is, he just pops into view. They've got some more GTs to come up to, as they rightly get out to the right-hand side of the track to allow the faster hypercars through on the left-hand side. It's tricky to navigate that before this first chicane.
And Mike has definitely lost ground to that fourth-place Porsche coming through the traffic into and out of that full course yellow, no doubt.
Well, there's two things. First of all, he didn't clear the traffic that the Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor did as they went to full course yellow. And secondly, of course, when they came back off the limiters, he may not have been in a position where he could immediately get by the slower GT3 car. So he would have been held up again going into and coming out of the full course yellow. And again, like we say, with every aspect of this, you don't have to be much more than a tiny percentage off to be off and to lose ground, and that's exactly what happened. But in traffic, those gaps, Anthony, will come and go.
It's going to be incredibly hard. This is a narrow circuit for these wide sports cars, particularly the hypercars, and I feel like if you're going to make a move, if it's not done during pit stops with the strategy, the help of your team, you're really going to have to muscle your way past the car you're trying to overtake with the help, possibly, of the GT with the slower traffic.
Well, you've heard from Anthony Davidson, Graham Goodwin and me, Martin Haven, in the booth as we see the Corvette coming back on after a gravel trap. Fourth member of our broadcast voice lineup is in the pit lane. Let's hear from Bruce Ioane. He's down with Iron Lynx. Go ahead, Bruce. What do you know about the Iron Dames Lamborghini? Okay, we don't know. We'll try and catch up with Bruce in a moment, but the Iron Dames Lamborghini still in the garage. So is the Manthey EMA Porsche that was knocked off at the start. And there is the flashing headlights now of Mike Conway, right back on the tail of that number 6 Porsche, the championship leader.
That didn't take long at all, did it?
No, he got a break in traffic and got back up to him, because did you see how far the Porsche's dropped off the back of the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica? Again, you can spend 10 laps gaining 2 seconds right onto the tail of somebody and then be balked and lose it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, some moments while we're trying to unpick that. It was Hiroshi Kazumi off and back on in the 82 Corvette. Also, a very grassy moment there for Nico Müller, the 93 Peugeot. And just checking down the order here, it's clearly a pretty good repair job done on the 36. Nico Müller, Mathieu Vazevier has just put in the fastest middle sector of the race in the recovering 36 Alpine.
So they've cleared that gaggle of GT cars now. And yeah, so they got a bit of fresh air until they come back to the GTs. And when you see what happens later on in the race, the whole field gets spread out, and then you seem to be consistently in amongst the traffic. But for now, they've got a bit of a breather, and it's back to how we were at the start of the race.
Well, we still have 3 cars in the garage, 2 of them under investigation for contact. That's 91, that's the Yasser Chassin driven Porsche, and the 85 Iron Dames Lamborghini. But with the team is Bruce Ioane. Bruce, what's up with that Lamborghini?
Well, as you said, there was a contact and the car was hit from behind, which has apparently damaged the torque sensor. And without that torque sensor, they're not allowed to drive. So at the moment the car is stopped, they can't really fix it. Sarah Bovy is still at the wheel, but it's not looking really good for them.
No, that's not great. Well, the torque sensors are used by the FIA and the ACO to monitor the peak power output of all these cars, which both in Hypercar and in LMGT3 is a maximum limit. And there were a number of cars in free practice that lost laps because they had produced more power than they're allowed to do. And this is monitored live in real time by the FIA and the ACO at the track. And so when those torque sensors fail, you can't monitor the power output of the car. Therefore, the car cannot run. So you need to make sure, we've seen it before where teams have had to change a torque sensor because they're not getting full readings for monitoring the power of the car.
Well, we had the potential race winner from Portimao last year, didn't we? The number 7 Toyota that fell foul of that as well. So nothing that the team have done wrong there. It's just, we all know electronics and how they can fail. It's just one of those things, but bitterly disappointing for the Iron Dames crew and down there with Iron Lynx.
Well, here, another of our Italian supercar manufacturers, but dating back to the 1930s. In fact, Isotta Fraschini existed before Ferrari or Lamborghini were even thought of or heard of, but Isotta has been away for a very long while. They built supercars in the 1930s, and Isotta Fraschini have their hypercar here. Jean-Carl Vernet is the man who started it. He's lying in 15th place, and does appear to have a bit of somebody else. Who did he hit? The number 15 BMW,
Alpine,
we think. Oh, he hit the Alpine first. So.
Yeah, there's a problem and a solution. The problem is he's got non-homologated part aboard the car. The solution is it's not his.
Okay, we give you a few laps push to build a small gap to 51. Let's try to build a gap 51 little by little, and then we'll go back to full course yellow to lift and coast.
So mate, the problem we have now is that the car is not braking. It's not stopping.
Yeah, copy.
Oh, and that is going to affect their hybrid harvesting as well, because it's all connected, isn't it? Front brakes and hybrid systems, as we saw in Portimao last year, when which of the two cars, 51, didn't it, shed its brake basically, and yet they still managed to get it to the finish.
5 really heavy braking zones around this circuit here in the 4.9 kilometers that you cover. So it's a real heavy braking circuit, and any kind of so recovery on the hybrid systems, that's really nice, but if you're running the car a bit more aggressively and therefore having to, like, I believe what he says, like if you're running a different system there to put more power through and you're not harvesting quite as much, you rely more on the mechanical brakes, you really can start to put them under pressure. And he's saying, hey, now I'm really struggling to stop the car, so be interested to see if he really can pull that gap. Sounded nice and easy from his engineer. Nice simple plan to stick to. Pull away from your teammate. Yeah, it might be a bit more difficult in reality.
And of course, famously, you can go as fast as you like, but if you can't slow down in the right places, there's absolutely no use. Brakes are at least as important, everybody, as an engine. Graham.
Yeah, Mike Conway, by the way, on a bit of a tear again now, beginning to close that gap again to Laurens Vanthoor ahead. And those gaps up and down and amongst the top 10 at the moment. Top 6 cars now separated by just 7.5 seconds, and we've had some fairly extended green flag running.
Yeah, and this is good, because this is what the cars need, what the teams need to really correlate what they thought they knew after practice to what actually happens in the race. All the cars on the medium tyre in the hypercar class. Looking here at Alex Lynn being chased by Nico Muller. Alex Lynn finishing 2nd place in LMP2 last weekend in the European Le Mans Series, chasing down the race leader but could not get there. Now, this looks like the final stage of a nut and bolt restoration on the Manthey EMA Porsche, and it looks as though they may be about to put a lap on that car at speed, because it was hit before the start and completed a lap to get into the pit lane. Graham, this will be their first racing lap.
It would, but they do appear to have a problem that the mounting point for that bonnet does not appear to be aligned. They're struggling to get the bonnet back on the car, the front bodywork back on the car, and that, of course, was the point of impact.
Absolutely, right. Just eyes to the front of the field for a minute. Just the last, before they come into this traffic again, the last lap, all 5 cars pretty much there's exactly same lap time. So I think we've got a race in our hands today, and Mike Conway knows it. He's got the speed in that car. If he can get past Vanthoor in front, he'll immediately put pressure on the Ferraris in front.
Sebastian Buemi has just set his fastest race lap. So has Mike Conway in the number 7 and number 8 Toyota, or number 8 and number 7 respectively. And trouble for one of the two
93.
Peugeots. It's 93. It's the one that had less trouble early on.
That was the car that we saw go over the grass earlier. Has he got a braking problem, maybe?
Well, that does not look like he's got very many gears.
I lost the gearbox. Clutch ill. I lost the gearbox.
Now, it's not a manual selector. What's the thing that almost always goes wrong on cars? Electronics. He looks like he's got shifters and speed again. So again, Control-Alt-Delete some of the systems. It's electronics. Well, you might ask when you're at home, does it matter if the bonnet of that Porsche's not square and fitting properly? Well, it doesn't when it's in the pit lane. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't matter. But coming down to Tamburello, we're doing 165 miles an hour.
Let's have a listen to this, and also keep an eye on the left hand on the steering wheel. You can see he's gone down to fifth gear. So he's definitely got the gears there at that moment.
Yeah, moving again, moving.
Okay, Nico,
yeah.
Keep going, keep going.
Again, you know, they've had physical problems with the gearbox, particularly in season 1 a couple of years ago. They did have electronic issues. They've changed the way that the gearbox is selected as well now. It's hydraulic rather than pneumatic. It is a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 in Imola. But 5 hours and 28 minutes remain before we can actually declare that as a race result, and I very much doubt that the status quo is not going to change several times. Here's the battle for 4th after just over half an hour. Number 6 Porsche, the points leaders. There's Michael Christensen, Kevin Escher watching. There's the number 7 car, Michael of Michael Conway right behind. Too many Mikes and Michaels going on. And Conway again snapped right back on. It's like the bit of elastic got stretched by traffic, and boom, as soon as it's free, Conway has got a faster car, but not enough to be able to capitalise.
Spot on. He's taken about a second out of the car ahead in about the last two and a half laps. So he's found the pace after we came back from full course yellow. We dropped back a little in traffic, back into the clutches of the car behind. He's retained that position as that Ferrari's come through GT3 traffic.
Yes, that's the 51 car of Antonio Giovinazzi, almost getting caught by Robert Kubica as they come past the Mustang. We're on board with the Polish driver in the number 83 car. Climbs out of Tosa up the top of the hill. Piratella's such a fast corner, Anthony.
It is, but I mean, you could see how tense that was momentarily through the Villeneuve chicane, and Robert Kubica put it down the inside, and you see immediately there the Porsche of Vanthoor right behind him just from that moment. So if he was a bit closer there, Vanthoor, I think I know this is just a replay, a nice replay of the top chicane.
All four off.
See the amount of curbs you have to take. But this is the game you're playing with the traffic.
Look how much the Porsche took compared to how little Conway took. One of the things I think has been a big step change for the Porsche Penske Porsche team is their ability, their knowledge of how to damp the car well enough that they can really attack the curbs. It makes the lap much longer if you have to drive around all the curbs than if you can ram it across them. And the Porsche seems much better this year at doing that. Toyota have had plenty of years to work on that. I was talking to a number of the drivers yesterday, guys like Marco Wittmann. I said, have you ever raced in? I've never even tested here. But Robert Kubica, for instance, hasn't raced here in WEC, but he's raced here in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 cars several times over the last few years. So lots of drivers have good knowledge. Some drivers have no knowledge of this track. 54, Thomas Floor in the gravel.
Trying to get it moving.
He's beached. I just saw it just duck down, like squatted down as he got on power and dug himself into the gravel.
Going full course yellow. We are, maybe not, but I think we may have to. He's a long way off on the driver's left, though.
With that, so you see, he is very much beached there. You can see almost axle deep at the rear right of that 296.
I just took too much curb on the left-hand side with a bit of too much yaw in the car at the same time, and just innocently came to a standstill in the gravel, and then when he tried to reapply the power to get out of it, dug himself ever deeper. So yeah, disappointment for Thomas Floor. They're such a difficult circuit. Make one mistake, it's really going to bite you.
So through that traffic, we saw the dramas for the second and third place Ferraris. Nick Nielsen managed to get away though, but he's lost about a second to the chasing pair. We are going to be going to a full course yellow in about 40 seconds time. But now back to 2.1 seconds, the gap between Nick Nielsen and Antonio Giovinazzi.
Riding on board with Mike Conway here through the first chicane at Tamburello, lines himself up nicely with the Corvette to get past efficiently before the next chicane.
Full course yellow.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
We're here again from AI Eduardo as we go into that full course yellow. As you were saying yesterday...
That's AI Lisa. That doesn't sound even remotely like an Eduardo bot. That's a Lisa bot.
It's a lifestyle choice. As you were saying yesterday, what that system allows Eduardo Freitas and his assistant Lisa to do is to focus on the here and now. A count can be done electronically. There's an awful lot of things in race control that you can't. I think they're still flapping bodywork on the other Mustang now. Yeah, I think.
Well, they've been sort of in the wars a little bit, and sometimes for no reason, that just tends to happen to cars. Well, Thomas Floor being rescued. He's going to have to be craned out, actually, rather than put him with two wheels on the grass, because the other two will be in the gravel. They'll just drag him back in. They'll lift him over onto terra firma. I'm just going to take a moment or two, by the way, for a little bit of Haven family house cleaning. To the amazement of Anthony Davidson, Oscar Haven of this parish has just finished the London Marathon, his first London Marathon, 2 hours 29:01.
Did he take the bus?
Honestly, I couldn't have done it on a Boris bike in that time, no, never mind on two legs. So congratulations, Os. Now then, let's take a look back at the start of the race, and in traffic behind the leaders in both classes. Contact in the LMGT3 field, contact at the front as well. Jean-Carl Vernet in the Isotta Fraschini seemed to have been the cue ball, coming in late from behind, and he hit the Alpine, which went into the BMW, which went into the Peugeot, and the Isotta Fraschini came through it unscathed, except he does seem to be carrying a bit of Alpine rear bodywork. There are a number of other cars that had trouble. And there is the Alpine going off on board with the Peugeot, and that's the Isotta on the right-hand side. I'm afraid Jean-Carl getting caught out under brakes there.
It was a proper domino effect, wasn't it? Just one into the other. So here's the Peugeot. It seems riding on board with him that he loses control and hits the car in front. He does, because he's been hit from the back, and that was the Alpine going into him. But it still wasn't the Alpine's fault. He was hit from behind as well. Yeah. So just that concertina effect into turn 2, 3 and 4. They know that track position is key around this circuit, and it puts more pressure on them at the start of the race. And this is, unfortunately, we're seeing this is more and more common in top flight endurance racing at the start.
And of course this year, instead of 6 or 7 hypercars, we've got 19, so there's a dozen more chances for it all to go wrong. On board with the 15, gets turned around by contact from behind, but the salient one is probably the one we're going to see next. On board the Isotta Fraschini, here we go.
So with the whole field to follow, you can see jostling for position, even a bit of contact there with the Lamborghini in front. And there we go, just absolutely caught out by the drivers braking in front. And for a moment, there's nothing you can do as you see the whole field come towards you. It's just a little bit of extra care, particularly if you're at the back of the field in your respective class. There's nothing to lose. You're not in a car that's got the potential at this particular race to challenge the front end. Just, you've got to play it with a sensible head as we're now back to green.
Back to green, and what a gap between 3rd, 4th and 5th, because the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica in 3rd is now a long way ahead of the 4th placed number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor, and he was similarly a long way ahead of Mike Conway. Further back though, Sebastian Buemi with the bit between his teeth all over the back of René Rast in the number 20 BMW. Really encouraging, Graham, to see BMW looking so much more competitive here than they were in Qatar.
Well, exactly that. I mean, René Rast has managed to fend off what has been a quite quick Toyota at the start of this race for, what, the last 20 minutes or so. Other point to make here, we're getting closer, of course, to the pit stop window for these cars, and there's a number of the cars who are lapping at speed that I think we're going to see further attention to in the pit stops, including the Cadillac. You noticed early on in the race, and that car too was involved in that nose-to-tail, to-tail incident. That's lacking bodywork at the rear left, and I think we might see the rear clip change on the Caddy. And then we've got, presumably, Isotta Fraschini. We want to give back the bodywork they're carrying for somebody else.
Meanwhile, back to the front here with the 3 Ferraris, followed by the Porsche of Vanthoor. So only 2 of them get by before the Villeneuve chicane. That's going to give Vanthoor a sniff of a chance, maybe down towards Tosa. And now back on board with Sebastian Buemi, who sees the BMW car 20 of René Rast in front of him. And you've got a Lexus in the way for Tosa, but they'll be clean as they exit. Both of those hypercars will overtake the Lexus before Piratella. So Buemi's just, he's got to play it a bit more patiently here and just seize the opportunity in traffic later on. But what a frustrating moment it must be when you know you've got the car under you. It must feel good for both Toyota drivers at the moment in terms of how the car feels, but you're constantly staring at the back of that car in front, waiting for that moment. It's not going to happen here either, as they now head back up the track towards the top chicane. And René Rast has to take a defensive line, actually, into that one. Gets away with it, though, on the exit. Didn't compromise his exit at all. And you're constantly thinking like this when you're riding on board, when you're in the car, as Buemi is there, you're constantly thinking about, where's my next opportunity coming? Where is it? Can I capitalise on this car we're coming up to next? And how's the driver in front of me looking? Where are they more vulnerable, and where can I pounce?
What we don't yet know is exactly what the strategy is that Seb Buemi is engaged with here. We do know that through last season, the Tota was strong in the second stint. BMW, at the moment, looking to squeeze what they can out that car at any point. Is it Seb Buemi looking after that car? As the Iron Dames rejoin the race, by the way, is it him looking after that car to profit from it in stint 2? And we're coming quite close to that now.
By the way, a couple of things about stint 2 and stint 3. The plan for the 83 Ferrari of Robert Kubica is to triple stint their tyres, which is going to be interesting. Little update from the FIA as well, and our thanks to Piotr from the FIA, is that it was not the torque sensor that was broken. They weren't getting any data from the CAN bus system. That is the network that sends all the data. So there was no data whatsoever coming off the car, not just torque, but absolutely zip. So that's now been fixed, and they can now monitor it, so it can now race.
Well, I'm not sure it's been entirely fixed, because the car was still shown on pit lane about 20 seconds after it left, and is now shown as stopped, whereas I'm pretty certain it hasn't. So there clearly is still a data issue from that car. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Data and the Mark 1 human eyeball are arguing with each other at the moment. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi, in 8th place, and possibly frustrated. Possibly not that frustrated.
Strong and silent type, Seb Buemi.
First for everything. Okay, we'll try and get the gist of that, because I don't know if you heard it at home, but we definitely didn't hear it here. Again, the hypercars working their way through traffic, going by the pure racing of Alexander Malikin. That Porsche way clear in LMGT3.
Okay, Seb, currently both cars can go to 36 laps, so we would target 35. More energy would be available. Alpha 9.4 is available.
Anthony, that means they're going to stop him a lap shy of when they could, which means he's basically got a lap of energy to use. Now, that means that they're not currently able to use maximum power, because obviously you can't exceed the maximum power limit. So at the moment they're lifting and coasting a bit while they're stuck in traffic. So basically it's going, okay, you're going to have an extra couple of laps, you can really go for it.
So he's got, he's got a bit more fuel to play with, basically, and in essence that is, it's just more energy, isn't it, per lap? So he's been given the instruction. You can use that energy to maybe try to put the car in front of you under a bit more pressure. And it's a nice message to receive from your engineer, but whether he can actually do anything with that extra energy per lap or not, yet to be seen.
Potentially trouble for the third place car, car 83, under investigation for possible undertaking under full course yellow. So we'll keep an eye on that, and just as I was saying that, also to note, new fastest lap of the race goes to Nick Nielsen with 132.499. That came on lap 24, the previous lap, but Antonio Giovinazzi still within a single second of the leading number 50 car in the chasing 51 Ferrari 499P. What a shot. What a place.
You see this battle here with Mike Conway and Laurent Vantour in the number 6 Porsche. This battle now been going on since the start of the race. Conway's been staring at the back of that Porsche, and I'm sure he knows he's got the car to do it. And once he's free, then he'll be able to immediately put pressure on Robert Kubica or the car 83 in front of him, who is under investigation, by the way, as you said earlier on, Graham, for potentially overtaking a car under the full course yellow.
And that, of course, will have been a GT car, so he was trying to get in front of, as they went down to 80, there is a tiny leeway of being at 80 by the time the count gets to 0 of half a second or something, but it's very, very marginal. So they will look at that data very closely, but those are the risks you have to take. Now, talking about Conway, we've just heard Buemi's engineer saying, we're going to stop a lap short of Mike, so you've got a bit more power. The codicil of that is Mike does not have any extra power or any extra fuel consumption that he can use to try and get by the Porsche, so he's going to have to try and do it by stealth or guile or traffic, because they don't want to stop a lap early as well, because then both Toyotas will be on pit load together.
You always want to, yeah, you always want to try and split your cars as well if you can by a lap, just to free up a bit of space in this very tight circuit here in Imola, in a tight pit lane as well. You don't want both cars coming in together. Let's hear from Cottingham.
Okay, careful, safety to box, you'll stay in the cut.
Tyre seems to have pressure still, so okay to push it a little.
Well, they have a Goodyear Eagle replacement ready. That was a while ago, I'm guessing, because I'm not sure that'll be feeling particularly healthy right now. James Cottingham with a right rear, and probably will be from some debris from those first lap shunts.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if I could see any. Yeah, he's got to slow down as well. As soon as the tyre starts to flail around like that, you're just going to do more harm than good. You feel like when you're in the car, I must get back to the pits. I don't want to lose time. I'll get back to the pits as quickly as I can. But if you do that, you come back into the pits, Gilles Villeneuve style. We've all seen that that image of the car. I mean, it was destroyed. So there's nothing you can do then. So it's better to go much slower and live to fight another day than it is to race back to the pits with the tyre flailing around and damaging the bodywork. It looks like he's just about got away with that because the tyre is still intact. It hasn't started ripping apart. So, yeah, there was he obviously felt it was still okay to drive fast while he had a bit of pressure in, but he completely lost all pressure there. So, yeah, it's probably a bit of debris you could just see on the side of the track there as well, but so much carbon fibre will be all over this track from the earlier incidents.
We've got to mark some progress from a couple of our new for 24 cars. One of them is this battle. Said Buemi, hair coursing is illegal in the UK, but it does seem to be that he's just trying to escape the quicker car behind and almost running out of puff, but managing to keep it there. 3 cars in a row here. It's the Assetto Fraschini, then the Alpine and the Peugeot. This is for position, by the way.
And revenge. Because his Otter got by 6 cars by essentially punting them all off in one go, accidentally, and so far there has been no penalty applied. But there is the Otter still with damage to the front, and a bit of an Alpine souvenir collection going on there as well.
The other quick thing to note, by the way, is great progress in terms of the relative pace here over what we saw in Qatar from the car currently in 11th place. Mirko Bortolotti had a bit of a whoopsie on his way to the grid, turning the car around and struggling to find reverse. That does not appear to have hurt him. He's in 11th place, running strongly, fending off the Proton competition number 99 Porsche of Neil Gianni.
And actually he's only 1.1 seconds behind the Hertz team Joe Carb Will Stevens, so he's attacking as much as he is defending. Here comes the Peugeot, looking for a way by the Alpine, and Peugeot very distinctive in its first guise, this 9X8, with no rear wing. Now it has grown a rear wing. This is an updated version, a very, very significant change, including very different tyre strategy. It's now got the same as everybody else, fat tyres on the back, narrow tyres on the front. They've completely changed the aero balance of the car with the rear wing to support those rear tyres. That means the whole under tray has changed, the whole under floor airflow, through body airflow, over body airflow. 95% of that Peugeot that looks exactly the same to the naked eye is brand new. So the windscreen and the air intake are the only carryover pieces that would fit from last year's car onto this year's car, and that includes transmission, drive shaft, suspension, wheels, brakes, aerodynamic, bodywork, everything. The driver's tub remains the same, the engine and the gearbox are the same, the rest is new. Shouldn't be called the 9X8, should be called the 9X9 at least. It's, I mean, wholesale changes, and for the drivers, a much more raceable car. Suddenly, they're not terrified of the thing stepping and twitching an inch out of line and destroying their rear tyres as it does so.
Still this battle, this time through LMGT3 traffic. They've tippy-toed through that without too much drama, and it's still almost nose to tail from flying Rennie Rast and flying Seb Boemi as well. You mentioned, I think it might be the first time we've mentioned in the broadcast, Hertz Team Cota, they are uncharacteristically quiet, and that says to me, because they're both uncharacteristically quiet and lapping together, the strategy at place here.
Yeah, there could be, Cota ran a very different strategy to the Works Porsche team in Qatar, and we could be seeing that again here with the early safety car as well. Don't forget, that always throws up a few more opportunities for different strategies. But actually, as we say that, car number 38 of Phil Hansen, who also qualified that car, I believe, in 38, now starting to catch up ever so slightly to the back of Sebastian Buemi, who's stuck behind René Rast. So this could be not just a two-way fight for now, it could actually be a three-way fight in just a matter of laps.
Well, after the imbroglio of the start, it's time now for actually everybody to get their heads down and start to grind this out, because this is going to be a race of attrition on brains, on bodies, as well as on engines, brakes and tyres. So you've just got to get the car under you and start working and stay on track and stay out of the pit lane and don't hit things. It's all the basic rules of endurance racing. Go fast, don't hit stuff, and that's exactly what they're having to do now. Work for every hundredth of a second.
Very conscious, by the way, there's one car that was on pit lane. Is actually, we've got a second, the 35 Alpine on pit lane. One car we haven't given an update on is the number 15 BMW, involved in that multi-car issue. Heard from BMW, crew is still assessing damage, doing their best to repair the car and to return it to the race as soon as possible. They want mileage.
I've just ordered Bruce off down there to try and grab a word with Marco Wittmann. 35 is in, regular stop for the Alpine. I mean, we're sort of at the time where they should all have gone.
Not quite, no. Bear in mind, we've had caution periods. I think we're a good 5 laps away from that.
Well, we heard Buemi's engineer say most will be stopping on lap 36. We're aiming for lap 35, and that's lap 30 for the Alpine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the sister car, that was the car, of course, that was delayed. That car is now making its way quickly up through the LMGT3 order. 35 car rejoins the race. 36, meanwhile, that's 17th place. 36 car at the moment, still in the hands of Mathieu Vazevière, currently lapping in 22nd place, with the top 4 in LMGT3 still ahead of it.
Now, anybody looking at the timing pylon there is going, oh, look, Peugeot 15th and 16th, so much for the new car. That's not the whole story, is it?
Nowhere near.
Not at all. I do think the new car's got a lot of potential, and drivers are very keen on it. Now then, let's catch up with Bruce Giuani in a moment or two, as he's down at BMW. Bruce, what do you know? What have the team told you about the number 15 car?
Well, there was severe damage at the back of the car. They had to rebuild suspension. It took a lot of time, but the car is about to rejoin in a few moments.
All right, that's very good news indeed. And as you rightly say, the car needs mileage. They've only run it in Qatar. They've never run it on a European track of any kind, and Qatar definitely is not representative of where we race, so they need that mileage. So it is 31 laps in now as cars start to make their first pit stops. Nearly at the first hour mark here in Imola, and it is still a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 overall. Porsche, Toyota, Porsche and BMW, and there's the 6th place BMW under real pressure from the 7th place BMW rather. Real pressure from Sebastian Buemi, car number 8 in 8th. Buemi's been told by the team that he's got a little more power map to use, but it doesn't seem to be enough, and that's encouraging. BMW staying in front of the de facto benchmark of this class.
I completely agree. Meantime, we're into LMGT3 pit stop territory, and 4 cars on pit lane at the moment. The 81 TF Sport car first away, then the 777D Station Racing Aston Martin, United Autosports are pitted there, 95 McLaren, and the 2nd TF Sport Corvette, the number 82 there. We heard from Bruce, the number 15 car about to rejoin. This is a remarkable era in motorsport. Look at the damage we saw in that first lap incident, multi-car incident, and yet those cars are still racing.
Well, that's the replaceability of all the body panels, is that they are built for servicing in a way that most road car body panels definitely are not, because these are not road cars. In fact, they might once have had some semblance of a road car central body tub, but the rest of it is absolutely purebred racer.
LMGT3 leader on pit road, the pure racing Porsche from Monza.
And he had a massive advantage over the 27 Aston of Ian James, which is now our race leader. But look at the Lexus, and again, Lexus, where were they in Qatar? Well, getting knocked off and thrown into the gravel and absolutely nowhere on pace. This is a wholly different track, and I don't know how much knowledge of it Jerome Policon's team have, but Codis ASP's Lexus is looking a very different proposition, and that's what bringing the races to European tracks is going to do. It's going to change the face of the championship.
They definitely have got the experience here, but not with the Lexus, with the Mercedes AMG. Sorry, Ant, I got across you there.
Yeah, no, it was just, I was going to say, Buemi ducking and diving in desperation to get through the GTs before Aqua Minerali. And you can see the Cota now stuck behind through that top chicane of 14 and 15.
Bruce just telling us from the pit lane that the number 15 BMW is rolling, so it will come out on track in a moment or two, assuming it makes it from him past us. It is just about to rejoin, but there is Ian James. Ian James leading, and look at the energy left for a Codis ASP, Proton, Heart of Racing, and Manthey. They are right down to the dregs in the tank. They were saying that it's got hard tyres on the rear and mediums on the front, so what they're doing is learning things with that car, triple stinting, or maybe trying to see even if they can triple stint a hard tyre in moderately warm conditions. Track temperature 23, 25 degrees today, certainly not flailing heat, but maybe not as cold as it might be.
Did see look like yellow bands on the tyres on our side.
Look at this though, so race leader really getting caught up behind the GT.
And do you know what? If Giorgio Roda in that Mustang had just stayed in the middle of the road, that would have been a lead change.
100%.
We talked about this after Qatar, the much more high-speed nature of the track, of all the corners, meant that there was a big disparity in closing speed between the hypercars and the GT cars. Here, the hypercars, apart from into Tamburello, don't go so much faster. So in more of the corners, they're closing at a lower speed to the GT3, LMGT3 cars. The LMGT3s brake deeper than they used to as GTE cars because they've now got anti-lock brakes, but their minimum corner speed is lower, so they're deeper into the corner but slower out of it, and that makes them a more long-term hold-up for some of our hypercars. And as you saw, Nick Nielsen very nearly lost the lead to Antonio Giovinazzi, and Giovinazzi and his teammates at 51 need the lead. They need the win. He's not just gently following his teammate, he's trying to get by with everything he knows.
Looked like a problem in that pit stop for Esteban Masson on the number 87 Lexus. Meantime, the team car, the 78 car, has taken the lead but has not yet pitted. Got a 1 minute stop and go penalty meanwhile to car 91. That is Yasser Shaheen's Porsche for causing the collision with car 85 at the start.
And that's Sarah Bovey's and Dame's Lamborghini. Well, we know from having seen the energy readouts that if the Acodis ASP Lexus does not stop on this lap, it's not getting to the pits at all, because he only had 1% energy the last time we saw it, so he will need to be in the pits.
In addition to which, 36, the Alpine has been called as the car responsible for that issue at the start of the race.
Wow.
There goes the errant parts from the front of the Assetto Fraschini. They get a good chance for a good long lingering look at this Michelotto designed and built car.
Right next to them, in front of them, comes the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari. Thomas Floor, I saw they were ready for a driver change, so Thomas is going to do a single stint.
Race leader in.
And so is third place, first and third. So Antonio Giovinazzi, the new race leader, goes longer.
And this is a really important lap for Antonio Giovinazzi. Can the overcut work? If the traffic's kind to him this lap and the traffic's not kind to car 50, you might well see a change of the lead here.
And the track in front of him is fairly open. He's got the 91 Porsche to get by. He'll do that out of Tosa. Then there's an Alpine. Then there's a big gap. He's only going to catch 2 cars maximum on his in-lap. That could be very significant.
And I'm sure they're going to keep the same set of tyres on. Bruce might correct me if I'm wrong. Keep the same tyres on, the number 50.
Yeah, 50 and 83 are there. 50 is the red.
There is a wheel.
Corsa car, yeah, 1 tyre.
Could be the rear left we're hearing that's getting changed on that car 50.
Look to see if they're looking at the rear bodywork on this Cadillac. 54 gets away. Now the tyres go on the number 50 car. I did Tyre did see, by the way, no, and it's an overcut left. It's an overtake in the pits from the 83 on the 50.
So did the 83 not change tyres at all? That would explain the swap of positions there. So
Right,
that's what's lost him the position for car 50. But he has got one tyre that's in much better condition, but I think track position is your absolute key round here.
I was just looking, it is a yellow sidewall on the 50 car. I was just looking to see maybe if that unused left rear, which does almost no work, might have been going for a hard. Okay, change of place, 99 loses a spot. That's Neil Jarni in the Proton car.
And here's 51, your race leader of Antonio Giovinazzi, trundling down the pit lane now.
Purple middle sector on his in-lap from Giovinazzi. The Porsche LMGT3 car held him up not at all.
And I'm looking at the driver tracker screen that we have in here in the commentary box, and the car 50 has got quite a lot of traffic. You can see there on the exit of Tosa, an 83 who's jumped him in the pit stops, of course. So the fight now between Giovinazzi is with this guy here, Robert Kubica. The race is on.
Look at Porsche going further again, and BMW going further, because 5, 20, 38 and 12 have yet to stop. They're going further on their fuel than Ferrari and Toyota.
Yeah, we've got one of the Porsches, Lawrence Ventura, is on pit lane, but the others aren't, including the 2 Jota cars.
But this is the race, guys. This is the race. So we've got some GTs coming up before the double Ravazza, double left-hander of 18 and 19, but I don't think Kubica is going to meet them there. So he's had a pretty clean outlap as well. Where is that car 51? I can see it coming out the pit lane now. This is going to be incredibly close.
It's going to be very close. He's off the speed limit. He's up to speed. The number 6 Porsche comes out behind him. Does the number 6 Porsche move up to second? Mike Conway's out to third. He's in front of Kubica at the moment, but Kubica's coming up with a big head of steam. All the tyres are hot. There is Kubica. Conway did get by. Look, the Toyota's got by. But the BMW and the Porsche have also jumped up the order. Wow.
It was all about the traffic management on your in-laps and your out-laps as well, on who changed tyres or not.
And look who's coming in. The 5 Porsche is in, 20 BMW still to come in, and 38 and 12 from Jota. They're in this lap as well. This could be a massive throw all the cards up in the air moment.
This is what we're talking about the way the strategy plays, not just on pit lane, but to choose the lap on which they're going to pit the car because of the traffic.
I think they've learned a very valuable lesson here for the remainder of the race. Of all the teams, you can't overtake on track, even with the help of traffic. It's all about your in-laps and your out-laps and keeping those tyres on the cars as long as you can, because it's all about track position.
And there's yet another outrider here, because Will Stevens did not pit. He's gone round for another lap. He now leads the race.
Now, how can he have done that? What's he doing? Pedaling it like Fred Flintstone. There is Will Stevens leading the race. Johnny Soft Shoes, as we're going to have to call him, fast and economical. So he sat in traffic, used slipstream like a Formula E driver, lift and coast, lift and coast, lift and coast. Okay, Will, we're going to tuck him up by 2 laps.
You know what it is? It's joke. They know how tight Will is, and they've made him pay for the fuel himself.
Oh.
I mean, that's the effect that he has.
Even I didn't see that bus coming. Changes here. The BMW came out in front of the 50 Ferrari.
So we are fighting with the Porsche behind you. They put a bit less fuel trying to undercut. So we did a good job there.
Okay.
Keep focus on tire.
Now, the one problem now for a bear with a simpler brain as mine is we are now into Formula One fuel strategy race management. And I can't do the maths in my head.
But Porsche are well ahead of the game here. I think they realised that they're not going anywhere. They were holding up the Toyota, in fact. They realised firsthand how hard it was to actually find your way by on track. And they've realised we could jump a couple of cars here if we underfuel the car through strategy.
Will Stevens is in. Leader is at Variante Alta. That's exactly what I was about to say. Second is the number 6 Porsche. Third is the number 7 Toyota. Fourth now is 83, that was the leader before this round of pit stops. The yellow Peugeot, Toyota, Ferrari. I mean, the Porsche is now 5 and 6. Well, 5 has dropped down to 6th or 7th place. But I mean, massive changes. And it's the brains on the pit wall that are going to have to think this thing backwards, forwards, and inside out while watching the GPS tracker.
And if you thought that was confusing, and you evidently did, then it's the second stint here. Here's where we actually find out what the teams in their second season have learned from Tota in the previous years, because that's where they were crushingly dominant until this point, second stint.
No, Toyota have never had to do that. They've always had the car to be in front. The only pit undercutting or overcutting has been between the 2 cars when one's tried to get ahead of the other.
The biggest performance advantage that Tota have had in this era in Hypercar is in their ability to stretch the maximum performance in the second and third stint.
Yep.
That's where the new cars, the new teams have struggled, and that's where they're catching up.
Yep.
That's the excitement of it. It's the opposite of the usual debate about balance of performance. Balance of performance works best the deeper you go and the more effective you can be with the car you've got under you. That's excellence in this era.
I'm sure some very clever people at Aston Martin Racing right now back in Silverstone who have been up a long, long time because of the Grand Prix in China, who are now sitting here going, oh, we're going to have to do that as well. Oh, my Lord, it's doing my dome in. So, but that's the way it's going to have to be, because tyres are no longer a factor. Everybody has the same tyre. You're going to have to make them last. You're going to have to. That's not a question. It is going to be about managing traffic. And this is like trying to find the right gap in traffic in the old qualifying system to get a hot lap in.
I wondered how Conway's lap time was going to be there at 33.3. Robert Kubica behind him, a 34.0, a 33.9 for Laurent Vantor, who's in front in second place. And then in the lead of the race, Antonio Giovinazzi with a 33.5. So Conway, the fastest of that pack on that particular lap, didn't seem to have that much traffic, and obviously a fair fight on that lap between himself and Kubica. They've really got the speed here, as we anticipated when we saw him stuck behind Vantor earlier on in the race.
It's 36 car serving its 1 minute stop and hold penalty for taking the blame for the incident at the start of the race. The pit stop time is pretty critical there. 1:16 for the leading car, number 51. 1:15 for the number 6 Penske Porsche. Gazoo Racing's number 7 car, 1:16. 1:20 for the 83 car. 1:18 for the 5 Penske. And 1 minute 23 seconds for the other car in the Ferrari factory team.
Obviously check the car. I got quite some damages front and rear.
Into the 6 Hours of Imola. Ferrari lead, but a very different picture after the first round of stops. The number 6 championship leading Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is in second, and the number 7 Toyota Mike Conway driving that into third place. Lots of different pit stop strategies have shuffled up the order. The 83 yellow Ferrari was the leader just as the pit stops started to run through, but some later stops and some teams taking a lot of fuel on board and some teams taking significantly less. Anthony Davidson, this is going to become a real trap for the brain, isn't it? This is going to be as much for the brains on the pit wall, even more than ever now, as it is for the drivers in the car.
Even before the first round of pit stops, even between the LMGT3 cars, I was going to say that we're seeing multiple cars trapped behind one another with it seemingly impossible to overtake, even with the help of some traffic, slower cars out on track. So it's naturally going to push it to tyre strategy, and in Porsche's case, fueling strategy is one of the things I hadn't even considered, actually, to underfuel your car purposely, to put yourself out of sync with others to help maximize your in-laps and out-laps. So they're now going to have to really look at this for the next round of pit stops when it comes to the driver changes potentially as well. Where are we going to come out compared to the people we're fighting on track or even defending on track to maintain or gain the track position? Really intriguing stuff. It's going to be hard for us to stay on top of, but even more so for the teams to predict and anticipate moving forward in this race today.
At some stage, those who short-fueled and have got track position are going to have to use that fuel, which will mean a longer stop, which means surrendering track position. So it's not a one-time magic bullet. Yeah, we're ahead of them, great, we'll stay there till the end of the race.
Well, there's one team that almost certainly seems to have done that, because the quickest of the hypercars on pit lane last time was that BMW of René Rast, and it has enabled him to stay ahead of Seb Buemi. Interestingly, there was 6 seconds quicker on pit lane. The gap is 4.5 seconds. It would have cost him a place. It didn't, because they've chosen to just marginally short fuel that car. But you're absolutely right, it's the end of this stint that's going to start to bring that pendulum back into play.
Looking at the onboard view of Sara Bovi in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. There she is, just being dive-bombed by the Isotta Fraschini Hypercar. And that car, of course, with that initial early race problem, getting hit from behind by the Porsche Manthey EMA Porsche, that damaged the transmitting system for all of their onboard sensors, so the FIA bus could see nothing. As a result, they had to park the car and fix that, because these cars are monitored live during the race. But she's now closing up on the 59 McLaren right in front. Now, this is not a battle for position. 59, which is James Cottingham, is all over the back of Hiroshi Koizumi, in front of him in the TF Sport Corvette, and that is a battle for position. That is for 9th place. So Sara Bovi with these two cars, she's actually lapping quicker, she's catching them, but the problem is she has to unlap herself, so they're not necessarily going to get blue flags to allow her to go through.
Was that the Iron Dames actually coming into the pits there?
Yes, it was, well spotted, yeah.
So this fight continues between the Corvette and the McLaren as they come down towards the first chicane. Tamburello turn 2, 3 and 4.
First investigation for a potential technical infringement of the race, and that's the number 50 car. Now, that's one of our two Mustangs. That's the car that was trailing the bit of bodywork at the back. The technical infringement normally in the race is that it may have exceeded its permitted power output, because that's the torque monitoring, that's the thing that is more likely perhaps than any other to have pinged up. Might have to have a little bit of a check of that on the FIA system, see if there's any more details.
So yeah, car 50 was leading the race once upon a time.
Yes.
They're now down in P6 as we look at the
beg your pardon, of course, that's the 50 Ferrari rather, not the Mustang, so yeah. That could be significant for Ferrari here.
These are scenes that we didn't want to see, and that Sara Bovi riding on board there didn't want to feel either. The car being wheeled back on the dollies back into the garage. The problems persist down there in the Lamborghini. It's just out of view goes our race leader Antonio Giovinazzi, who enjoys a buffer of 3.7 seconds to that of Laurent Vanthoor in the car number 6, with slightly less fuel on board, we believe, than the Ferrari. And Giovinazzi, a dream start for him in this race today for his stint behind the wheel. As like we said, the sister car of car 50 was leading the race with Nicholas Nielsen, now down in P6. So from that single tyre change on the left rear, maybe as a result of pushing a little bit too hard, they felt whatever the reason was down there at car 50, they needed to change that single tyre. Didn't see any of the other front runners in Hypercar make that call, so maybe he had a slow puncture or something. I'm starting to think it's the only reason you would go for a single tyre change, and particularly on the left-hand side as well, on this anti-clockwise circuit, there'd be more the right rear, if any, that was going to see the brunt of the force.
Yeah, so it does sound like there was an issue, of course, with that 5, 6, 7 car pile-up or whatever it was in the first corner in Hypercar. It's entirely possible. We saw James Cottingham's McLaren coming in with a puncture in its right rear tyre, didn't we? And so it may have been that the 50 Ferrari had picked something up as well. So no notification yet as to what the possible technical infringement might be. That car in 6th place with Nick Nielsen at the wheel, as the sister 51 car leads the race. In the LMGT3 category, this battle continues. There's the D station Aston Martin 777 of Clément Mature, and Hiroshi Koizumi closing in on him now. Koizumi in that black and yellow TF Sport Corvette, right up behind, and James Cottingham is the next man in the list, but he's not in that particular battle. Here's a challenge. The VistaJet Ferrari down the inside of the 31 BMW. Francois Heriot going by Darren Leung.
So it's always hard to be seen actually on the inside into that turn 2 in that first chicane at Tamburello. So, you know, the two drivers there did really well to not just make the move, but also to be seen by the BMW in car 31 with Darren Leung, and to make sure you accommodate that position and the fact that you are under attack. You see here the Ferrari working its way past as well. It's so hard to get through there. It's double file, And the Iron Dames getting wheeled back once again into pit road. I did check, by the way, Martin, you are allowed in the regulations to change the single tyre, so that technical infringement isn't because of that. If for anyone wondering back at home, it is within the rules.
A couple of Horton Lane stories. We've just seen the Iron Dames car come back out, but Marco Wittmann in the number 15 BMW, and is that what we're looking at there? Is that 15 or 20? My eyes won't tell me on our monitor. Marco Wittmann has just set his fastest race lap. So a 1:33.9, and that stacks up pretty well. The leaders are doing 1:33.6, 1:34.5, so he's right in there and swinging in terms of lap time. So whatever ailed the number 15 car early on, and it has got a slightly split tyre strategy. He's certainly finding pace in it at the moment. Looking here at the D station car, that's the black and green Aston Martin 777. 8th place battle. He's ahead of James Cottingham, but behind Josh Cagle in the 95 McLaren now. James Cottingham, having stopped earlier for a puncture, dropped down the order, now trying to work his way back up. He's in 9th place in the black and orange, or papaya we should say, McLaren, and all over the back of the D station Aston Martin of Clément Mathieu, their bronze driver. James qualified the McLaren yesterday, he's their bronze driver. Made it into the top 10 shootout, was delighted to do so. And the car next behind, the black and yellow Corvette, that's also in a battle for position, Hiroshi Koizumi. And then the Proton competition Mustang of Ryan Hardwick, the turquoise car, is a little further back and a long way out of shot. It's about the length of a straight behind, and as the Aston Martin is slow off the corner, here comes Cottingham climbing the hill out of Tosa. He's got the inside line, and as they get up to the Piratella at the top of the hill, he gets through and shuts the door on the number 12 car. So that is Will Stevens trying to go through in the Hurst Team Cota car. He's going to have to go down the hill, picks off one into the first part of Aqua Minerale, and down into the second part. He's now right behind the McLaren. So great opportunism there by James Cottingham, and determined not to allow his move to be ruined by some pesky hypercar.
No, brilliant move there by Cottingham. And do you see the number 38 Jota now barging its way in through turn 14 and 15 in that chicane there. So all the drivers being nice and patient and respectful of each other at this point in the race, but you could see with Will Stevens through Aqua Minerale how the Aston Martin behind could actually close in because of the kind of slow speed technical ability of the GT cars versus the hypercars. They carry their speed in different positions. This is a beautiful view of that fight. And the Jota, Will Stevens did absolutely the right thing there. If you got involved in that moment that wasn't yours, that would have all ended pretty nastily for all three of them.
Now closing in behind the silver VistaJet Ferrari, not in this battle. It confirmed there, it is the 54. We saw Thomas Floor stopping at the last stop, and it is Francesco Castellacci, their top driver, who's in the car now. So that car is now starting to unlap itself from the battles in front, but it's not for position.
That was Charles Milesi that we're riding on board with, moving over to the right-hand side to allow the race leader through to lap him.
Yeah, neat, tidy stuff. Good to get a bit of concentration on this LMGT3 battle. James Cottingham, don't know what you think, guys, but I think it's going to emerge as this LMGT3 class matures as one of our star bronzes. He's looking already to have that was another very close moment.
Yeah, you saw the Isotta Fraschini, the red, white and blue hypercar getting boxed in behind the BMW, and he was looking to go through on the inside. The BMW was having none of it, and rightly so. And suddenly the Isotta is under real pressure from behind from Charles Milesi in that delayed 35 Alpine, and down the inside he comes, through he goes. So that is a position change. Milesi up to 15th place.
Great stuff. A much better run to this point from the Isotta Fraschini as well. Not quite on the ultimate pace, but running reliably. Ran for most of that first stint with a fair part of one of its competitor cars a bit to the front.
Now, of the three drivers, no question Jean-Carl Vernet is the class of the trio, and that will be when the car is going fastest, so it won't maintain that speed necessarily through the stints as the other drivers come on board. But as we ride with Mike Conway, Lawrence Vanthoor right in front. Now, don't forget, that gap was about 5 seconds after the pit stops. It's about 1.5 seconds now. Drive-through penalty for the 83 car. It's not going Ferrari's way. That's Robert Kubica for not respecting full course yellow. Now, I'm sure the guys in the truck are looking to see if they can find pictures off the cameras of when the cars slowed down, and I'll put a pound to a penny that Kubica was going around an LMGT3 car as the full course yellow count got down to 0 and did not get the car slowed in time.
Key here is how many places is that going to cost him? It could be up to 4 places in the overall running order. Heath in 4th, just 8 seconds back is Fred Bacco in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, but right on his heels is Nick Nielsen in the 50 factory Ferrari.
Well, let's assume that if you don't serve a drive-through because there's not time before the end of the race, or the penalties applied
30 seconds
later, it's 30 seconds. He's 11 seconds behind the leader, plus 30 means 41, 42 seconds back. That takes him down to 10th place Phil Hansen, who's 42 seconds down.
It's not quite that simple, because whilst it only takes, 23 seconds through pit lane, he's still moving.
Yeah.
So he's not losing 23 seconds, he's losing a little bit less than that.
But he's got a slowdown coming in and speed up going out, so it's getting close to losing
30-ish.
5 or 6 places. On board with Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari.
Yeah, so Nick Nielsen in P6 at the moment. He's staring at the back of Frederick Makowiecki's Porsche Penske. Into Aqua Minerale we go. We know how hard it is to... there's a reprimand just flashed up on the screen. Reprimand for that car number 50 for their technical infringement. So a bit of a slap on the wrist there for them, whatever that situation was. We'll find out in due course. I'm sure Bruce is on it down in pit lane to try and get the information. But still, you know, they're that P6 that they're in at the moment, that's going to be protected for now, and he's on the attack with the Porsche in front as well, as we were saying before. So they've got the speed to gain some positions back here. But Ferrari, like you said, Martin, is starting to crumble, isn't it? Just slightly with the car number 83 having that infringement as well, having to do a drive-through. They're in the pits now, we hear. So 83 coming through pit lane as we speak. And Mike Conway had pulled the gap. There we see on screen now. So Mike Conway had pulled the gap on Robert Kubica from 2 seconds to 4.5. Conway and car number 7 has the speed to win this race today on pure pace.
So the 83 car dropped behind the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars, and as he got back on the power, the second car, the Hertz Team Jota cars, is absolutely on it and closing the 83 as it was getting back up to speed. So it could have dropped as low as 10th by the end of this lap.
So Porsche, not quite the speed that they had in Qatar. This slower speed circuit here in Imola, heavier on the brakes as well. They're not quite got that same luxury, that speed advantage that they had at round 1, but they're in the mix and they're able to hold on to track position as the GT's getting very close through that chicane there. The Lexus and the Porsche really trying desperately to stay out of the way as well, as we got Nick Nielsen coming up towards Rivazza 1 and 2.
Wasn't quite the room there for the Dane to take advantage of the check-up that the Porsche had to give to those 2 lapped LMGT3 cars.
René Rast just watching on, the perfect spectator view as he sees this battle. Look at the speed of the Ferrari in a straight line, actually. That might give him the advantage down towards turn 2. He does. And that's the first proper overtake that we've seen in the hypercar category. That was a very good move there by Nielsen. Gets the job done. Now it's René Rast's turn, potentially.
Yeah, René Rast is right in the slipstream. One of the Achilles heel, or the Achilles heel of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars last year was their inability to keep the tyre life all the way through a second stint.
Oh, he's made a mistake, sorry, around Tosa has Makowiecki. He's under pressure here from Rast as they head up the hill to Piradella.
That's not Rast, that's the other BMW.
Has he run out of grip? This is 15, so this is Marco Wittmann. Yeah,
so yeah,
Wittmann
he's not in that race. Yeah, Wittmann's not in that race. This isn't for track position.
But that was.
And that was a brilliant move.
Wasn't it just? That came from seemingly nowhere.
Just the difference is speed in the straight. And remember, Nielsen does have that left rear tyre. Even one tyre at this stage in the race is going to start to give you a bit more grip, a bit more advantage over someone like Makawiki is running all 4 tyres still from the start of the race.
And that tyre, hello? No, don't bring that over here. The team were looking at a low pressure warning light on the 50 car, so that's why they changed the tyre. So Valentino Rossi just checking the weather forecast. Not quite as absolutely critical as it is when you've only got 2 contact patches on your motorcycle tyre the size of a credit card, but nevertheless the rule remains the same. You know, you have to be on the money to get the best out of all these cars, and whether you're in Hypercar like René Rast or whether you're in LMGT3 like Valentino, you need to know everything when you're looking at getting in the car. So René Rast in the number 20 BMW is 0.8 of a second back from the Porsche, and he's got a teammate in front that is already harassing the Porsche. Now clearly the first of those 2 BMWs, which is many laps down to Marco Wittmann, is not going to be a problem for René Rast to go by. He'll make life as easy as possible, but right now Wittmann is trying to work over the Porsche, make him use more energy, make him use more tyre, soften him up if you like, for his teammate René Rast coming up behind.
So we didn't speak about the BMWs much in Qatar, and I know we've given Jota a lot of stick over the years for making their cars look very similar. I'm going to start that protest with the 2 BMWs as well. So they've got one red top to their to the rim, but one blue. So that's the mild difference that we can see there.
And in fact, I hadn't really spotted that René Rast's already got by Marco Wittmann, so that BMW chasing the Porsche is René Rast, and that is for position. Wittmann is actually now running tail gunner. On board in the middle of the battle for podium positions here with Mike Conway in the Toyota. There is the black Toyota GR010 right behind the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. That's for second place. Lawrence Vanthoor. We've seen now in the last couple of laps that the sister number 5 car, Fred Makawiki, is losing pace to the cars that were safely behind it. That's happening now to a championship leader, Lawrence Vanthoor. Porsche are not keeping their tyres alive to the end of the second stint.
He's got a bit of a breather here, though, has Vanthoor. He overtook that McLaren just in the nick of time before Acque Minerali gave Mike Conway the slowdown. There's a lock-up there in front into the top chicane. It might have been from the Alpine number 35. As we look back now at this battle between René Rast in the car 20, there he is, and Fred Makawiki in front of him. So both Porsches, like you say, Martin, just starting to struggle a little bit for pace now in these hottest conditions of the race that we'll have today.
And how close, penalty for 99, that's Neil Jarni. He was warned for repeatedly abusing track limits. Now he's been given a penalty for it. So there's Miguel Molina. He's next into the 50 Ferrari that is currently lying in 4th place. And his teammate Nick Nielsen is 12 seconds behind the battle for 3rd.
Watch the number 7 Toyota, but we're talking about the BMWs. This will give a big boost to the whole team, I'm sure. They're not in the fight for the lead, but they are in a fight, and they absolutely were not in a fight in Qatar, but they've been fighting from the very start.
Well, they're fighting the team that won the race in Qatar. So that just goes to show how it can flip and flop this year.
Can I also just point out, René Rast's last lap at 1:34.3, the leaders at 1:33.7, second place Lawrence Vanthoor in his Porsche at 1:34.1. So René Rast on the last lap, as he closed in on the number 6 Porsche, is actually at almost at race leading pace. So they have got race pace, and what's more, they seem to have more of it left as we get towards the end of the second stint than the more experienced Penske Porsche team.
Maybe, well, as interesting is the form at the moment of Alex Lynn. Now, I think he may have taken tyres in that pit stop, but he's just put in the fastest lap of his race, a 33.3.
Yeah, not sure he did. I'm going to just
It's a long
double check,
pit stop,
actually.
but we think they may have changed the rear clip.
They
on that
replaced
car.
the tail. They did right side tyres. Now again, we're probably going to be joined shortly by Mike McGregor from from Goodyear, and Pierre Al from Michelin. But right sides only is a very likely scenario for a lot of tyre saving. But again, the BMW, René Rast, just catching the second of the McLarens, or rather the first of the McLarens, but the second one he got to, if you see me, just losing a little bit of ground. And again, look at Marco Wittmann in the number 15, the second BMW, the one with the blue windscreen strip. That car is, again, right on the pace of the number 20 car. Despite its earlier delay, it is right on the pace of the Porsches. In fact, going quicker than Porsche number 5 here.
This chicane here really favours the BMW, actually. That seems to be where it's really at its best. I don't know about the straight line speed. We've seen that the Ferrari's got the straight line speed to overtake the likes of the Penske Porsches, but I haven't quite seen that strength from a BMW yet. But where it does seem very strong, and I saw that earlier on in the race as well, is at the chicane where they're climbing all over. It looks very agile, nice and nimble. So that, I feel like Rast knows that, and he got very close on that run down to the double Ravazza last lap, but had the traffic in the way, of course.
Well, predominantly it's been set up to work well on American road courses, and a lot of them are very like this. It's not going to be out of its depth here.
So the Ferrari in front is going away slightly. That's not a big issue. Behind you, Toyota. And then all the other cars, the gap is constant. Energy is well managed also. It's all good. 14 laps to go, 1-4.
Jumpy, stop, let me drive.
I'm not sure they're telling them the whole story, are they?
Well, we can see the energy, actually, and he is on 37%. On the graphic on the left-hand side, Conway's actually at 36%. So we heard that they underfueled that car intentionally. He's still got the same energy there, so maybe he's been doing an awful lot of lift and coast. Would explain why Conway's been able to just sail up to the back of him.
Yeah, it was the gap remains constant for the cars behind. Now, all the other cars behind are going quicker. They're not getting to you because they can't get past the other cars in front of them. But both Porsches are, yeah, possibly they're losing grip, but possibly they're just managing it. And is that the end of the race? It is. That is the end of the race for the Iron Dames. It's been a rotten 2 race weekends for them then. What looked certain to be victory in European Le Mans Series in Barcelona last week, robbed by an errant wheel nut and a thump before the start of the race, as looks like it's eventually put paid to any chance of running the car. So Andrea Piccini and the engineering crew, what can you do? Michel Gatting, Sarabovi and the rest of them are going to be very disappointed with that.
That energy graphic as well, by the way, did finally show us what we suspected was the case, is that the BMW number 20, in trying to keep track position ahead of the Toto, which it has done, is significantly shorter on energy than the cars that are around it in those fights.
Well, now, what you don't do is immediately panic. What you do is leave that deficit till the end of the race, where hopefully you've managed to work something out more cleverly. So I'm sure they will try and do the same and stay, you know, keep as much track position as possible. The number 15 car, Marco Wittmann, let's see what he's got to say.
16 before driver change. You're doing mega at the moment. Carry on, mate. We're starting to catch on everybody.
He is doing mega at the moment. He is going very quickly. And what's more, that number 15 car that had the long delay at the beginning, because he got a pretty substantial thump in the first corner, he's got hard tyres on the rear and mediums on the front. Now, nobody else has done that yet. Nobody else has broken out the red sidewalls. So they are trying something to see if they can stretch the life but maintain the performance by using a harder tyre on the rear. If they can't, then they've learned something, but the car wasn't in a position to win beforehand. So it's a no-brainer. Do something different. Franco Morbidelli here this weekend, enjoying the action. Valentino Rossi and Marco Bezzecchi in the garage today. Marco, one of the VR46 riders in MotoGP, and of course, he and Valet will spend all their off days together at the VR46 ranch, dirt biking their way around until they're laughing themselves sick. Not sure there's too many others in the paddock that want to get on a dirt bike on the VR46 ranch and put themselves against Valentino Rossi. Here's D-Station versus Lexus. This is for position, or it was. Clement Mathieu was ahead of Takeshi Kimura. Good move by Kimura-san down the inside. And again, we saw that with James Costigan, didn't we? You have to really position the car and then stick to your guns. Now, you're not going to bully me out of this, because there aren't many chances to pass.
No, he did the right thing there, some good racing, and yeah, you can see how narrow the circuit is as we ride on board the Toyota on that same part of the track where we saw that overtake with the 2 GT. So great stuff by them. Now Conway, all eyes on the Porsche in front.
Going to get down to the Iron Dames and hear from Sarah Bovey.
Sarah, can you first tell us what happened at the start of the race?
The start was really strange, to be honest. I would like to talk with some of the other drivers. It looked like the start was given and stopped 3 times in a row. We started, we stopped, we started, we stopped. I feel like I saw a red flag somewhere, so I think maybe they saw the same than me in the front and they slowed down. But then the guys behind were already on their momentum, and then the Porsche behind me couldn't avoid me, and he just like hit me. The damage on the chassis was not too bad. It was still pretty okay to drive. But unfortunately, we started to have a lot of electronic issue with the power management and everything. And I tried to do a few power cycles to reset everything, but that was obviously not enough. So we had to box and to fix everything. And now when we restarted, well, we can only cry about it because the car was quite okay. It was quite good to drive.
Well, better luck next time. Sorry for that.
Yeah, I hope for it.
As you quite rightly said, Martin, dominant last weekend in the European Le Mans Series, where they race a Porsche and robbed by a bizarre incident with the spare wheel nut jamming the rear wheel as Michel Gatting emerged from the pits.
I can empathise actually from Sarah Bovey's point of view. You know, we even, I think you even mentioned it, Martin, at the start. You're saying it's really delayed in terms of when they're going to put their foot down. We saw the red lights were on, they stayed on. They took it till the last moment for them to go out and for the drivers to really put their foot down and get on with the race. What that does is it causes a bit of anticipation and a bit of anxiety almost between the drivers further back. They feel like we should be going already, and then this kind of cat-and-mouse situation develops, and if you're right in the middle of that, you can easily get hit because the driver behind feels like the race should be going. Then it's a bit like being in a traffic jam on the M25, isn't it? It's go, it's stop, it's go. When are we actually going to go here? As we see Alex Lynn in the Cadillac number 2.
Glorious Americana pit lane moment, because there's a Corvette right in front of the caddy as well.
This is early. I'm sure this is early.
Well, they're out a little bit out of sequence, I think, aren't they? Because they had that that different stop early. Right rear puncher we're hearing for Alex Lynn.
323.4 kilometres an hour for the 83 Ferraris. You see the same car skipping over the curbs. That's the fastest top speed we've seen this race so far.
Yeah, they were knocking on the door of 330 in qualifying, which is, in old money, quite a lot of miles an hour.
Well, that's 202.12 miles an hour at 323.
Yeah. It was getting on for 206 miles an hour into Tamburello, 206 miles an hour into Tamburello in qualifying, if you don't mind. Imagine the distance you cover in 0.03 of a second difference between braking really late and just a whisker later than that. How do they judge it? That's why Anthony Davidson and guys like him are just different from the rest of us human beings.
I think Mike Conway, when he closes his eyes tonight to go to sleep, he's going to see burnt into his retinas the image of a Porsche Penske Motorsport car. He's been staring at that thing for way too long.
But again, that was a perfect example where the Lexus was. It just takes once that the Porsche doesn't catch it in the right place. We saw with the 2 Ferraris going around the Mustang, 51 so close to getting the lead and just denied because the Mustang actually stayed online and didn't stay in the middle of the road. Otherwise, they'd have position change. And that's what Conway's pressing for, pushing for, hunting for. Just, this is the water torture, the drip, 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 constant attack. Never let the guy in front think that he's got the position.
And it could be moments, it could be moments like this. This was last lap where the two of them get past. Is that one of the Corvettes?
The Iron Links, the Iron Links Lamborghini, yeah. So, yeah.
And it's all it takes, you know, if that had played out any differently, could have been contact very easily between any one of those cars.
And again, hats off to Claudio Schiavone, Mr. Iron Links, the ultimate enthusiast, stayed on the racing line, didn't panic, didn't meander, boom, okay guys, go. I've got my own race to deal with here.
The other thing to consider today as well, of course, we had a massive deluge yesterday evening through the night, completely cleared the track of any rubber that was put down from the free practice sessions beforehand and qualifying therefore. So they came into today's race on a completely green circuit, no rubber, and as that develops, as that changes through the race, your balance of the car will naturally change as well.
There were a couple of support races. There's Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, which had 19 cars, and there was an hour-long, a 50-minute-long Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe race, which had just 52 cars laying down rubber. Now, granted, it's different rubber. It's hand-cooked rubber in that case, rather than Michelin or Goodyear, but it did help to clean up the dirt and rubber up the track as well. So, yeah, 52 Lambos left a lot of rubber in the braking areas.
But I'm watching the circuit develop more and more with these, with all due respect, they're control tyres in that category, so they will naturally be quite a bit harder, and they're slower cars, they don't have much downforce at all. So with these cars putting more load through the tyres, they're softer tyres, they're wider as well. I've watched this circuit.
Oh, who was that having a monster lock-up?
Ahead of the Alpine.
Could have been one of the GT, the 54, could have been at least the Jet Ferrari, I think.
But you're right, Martin, and the weather yesterday evening was sort of brought to you by Karcher, who's going to pressure wash the entire place. But the scenes as the paddock last night, it was reminiscent of a scene from Harry Potter. It was like a special effect.
There are other pressure washers available.
Slightly surprised there are any leaves left on the trees at all. Genuinely, it was biblical proportions. The wind was blowing dust storms out of the gravel tracks. Never mind the leaves and all of that white stuff that comes off the trees. There were some shots yesterday evening that were like a blizzard, and then it was black as night. It was absolutely torrential, and yeah, people in hospitality units in the paddock feared that they were going to be taken off and end up in Kansas.
We're close to a telling point for, I would suggest, a very strong minority of the crowd here. This is the race leading LMGT3 car. Next one, he keeps stepping out that car to give Michel Sturm ahead. That puts into the lead of the race for the moment the number 46 Team WRT car. And at some point, that car is going to come and do the same. And I would guess at that point, we might be seeing somebody that might get a bit of a crowd reaction.
Look at this, you've got Sebastian Buemi has got himself into the mix, so ahead of the car number 15 that pulls into the pit lane now, with Marco Wittmann at the wheel. He's multiple laps down, of course, after that first lap carnage that we saw, but now Buemi getting closer and closer to the back of this scrap. Now we head to car 7. This battle continues with himself and Laurent Fantor.
We're going to hear from the number 17.
Mike, we tried to pass him in the pit. Hang on tight. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, okay.
It's a little bit like the Italian job. You might want to try going a little bit faster.
Would say, by the way, someone who is going a little bit faster is the 4th place car, Nick Nielsen, fastest lap of the race. Out comes Ahmed El Harti, in comes...
The doctor is in the house. Now, I was going to say, actually, Darren Leung in the 31 BMW didn't look like there was a driver change, but in fact there was. Sean Galale got in unseen by our cameras, so I wasn't sure whether they're going to double stint or push on to a triple. We've done 1 hour 48 minutes, so that is 95 minutes, so that is 98 minutes, that is just enough, 108 minutes rather, because I can't count, just enough to cover off the minimum required for the bronze drivers. So Valet is, do you know what, funnily enough, lots of people right in front of our window at the top of the grandstand have stood up. Here comes Conway. He's got a chance as they catch the Hypercar Alpine, does not get through, but real pressure now.
Yeah, that's the closest he's been, I would say, for the entire race to the back end of that car number 6, and I thought that it was going to give him a bit of an opportunity there as they work their way around the Alpine, but they've got some slower cars still up the hill towards Piratella.
The one that might be telling is 94, the Peugeot, which gets held up by the Corvette in front. The black and yellow Corvette still not letting the Peugeot through. This is real trouble for the Porsche. Where's he going to go? Conway can't get through, but there's the second element, down into Acqua Minerale, lost a metre or 5, but
that's
maybe
the first,
not enough.
That's the first move of mild desperation that I've seen from Conway. He's unusually that aggressive in traffic, particularly with the slower cars. To dive through the inside of that turn 13 there of Acqua Minerale, that was had to be super precise from Conway. He got it done, but it was a 10 out of 10 in terms of risk management.
We're looking at ground-up rebuild on this Mustang, aren't we? It's shaking itself to pieces, front and rear. There's the sister car, 77 is in. And we did just see, as we're cutting away from that shot, the Porsche got by the Peugeot. Now Conway's got to do the same. Flashing the headlights at 94, and that is the very delayed car of Paul Di Resta. He's just picked up a spot as the Azotta pits from Jean-Carl Vernet. He drops down out of 15th place.
Through all of that, though, actually it's almost order restored, isn't it? It did look as if that was going to give the Porsche driver the advantage, and then the pendulum flew the other way. That Peugeot was not easy to pass.
This is the other Porsche battle. Porsche, BMW, Toyota. Fred Mako ahead of René Rast and Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car.
This is when things really start to get tough for these drivers. At the end of a double stint, you've had these tyres on from the beginning, and the car really starts to complain. You've got to have your wits about you right now. And again, riding on board with car 8, both Toyotas looking remarkably strong in this race, just constantly stuck behind the cars in front.
Jean-Carl, it was a hectic start at the beginning. Can you tell us what happened? Maybe cold tires?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to warm up the tire as much as I was able to, and to go good start. Here it's impossible to overtake, so I just tried to be really safe. Everybody brake early. It's not like I got surprised. I braked early also, but I locked up everything and had contact with the car in front. So I'm really sorry for what happened. I mean, it's not like I took a lot of risk. I just tried to be safe, and yeah. So. And it is what it is. The situation is like this. Unfortunately for us, the car didn't have any issue except carbon part on front. And yeah, now we are trying to do our best. And target is to finish the race, so we'll see.
Okay, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Respectable figure of Gilles Duquesne there. There's the Azotta fresh out of the pit lane. And that is not going well. And that is Carl Watanabe Bennett, who has looped the car around on cold tyres.
On his outlap, yep.
Yeah. So there's Gilles Duquesne. You saw Claudio Berro as well on the left-hand side of the picture, former competition director of Maserati.
And Lotus.
And Lotus, who is now trying to make space on the curbs. Snaps out of his control. Ooh, tap as well. And he'll be feeling very sick with that.
Yeah, he was trying to stay out of trouble the best he could, wasn't he, through turn 12 on the exit of Acqua Minerale. He got onto the curb because the faster cars were coming through to lap him.
And he obviously had an incident there, because that second shot, that was a Variante Alta as well, so he's had 2 problems on that outlap.
2 matched pair battles at the moment between Porsches and Toyotas. This is the second of them. This is Sebuemi on Fred Makovic.
And by the way, that is the first hypercar to change onto cold tyres. None of the others have changed tyres yet, so they've all got that potential pain to come. Now, most of them are driven by more experienced drivers with more experience of these cars and these stone cold tyres that they have when they're brand new than Carl Watanabe Bennett. But we saw how hard the warm-up was in all the free practice sessions and in qualifying, even with minimal fuel, never mind with heavy tanks.
Buemi on the attack here with a Porsche in front. He's looking really racy. Is Seb in the car number 8, and we're trying to line up the Porsche now. Do you look to the inside? No, it's not going to happen there. So it seems the Ferrari's got a bit more speed in a straight line compared to both Porsche and the Toyota, who are very evenly matched on that part of the track. But no, you're absolutely right there, Martin, we're yet to see the top teams come out with the fresh tyres on, cold tyres, and that we're going to see them get into a bit more trouble again. We'll see other cars inevitably lose control, I'm sure.
And what we will see, of course, is that the hypercar teams will try and judge releasing their new driver when he's not under pressure from a hot, tired hypercar rival. What they won't be looking at particularly is the LMGT3 cars, and a lot of them will be at speed on hot tyres, literally falling over slow hypercars. So it is double jeopardy. You can't get your car to go quickly enough, and other cars are quicker than you and may end up running into you.
Looking there at the number 77 Mustang, well, 2 of those hypercars that are now out on cold tyres, middle order albeit. Whoa, there's more trouble for Carl Watana Bennett. First of them in the order, 11th place, because the number 20 BMW, now in the hands of Robin Freins, has come out. They have taken full pain, full tyres, full service. Number 7 Toyota on pit lane, as is the 50 Ferrari, also the Lamborghini out on cold tyres.
Yep. So, little lock up there. That's the replay coming down into the Ravazza 1, Ravazza 2.
Yeah, once again, he was just under pressure from faster cars coming up behind him. He didn't really know where to place the car, did Bennett, and yeah, got himself offline on the marbles, and then got a bit discombobulated, didn't he? And ran off the circuit once again. So eyes everywhere in the mirrors on those early laps, and you feel a bit like the hunted when you're there on colder tyres compared to the rest of the competition. He's completely out of sync as well. So we see Ferrari and Toyota in the pit lane.
The 83 AF Corsa car on the way in as well now. There's 2 of the 3 Ferraris on pit road at the same time.
Now, interesting, they're doing the left sides of the car first. That means it is likely to be a full tyre change, because it will be the right sides that take the brunt of the weight of the car. And out comes 50, but has he just been jumped in the pit lane?
No, that's the 7 ahead, isn't it?
The 7 was ahead, okay.
Was, yeah, already.
Whoa, 83 and 12. Hertz Team Jota clinging on there. That's Will Stevens. And ahead of Robert Kubica. That was last lap. Kubica is in the pit lane now. So too Nico Muller in 93. Bruce was just telling us there might be an issue with 94. There's an issue with 51.
No, that's the leader in the pits.
Oh, it is the leader in the pits. Oh, no, there is an issue with 51. Why are the trolleys going underneath?
It's not going in the pits, is it? It's
well,
not. Just positioning, I think.
Okay, for the fuel hose and... Okay. Yeah, it sounds like 94. I think Bruce is saying they might have an issue with their onboard jacks. Now then, here's number 8. 7's come and gone. So that clears the decks for Sebastian Buemi in car number 8.
And that's cost number 51 big time by doing that. They call it a nose-in pit stop. If you have a car in front of you, you can't pull in naturally into the pit box, so you have to go nose in. They put the jacks under the car, wheel it back into the correct position. You easily lose about 20 seconds of your pit stop time.
Now, normally in the schedule, it's Brendan Hartley getting in. We cut away there just before we saw who it was to watch this battle, and this is the lead of the race. Francois Heriot in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, ahead now of Joel Sturm in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche that was the leader up to the first pit stops. Now, when those pit stops were happening, just about every man jack of the grandstand in front of us stood up in front of our window. That was to take pictures of Valentino Rossi leaving. They're all now doing the same again to take pictures of all the Ferraris leaving the pit lane. So not just a lot of fans here, but a lot of very enthusiastic fans who know what they're about to see. In comes the 94.
Yeah, to talk about Valentino Rossi, he is in a battle for the second place at the moment. Francois Heriot out of kilter with the rest of the LMGT3 cars, but Joel Sturm holding about a 3.5-second lead ahead of the Doctor.
Yeah, but the Doctor actually with his fastest lap so far, so he's really getting speed up was very impressive at Le Mans last year in the Road to Le Mans support race, the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Very nearly won the first race, did win the second race, and produced faster lap times in both than his hugely experienced then driving teammate, Jerome Policon. Now, Jerome Policon's not racing with the Doctor this year. Jerome Policon is running a Codis ASP, so he, in fact, is a rival of Valentino Rossi. Last year at Le Mans, they were teammates in the support race here, and this year at Le Mans, they will be arch rivals in the main event.
For all of you wondering how this pit stop's going to shake out between the Toyota versus the Porsche, that everlasting battle, it seemed.
Yeah.
Car number 7 is now in front of car number 6.
But car number 50 is ahead of both of them. It's looking, it's 50 and 51 are the best placed of the cars that have finished their pit. Oh, sorry, finished the pit stop so far. It's the air jack.
It's an airbag. The onboard air jacks are not working, so they've had to put a bag under the car and inflate it. We saw this a couple of years ago, didn't we, with one of the LMP2 cars.
WRT.
The WRT car lost its air jacks, and they could only do front or rear in the pit stops. Now, this is a massive time loser. Obviously, it's not as quick as the onboard jacks coming up and going down, but, I mean, Peugeot have had their troubles all the way through, haven't they? Fresh mediums on, those big yellow sidewalls make them very easy to spot at speed.
And once again, by the way, the team going longest are Hertz Team Jota. They're currently 1-2, but have not yet made their second routine stop.
Well, because they went 2 laps longer than anybody else in the first stint, even if they're no more economical, they should go at least 2 laps longer this time. Change for place. Through goes the pure racing car of Joel Sturm. He's ahead of Francois Heriot, and Valentino Rossi now just 3.1 seconds back from that Vista AF Corsa Ferrari that was in second place in LMGT3. Well, Heriot leaving the steering open. He saw Joel Sturm was going to come. That's not the battle that Francois Heriot is in. He's in the battle with other similarly rated drivers. He's not there to take on the pros. Will Stevens leads in Porsche for Jota. Joel Sturm leads in Porsche for Manthard Pure Racing.
Yeah, Phil Hansen on pit lane from what was the second place 38. There is the 38 with the driver change underway, and yet again Will Stevens going further here. Well, this could play into their hands depending on how things go in terms of green flag running at the end of this race. It's going to be a long wait and see for 4 hours still of this 6 hours here at Imola to play out.
Yeah, Will Stevens driven a cracking opening couple of stints here once again in the number 12 Jota, and yeah, they've showed their hand, haven't they, with what they've done with the strategy early on in the race. And although I don't think they've quite got ultimate race pace to threaten the likes of Toyota today, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out longer term, if there aren't, especially if there aren't any more safety cars or full course yellows.
They're playing clearly what they think is their strongest hand, and that strongest hand is economy and efficiency, and seeing how that can play out.
Well, can I just point out that exactly at the 1 hour mark and exactly at the 2 hour mark
exactly my point.
They were 1-2. Now, the race will finish at the 6 hour mark.
That's exactly my point.
So, unless something changes to change something, then going long and not having to fuel just before the 6 hour mark might be their saving grace. Of course, Will Stevens with a couple of relatively obscure co-drivers to go with. So he's going to have to do the heavy lifting.
3 drive-through penalties coming. Car 27, Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, and the car 87, that's one of the 2 Codis ASP cars, currently in the hands of Takeshi Kimura, and car 88, well, that's one of the Proton Competition Mustangs, currently in the hands of Mikael Pedersen, not respecting full course yellow procedures. All 3 of those cars will come down pit lane. That's going to particularly hurt Heart of Racing with that car in the hands of Daniel Mancinelli.
Martin knows. I'm going to tell you off here. That was harsh on the car number 12.
It was
the car crew.
Well,
come on, tell us who the rest of the drivers are in that lineup.
What, ex-Grand Prix driver Callum Eilert, or ex-Callum Eilert and Norman Nartia. 2 platinums and a gold. And actually the 38 car's not exactly bad. Phil Hansen gold rated, but Jenson Button is still somehow clinging onto a platinum. I'm not sure how he's doing that. And I'm going to get murdered, aren't I, if I ever go near Jota. Oliver Rasmussen, another gold level driver. I mean, they've got a very, very strong driver lineup. They showed last year that they can handle a car, they can engineer a car, they can run a car. They made the Porsche Penske Motorsport team actually look like they weren't really on top of it last year.
But make no mistake, Porsche Penske were rattled by that effort from Team Cota. They were humbled on more than one occasion. They led Le Mans, remember, in the hands of FIA or Yefe, who's now, of course, in the number 83 car, or will be later on this afternoon. There was a further penalty, by the way, 10 seconds to be added for the number 777 car, D-Station Racing. That was a pit stop infringement.
Anthony, watch the doctor's feet. On the clutch rest now. Now, don't forget, this is a motorcycle racer, so he is not a guy who grew up racing go-karts and racing single-seaters, but he is resolutely left-foot braking. That's not a normal road, I mean, of course he drives road cars, but I guarantee he doesn't left-foot brake a road car normally, but he is a pro racing driver technique.
Okay, Valet, the 55 in front is for position. It's for position.
If you needed any more motivation, you're fighting in the podium positions. And when I spoke to him yesterday, he said there's nothing more than what he'd love to have immediately to get onto the podium. They got tantalisingly close in Qatar. He was really looking forward to that. So, yeah, he's certainly, like you say, he's got the skills in this car. He's no newcomer to the world of GT racing. He's just a newcomer to the world of the World Endurance Championship.
You know what also he will enjoy is that he has really, really applied himself to this. He's running his own VR46 Academy teams. I mean, he's the figurehead rather than actually doing all the day-to-day management. He's really applied himself to his car racing. He's rallied a lot of times over the years, you know, in the off-season. But what will really, really give him a lot of a boost is that another former world champion on two wheels, Jorge Lorenzo, briefly started a car racing career and really, really struggled. Now, Valet did not struggle even right from the start.
Here we go, here we go. He's got a chance on the inside here. Is he going to have a look? He looks. Doesn't quite commit.
No.
Oh, but I can see it shaping up, and he's doing all the right things in where he's placing his car. He's crossing the lines of the car in front of car 55.
And again, that's the difference between him and a gentleman driver who's not got a racing heritage. He raced motorcycles for a quarter of a century. Of course he knows how to pass people, and especially here, seeing Valet in his pomp around this circuit, on one wheel under braking into Acqua Minerale while turning. Yeah. I mean,
Frontoario, he's got his mirrors full of the doctor, but a little bit of respite there because he's got the Cota now in between them. That was a bit of a tricky overtake, wasn't it, into that chicane of car 38. And car 38 is Rasmussen now. Oliver Rasmussen has taken the wheel, but now Valentino back on the attack. You can see that Ferrari in front of him. Really wide on the exit of turn 19. You've got to be careful for that as well in terms of track limits. As one of the corners where we see drivers getting pinged, and they're constantly looking at the track limits around this circuit. We haven't heard too much about it because it is an old school racetrack. Most of it is self-policing in terms of the curbs and the grass and gravel, but 19 is one of those corners, the second Rabatza, where it can catch you out.
In fact, the only driver who's been pinned for track limits is Neil Jarni in the 99 Proton Porsche, which probably tells you more about the setup of the car than Neil's ability to keep it within the grey, within the white lines. Now, Francois Heriot easing away. Heriot is the bronze-rated driver in that car, and Valentino Rossi, the 7-time world champion, is only a silver-rated driver. Great picture, by the way, after your meeting with you and Valentino Rossi. 8 world championships in that photo.
Well, he says he has 9 world championships because he class, yeah, and rightly so.
Yeah, 7 in the Premier class. No, you're absolutely right. Yes, absolutely right.
So 10 then.
10, yeah, and 9 Le Mans wins as well because Tommy Kay was in. Well, and that's not including the Le Mans wins, of course, that Valentino has, but on a different Le Mans circuit.
Anyway, back to the action here in Imola.
It's fantastic for the, you know, we talked last year about the F word, about Ferrari bringing eyes to the championship. bringing eyes to the championship that otherwise wouldn't have known about endurance racing, or maybe even about Le Mans, although they might have recognised the name. And Valentino Rossi is doing exactly the same. And there's this Transformer Mustang is transforming itself. It is increasingly into something that no longer looks like a Mustang.
Well, I think I've seen a snake shed less.
It's the same problem. What they've tried to do is to fix that mounting point on the diffuser, and it's just not worked. One quick point here, gentlemen. You talk about Francois Auriot. He is indeed the bronze driver, has been since the start of this race. I was trying to work out how it is that he's managed to be ahead of the 92 and the 46, and a puncture as well.
That's because he hasn't had a driver change. That's why it's ripped the floor out of the car, because it's been ground over the curbs with a puncture. So, yeah.
Or has the floor coming loose, giving him a puncture?
Yeah, cause or effect.
They're having a horrible day, aren't they? And it's way down the order. Mikkel Pensen brings the car in. That's, by the way, the man in the middle without the balaclava, that is Michael Reed, Christian's brother and the technical director of Proto Competition, co-owner of the team, of course, family-owned team.
Unfortunately, this is not going to be a quick fix, and they're not going to be able to send it out without a fix. 59 ahead of 95. Come in 95, your time is up. These are the two United Autosports McLarens. Nick Costa ahead of Nico Pino.
There's something about, by the way, that livery, when you see it from a distance, that you do see the heritage of the old McLaren F1 in those cars all of a sudden. It's now dubbed the McLaren GT.
Well, that's because
Evo.
Because the Ueno Clinic, the Le Mans winner in 1995, was black.
Absolutely.
It was black to start with, and then it got even blacker because in those days they got covered in carbon dust.
But picking up experience with these cars, it was a very late deal coming together for United Autosports, and they're right there. They're both in the points at the moment.
And again, let's look at the car in front. Nicolas Costa, he's got Ayrton Senna livery on the rear wing, and he's got a special Ayrton Senna tribute helmet as well. We're on the Ayrton Senna tribute. So, as a Brazilian driver, 30 years ago was a pivotal time for everybody in his country. He wasn't alive to see it, but he's very much imbued with the spirit. Riding on board in the all-McLaren battle for position in LMGT3. This is 9th and 10th place. We're on board with Nico Pino, the Chilean driver, behind Brazil's Nicolas Costa. So Nick Costa and Nico Pino battling for position. Graham Goodman, absolutely right. You said a late deal coming together. United Autosport have no experience of GT racing in the World Endurance Championship, and the McLaren likewise. So that whole package is about learning on your feet while you're racing.
Impressive stuff, by the way, here from Francois Auriot to fend off the higher-rated Valentino Rossi, and traffic is not going to be helping the Italian here either. What this is helping, by the way, is Jules Sturm to drive away. It was 3 seconds the gap, it's now 6.
Yeah, it's been a bit messy there, hasn't it, for Valentino Rossi in amongst the traffic, and yeah, given Auriot a little bit of a breather for now. But Rossi in free air once again, and all eyes on the back of that Ferrari.
Phenomenal stint from Francois Auriot. He's well over 2 hours at the wheel of this car now. It's all bronzed up from the very beginning.
Clash of music there on that little replay reel, and the stage thumping away behind us in the crowd area. 16 degrees air temp, 25 degrees of track temperature, and barely a breath of air. It's very nice conditions for tyres and engines, and very nice conditions for fans here as well to watch the action in Imola. And after that early safety car flurry, we are 2 hours of clean racing in pretty much. 3 hours and 45 minutes remain, just approaching the 2 1/4 hour mark. And Right now, Valentino Rossi closing in on Francois Heriot. The Porsche Ferrari right in front is for position, and the doctor getting in very deep under braking there, wasn't he? Ramping the BMW over the curbs. Can he follow the hypercar through? No, Heriot knows the danger there, gets the door shut.
The BMW, or Valentino, seems to be very good, particularly on the brakes, but the straight line speed, I'm not sure if it can quite match that of the Ferrari, which you really need here on this part of the circuit. Whoa. But the Ferrari peels off into the pit lane, and suddenly you see that gap in front of you. Now it's time for Valentino to get his foot down.
Well, Rossi made his victories, his championships, his living out of balancing a motorcycle in extremis, and most of where you do your passing and your catching on a motorcycle is under brakes. So hardly a surprise to feel that he's got incredible sensitivity for the limit of traction. Driver change. Francois Heriot is done for the day. Erwin Batar is being penalised for track limits in the D station, Aston Martin.
Warned just for the moment.
Yeah, sorry, I do mean
that's
warned,
okay. Hats off to Francois Heriot. Exceptional stint from him. That's achieved two things. It's kept his 55 Ferrari in the hunt. It's also dropped Valentino Rossi back from Joel Stern. That gap is almost 9 seconds now. 3 times what it was when they were going in clear air.
You can see there on the graphic on the bottom of your screen, number 51, 80 laps on that medium set of tyres, and new tyres all round for the car 50. So a very different strategy going on here between the two teammates at Ferrari. And we can hear from Nick de Vries, who's flying in car 7.
Okay, Nick, you are about 2 tenths faster than the Ferrari in front, gap 5.6.
Yeah, Nick de Vries. Oh, the Jota's off.
It's the 12
car 12. Is that Callum Ilott on the wheel there? It is, yes. So down at Tosa, it's all gone wrong for him. Has that just been a simple lock-up, or is there another car involved? We're going to see, I'm sure. Can't see any other cars around him just yet. I'd say that was just a bit of a lock-up, wasn't it?
Now,
oh dear, oh dear.
How is that going to be viewed? He reversed back onto a live track.
Well, he wasn't driving the wrong way, so there is that. Let's hear what the team have to say. Hertz Team Jota.
Just got a pressure engine oil warning.
I did not copy. Can you repeat?
I just got a pressure engine oil warning. Pressure engine oil warning.
Or a pressure warning on the engine.
Now, did that happen before he went off the track, or did it happen as the car was sitting there and getting back onto the circuit? Because these cars don't like sitting around with the engine running.
Indeed. Well, Callum Ilott, one of the absolute stars last time out in Qatar, but that was trouble for him.
Well, he stays out of the pit lane, so clearly the telemetry has sorted itself out or gone back to normal. And you might be right, just low crank speed, probably not generating the pressure while he's, with the engine's basically idling as he's skating off into the gravel and trying to dig his way back out. So he did a good job at not just spinning the wheels and burying the back of the car, because that's so easy to do.
And you kick yourself as a driver. I mean, even if there's a little bit of technical trouble with the car as well that you're nursing, you just feel, you feel the weight of the whole team, particularly your driver crew around you. Know, Will Stevens has got out the car after a pretty epic couple of stints and drove the wheels off the thing, and then you just feel that responsibility if you make an error like that. So yeah, disappointment for Callum and the rest of the Jota crew in car 12. They are on that different strategy. I'm still intrigued to see how that's going to play out, but obviously a bit blotted now by that mistake. We'll be right on board with Niklas Nielsen still at the wheel of that car 50. Started this race in pole position because Antonio Fuoco, who was completely rapid yesterday in qualifying to get that pole position, 2 laps good enough for pole, in fact, and he's yet to step foot in the car today. So yeah, Niklas Nielsen's still at the wheel, and Nick de Vries, as we heard from his engineer, saying you're quicker than the Ferraris in front, and his fastest lap that was done a couple of laps ago now. Just to put that into perspective, Niklas Nielsen's 32.4 is the fastest lap of this race so far. and Nick de Vries had done a 32.6 just a couple of laps ago, so absolutely flying.
It's not going to take much, is it? Those top 3 cars, the 2 Ferraris, 51 from 50, that gap 8.6 seconds, a further 2.7 back to this young man.
And he's constantly looking down in the straight line. You see him looking down and adjusting something. You can adjust the roll bars in these cars, of course. So similar rules in there, or the same rule, in fact, in America. And all of the hypercars are allowed this this torsion bar adjustment from front to rear. You can soften or stiffen and change the balance of your car mechanically that way, and it really does play an effect. So Toyota got their drivers changing this bias of settings. Just contact into Piratella. And yeah, who's driving the number 20 at the moment? It's Robin Frines. Got to have a little bit more spatial awareness into that corner. It is a narrow circuit, and I wonder what the stewards will think about that one. I don't think any harm was done, but you have to give the room for drivers that you're overtaking in the GT cars.
Yeah, that's the car, of course, that was in the battle before they ceded position with the full service pit stop, but he's back into 8th position now, taking advantage of a little bit of a whoopsie for the number 12 car of Callum Eilert.
Two things going on with Toyota. Their drivers have lacked nothing in pace, and the team have not put a foot wrong technically or strategically so far. Well, let's catch up with Mike Conway.
Mike, as much as qualifying wasn't fantastic, the race pace is really good. You even got stuck behind a Porsche.
Yeah, I think at the beginning I was trying to just stay out of trouble in turn 1. I knew it could probably get a bit crazy, and yeah, just tried to manage the pace and managed to sneak by, I think, Makawicki in the Porsche, and then we're trying to hunt down the guys in front. I think the Ferraris were a little bit quicker than us, for sure. They were just pulling away. But then towards the end of the stints, we were catching back on the other Porsche. So, yeah, I think our tyre wear's okay, and there's definitely some different strategies playing out there at the moment. I think one of the Ferraris is doing a triple on a set of tyres, and we're kind of changing sides at the moment, and we'll see what we can do with that. So I think it's pretty open. I think there's going to be a bit of some gaps changing a lot on the next stop. So let's see. Hopefully we can gain some positions.
Okay, well, good luck and well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, that no tyre change strategy gained the number 50 Ferrari 22 seconds in the pit stop. In their last stop, they stopped for 1 minute 16. The leader, the 51 Ferrari, stopped for 1 minute 38.
That's the one with the new tyres, yes? 51.
Yeah. If you can
was
triple,
it the other way round?
The graphic we saw was the other way round, so maybe the graphic wasn't entirely
can't have
right.
been entirely right, I don't think.
Which does strike me as being strange, because the better pace at the moment is coming from the 51.
And it would make sense why the 50 is suddenly launched right up to the front again, because they would have left those tyres on. So Conway's right, I think. And you see one of the cars with much older tyres and triple stint. It must be, because it's still Nicholas Nielsen in the car, although Giovinazzi's still in the 51 as well. So and Ferrari going for that triple stint with their drivers. Oh, what's this going on?
It's the Azotta again, Kawatana. Yeah, just that was the outside and then onboard replay of that incident. There's the number 7 car of Nick de Vries. You can see the Ferrari just up the road as he clears the McLaren.
So Conway at least confirming that they just went for a new side of tyres on the Toyota number 7. That would explain the pace advantage they've got at the moment on Nicholas Nielsen. So I do believe that they left that set of tyres on. I don't think our graphics were quite right there when we saw them before. It would make sense that Nielsen is still out there on the same set of tyres that he had before, and that explains why de Vries is able to catch him so quickly now.
Joel Sturm, meanwhile, is doing a great job here against Valentino Rossi. It's now 11.5 seconds. Meanwhile, further up the road, Nick de Vries is closing that gap, and quite quickly to Nick Nielsen. That gap, just 1.5 seconds. 10.5 seconds separate the top 3.
Here's our race leader. We ride on board with Joel Sturm in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. And Richard Leeks there, who's driving the Manthey EMA Porsche, just conflabbing in the garage.
That's Klaus Bachler on the left, the Pure Racing Full Pro. we'll be seeing later in the race.
Yeah, Klaus is the most experienced of the trio in that car, but it's a really good lineup, that driver lineup, and certainly their bronze has got no problems with keeping his head above water. You saw Valentino Rossi currently lying in second. There's Sean Galale in the other Team WRT BMW. Very different liveries, because a little bit like single-seater racing teams, they brought different sponsor packages with them. Sean Galale may not be, his merchandising store may not be quite as large, though, I would suggest, out the back of the grandstands in the pit area. Maybe if we go and race in Indonesia, Malaysia, then that might be a whole different thing, but we'll wait and see. So Sean Galale lies in third, WRT second and third, Manthey Pure Racing with the lead. Right on board with the Ian James, Daniel Mancinelli and Alex Ribero's car. Did Ian James get out at the last stop? He did. So it's Daniel Mancinelli now in fourth place in the Heart of Racing car, and this car was the leader between the pits or during the pit stops.
Remember, that car has had ride-through penalty as well.
And yet, still in fourth place in LMGT3. They're having a strong race.
Recovery 102 off, confirm 102 off, and we go full push, confirm full push. We keep car 7 behind, we keep the Toyota behind.
Well, now, at some stage, you hope that the team are going to come on and say, you've got a bit more that you can use to your advantage. He's on triple stinted tyres, and now the team is saying, OK, you've done enough, you've managed the energy well enough, you can now start to just give it a little bit more of the good stuff. So Nick Nielsen, with being told he's got the opportunity now to try and keep Nick de Vries behind him.
And he's actually extending that gap a little, 3 seconds at the moment. A bit of traffic has been playing a part here. Nick de Vries has got the Cadillac right with him, with Alex Lynn. He's been in from the very start and is going very quickly in that Cadillac, by the way, quicker at the moment than the Tota.
Oliver Rasmussen being warned about track limits in the 38 Jota, but we'll catch up now with Bruce Ioane. He's down at Manthey Pure Racing with Alexander Malikin.
Alexander, really good job yesterday with Paul, and then again you carry on doing a great job today. Amazing, good start of the race and leading.
Yeah, start was hot, a lot of incident was in front. I don't know what happens, to be honest, because it was only smoke in my window. But I try to be smart and avoid of any contact with the other cars. And then cars behind me had pretty good pace, and for me wasn't easy. I did a few track limits, and it stopped me push a little bit more, because DT cost a lot in this track. But yeah, definitely I'm happy with this result. I think my team as well. And now we have good position, and I hope, cross fingers, everything will be fine in the next stints.
Okay, fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very cool character, Alexander Malikin, handing off all the praise for pole position to his teammates, but of course he was the one that had to do the lap to beat every other bronze driver in LMGT3. Hello, by the way, to everybody watching in Long Beach. I know that there's IMSA GTP action this weekend, but there are quite a few people up very early. And good morning especially, and happy birthday to Iveta. Sorry you had to be up so early just to listen to us droning on about sports cars.
Okay, Robin, we see some rain on the radar. Could be in the next 30 minutes. Plan, if it stays dry, is to stay on these tyres.
Now then, how long? I'm assuming those were new when he got into the car, so he's in his first stint on these tyres. They doubled at the beginning of the race in car number 20.
Judging by the pit stop time, it looks like a full service stop last time, 1 minute and 34 seconds. But rain potentially in half an hour, certainly from a couple of radar screens I've seen recently. That's possible, can change of course. There's a bit of a breeze out there. Depends on which way the prevailing winds are going to take the weather front.
Well, we could refer back to Valentino Rossi's phone, except he's probably a bit busy at the moment and shouldn't have his hand in his phone on his hands, really, should he? Yeah, it was. yesterday, not much later in the afternoon, actually. I mean, this is not Malaysia. It doesn't rain at 4 o'clock every day. It's not the monsoon season, but it did rain pretty heavily yesterday afternoon. If we get anything approaching that, it's going to be absolute chaos.
There's Callum Ilott working his way through turn 9. Piratella drops down the hill as we ride on board with Mortara through Acqua Minerale. Down through the gears and then back up the hill and through the gears towards, as we look to the left-hand side of the screen, the radar as well. A little bit around, I think, well, you can see it just creeping into view there. So yeah, well, they reckon within the next 30 minutes that could be coming our way. So the next pit stops that they do, they're going to leave these tyres on, at least for Robin Freins, who I agree, I think they did change those tyres, all 4, when they came into the pits for the driver change.
Let's hear from our race leaders.
David, do you think another stint is possible with these tires?
For me, yes. I don't want to take any risk.
Might expect some rain later on, so we'll try to keep these tires on. I will let you know.
Now then, are you going to try and keep Antonio in the car as well? Or are you going to hand over the car with old tyres to a new driver?
Well, if you're staying in the car, if you're keeping the same tyres on, you haven't really got enough time to change drivers anyway if you're keeping the same 4 tyres on the car. So I think that was Antonio saying, yeah, I'm okay to do it. Depends whether we want to really take that risk or not with the tyres. But yeah, not really. He didn't commit either way, did he, with that one? But I think the engineers can see the rain is coming and don't want to end up just slapping a new set of tyres on the pit stop just to come back in again to have to put a set of wet tyres on anyway.
That radar made it look like they might be going up the Appian mountain chain rather than coming our way. Either way, 91 and 60, so Matteo Crisoni in the 60 car and who's 91? Maurice Schuring, both being penalised for not respecting blue flags and handed drive-through penalties. And
just completing a 3rd drive-through penalty for the same offence, 77 in the hands of Zach Robichon. That's the Prototype Competition Mustang that is inside the top 10. We've got a long lingering shot here of the Lamborghini Iron Lynx, 2 positions away from points here, and this is a great run for the SC63.
Yeah, and they struggle with that car, and in Qatar, they have not tested it since Qatar, which is maybe, oh no, sorry, that's the Azotta. They have tested this car, but they're still, Mirko Bortolotti was saying in a press conference before the event, so, you know, it's day by day, we're learning a little bit. It's not giant leaps. We just need to understand the car and particularly actually understand the tyre.
Absolutely.
Oliver Rasmussen was the car in view there, and the replay getting all crossed up through the first chicane. And,
this is
getting flashed there is the Jota by the Lamborghini of Mortara, so he's having a great stint here.
It's a battle for position. This is for 11th position overall. That's Callum Ilott ahead of Eduardo Mortara, and though this pair 6 seconds back from Mikkel Jensen, who's at the moment the last car in the points in the 93 Peugeot.
And the good news for Edo Mortara is that Alex Lynn is nowhere close to being behind him. So Eduardo in this Lamborghini can feel free to feint and dive and move around and show his nose wherever he wants without fear of somebody whistling up the inside and denying him a spot.
You say that, but Alex Lynn is at the moment a 1.5 seconds quicker than this pair, and has been putting in lap times and sector times. Its previous first sector was the fastest of the race overall. So Alex Lynn has got his dander up at this stage.
Cadillac is absolutely flying, but still got 8 seconds before it catches the Lamborghini as we ride on board with Eduardo Mortara. And there is the Transformer Mustang transforming itself into a kit of parts rather than going the other way round.
That's the technical team at Prototype Competition just looking at the scope and scale of the task. They've clearly had a real day of it with the rear diffuser of the car becoming detached, refixing it, and then having a puncture that we think took out the mounting point again.
And the problem is, you can see how low the car is to the ground, even when it's up on its stands. You know, you need that up on a 4-post lift so you can work on it rather than just lying on your back with an inch clearance above your nose trying to work on it. So it's going to be really, really hard and not at all fast. Pit stop for 31 out of third in LMGT3.
This is, Sean Galale into...
First stop for Sean in the race. No driver change. You see the Goodyear engineer running round. Each of the teams has a dedicated Goodyear engineer, and there is the fuel count, or the energy count, let's say.
Car 20 under investigation, technical infringement.
And car 19 as well. So 20 is the BMW, which is currently being driven by, who do we say, Robin Frines.
There isn't a 19, so that's obviously a misprint.
91, possibly, the Muntai EMA car, Morris Schuring. 15 BMW, 19, I don't know.
His younger brother, I think, competing in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Flint.
Again, Eduardo Mortaro monstering the car over the curbs. Look at the way the Porsche gets held up. Here's your chance. That's why you can never give up, because you never know the moment everything's going to head in your direction. Now just closes the gap, and Anthony Davidson, that's what you live for the relentless laps where you're making almost no inroads. Those are the moments that give you the hope. Right, oh, here we go, here we go.
Yeah, I sense the frustration from a lot of drivers today in that they can't get the overtakes done. This track is so narrow, so many tight corners, and it's easy to get stuck behind. So Rossi is in there, car 46, stays in the car on the BMW. And that was a good, strong first stint. I was watching his lap times compared to the much more experienced Sean Galale. No need to really worry about that small fire on the front left brake. That's just a heat soak as the car sits there in the pits. There'll be no problem once it gets going again. It is a heavy braking circuit, but Sean Galale just chipping away at Valentino's times there, around about half a second a lap, I'd say, on average.
The other thing to note here, I'm pretty certain last time around, the Montai Pure Racing car came in either at the same time or earlier than the 46 BMW, and now it's going to pit later. So Joel Sturm has pulled away, but I think has the more efficient car underneath him.
Maybe they had a slightly longer stop. They were stationary for 1 minute 34. A Cody's ASP's 78. Acura Lexus was 1 minute 38, but other than that, that Manthey Pure Racing car made the longest stop in the last round of stops. So there might have been something in there that they were...
It would have been a full tyre stop, I think. It was a change of drive, it would have been all four change.
Yep.
So...
But they wouldn't have been the only ones. They just took longer doing it. Maybe they had more space in the tank to fill.
3 hours, 23 minutes to go. Alex Lynn on pit road. Is this going to be the point where he switches to Earl Bamber? Remember, this a two-driver crew this weekend. Sebastian Bourdais joined them in Qatar.
Well, is the plan not for that to be a two-driver crew, except for the long races like Spa?
Spa is a 6-hour race.
Like Le Mans?
The answer is that they have got that option, as indeed other teams do and will take, as we believe will be the case with Peugeot at Spa. A couple of their drivers elsewhere and otherwise engaged.
Spa is a clash with Formula E, and there's quite a lot of the Peugeot team that is doing both.
3 of their drivers.
And so they are going to be a two-car or two-driver operation for both cars.
Nico Muller will drive for Peugeot at Spa, but we believe that the other 2 drivers will miss that one for the WEC.
Yes, there was a Formula E bench in the Peugeot hospitality. They were all having a witter about it the other day.
And it is more than doable in a 6-hour race just using 2 drivers. I've done that in the past, and actually at this circuit in the past with Sebastian Bourdais, funnily enough.
How did that go?
Doable. Yeah, well, we ended up winning that race that day, but it seemed to be more common to do that back then. And cars were very similar speeds to that of today as well, and similar demands on the body. It's just, I think, teams like to usually keep running their 3 drivers, so when you do get to the important races in the calendar, like Le Mans, you've got that continuity and that relationship. But in terms of what it brings to the car crew, you're with just 2 drivers, you're constantly driving, so you're more in the groove, and you've got one less person that feels a little bit out of it, particularly at the start of the race. So by the time Lynn gets back in the car, you're then running potentially a 3rd driver in the other car. So like Toyota, they've got 3 drivers. So when it comes to Kamui getting in the car in car number 7, for example, he hasn't been on the track yet. He's got no idea how it's evolved since the last time he was driving yesterday in qualifying, and how the car felt in the race pace when they did the long runs in FP3, which seems an eternity away by the time you get your go in the car when you're 3rd in.
Daniel Antonelli, I think it is still aboard. Oh, apologies, wrong one. That is D station. That's who in Bastar, and that will have hurt.
Yeah, that's
across the grass and clattering across the curbs as well. That will have damaged the bottom of the side of that car.
And the man who's just served a drive-through for track limits, he's just clicked up another one there, hasn't he? All right, you know, it was a big lose, but it's still exceeding track limits.
Oh, it's looking a little bit more threatening, isn't it, now on that radar?
I'm still saying it's moving up and not right. I'm still saying he's going north, up the Appian Way.
I was actually just looking at I wasn't looking at the big blue cloud, I was looking at the bit, the bottom right, bottom left that said no rain expected.
Yeah.
You see, you ruined it now. you and your brain.
Yeah, no,
you and your eyes.
I confidently predicted that the rain would miss us for the Lamborghini race yesterday, as it missed us for qualifying and Hyperpole. I was confidently 100% wrong. Could not have been more wrong.
I was just being a typical bloke there, Graham, trying to work it out by a limited amount of information.
Got the big blue.
No, I didn't read the instructions.
No red expected.
Never ask for directions. Yeah, you'll get there eventually. Let's get down to the pit lane and hear from Nico Costa. Oh no, it's a radio message from United.
Information, Nicholas. Weather update. We have rain approaching circuit. Will arrive turn 7 first.
Well, I don't know what they're looking at, because they're clearly not reading the no rain expected message on the weather radar that we were looking
Maybe
at.
they're just listening to me. Anthony says there's going to be rain coming, so prepare yourself.
I can tell you the standard of the quality of conversation in this booth is going to go in one way or the other. There's no grey areas here in the next couple of hours.
There will either be 2 voices on air or just the one.
I'm sticking with rain's coming. I don't care what that information said.
Turn 7, by the way, Alan McNish, is otherwise known as Tosa. So every corner on this track has a name, but unfortunately they also have some very tedious numbers. So teams tend to refer to it by number because those are clearer on air. Everybody else says Tamburello, Villeneuve, Tosa, Piratella. I mean, they have historic names, and that's why we like to use them.
I once had a Spanish engineer in my Formula 1 days, and I was referring to it as Stowe, Cops, Maggots and Beckett's, and he was always saying, what, where, what, who, what, why?
Yeah, Alan McNish, well, we always had this conversation, particularly at Spa, obviously. He said, no, everybody will call it turn 3. And I said, yeah, every Formula 1 driver ever at Spa says, yeah, I'm absolutely flat through turn 3. Said no one ever. It's always Eau Rouge. Oh, well, hey. He was French, obviously.
3 hours, 18 minutes to go as the United Nations of commentary, the FIA World Endurance Championship. 7 seconds is the gap between Antonio Giovinazzi leading this race in the number 51 Ferrari 499P from teammate Nick Nielsen in the number 50 car, but right in there as well, Nick De Vries in the number 7 Toyota. They've been there for a while,
And De Vries, he was on the charge earlier on, wasn't he, on the attack, and he was quickly closing in on the back of Nicholas Nielsen, but that seemed to have stayed similar now, static around 2 second mark.
What's going on with the Proton Porsche? This is third pit stop. This is the first for Harry Ticknell, who stays in, having taken over from Neil Jarney, who did double stint at the beginning. Car down in 13th place has not really looked like a competitive Porsche, whereas all the others have. They've all cycled up through the top half dozen. This one cycled up from 13th to about 10th and back down.
It did get involved, didn't it, in that tussle at the start of the race. And I do wonder whether or not it's clattered something on that car, maybe carrying a little bit of damage, maybe they're working their way around a problem, but you're right. I mean, in the hands of Julian Andlar yesterday, the thing was absolutely rapid.
Yeah, just... And again, qualifying pace and race day pace and everything else. I mean, but even if you've gone the wrong way on tyre pressures, that will have changed. It just doesn't seem that there's much they can do about it. 777 D station. This is Owen Batar down the inside of Kelvin van der Linde. Tucked him up like a kipper and kept it between the white lines.
That is a great scalp to take and a good move there. Two big front-engine coupes.
Is the Lexus a coupe? I suppose it sort of is.
Yeah.
Okay, tyre change. Is it, left rear only?
Medium going on.
Doing what Toyota have done with their car, at least with when we interviewed with Mike Conway, as they get a bit close for comfort.
Trying to get by the Peugeot. How long have they been behind that 93 Peugeot? For a very, very long time is the answer. And this is Hertz Team Jota moving up into 10th place, ahead of the 93 car. And Mike Conway, Nick de Vries rather, with those 3 red lights on the side of the Toyota. They stand out so much better on the matte black Toyota, don't they, than ever they did with red and white sides.
The other thing to watch, by the way, because we've not mentioned it at all so far in the show, is that does put the 3 leading cars in the World Cup, the Hypercar World Cup for the privately operated hypercars, in line astern. The 2 Hertz Team Jota cars chasing the 83 car, which I think has just got by Robin Freins.
There's a lot of trust that de Vries put in Sean Gelael in the BMW as we were right on board with Mikael Jensen, works his way past as well. That number 31 BMW, so yeah, Sean Gelael very aware on the way into the first of the Ravazzas at turn 18. You could see de Vries coming, and but de Vries, you read the body language of the car, and I think he could read those signs that, yes, I have been seen. The BMW's not covering the inside just yet and just tucked inside it. And they're the kind of risks you have to take around this track today. That's number 63, the Lamborghini's in.
Yep. That car came in from 12th position. Good news, by the way, for Mustang fans. The 88 is back out and running after 32 minutes.
The disassembler. Yeah, and the other Mustang 77 just came and went. 77 is the Proton competition car. The other Mustang came and went as well, which is the. No, it is 77, yes.
They are missing, aren't they? A possibility for a bit of an 80s throwback, because it very.
What do you mean 80s throwback?
No,
Transformers are still very popular.
No, 80s throwback with Knight Rider, of course. That was done as kit as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's that Mustang is a proper collector's car. You have to stop and collect all the bits that fell off it in the last stint.
It's not the first time, by the way, we've seen new GT3 cars finding where vulnerabilities are in real-world racing. Very first 24-hour race for the Ferrari 296 GT3, floor mounting, talked about all 3 of the cars that were running at Daytona, same problem, easy to fix, but they needed to find out. And you don't tend to get contact incidents when you're testing.
Yeah, that's what testing is all about, and why racing is different is that people hit things. Famously, before they went to the World Touring Car Championship, Citroën took their drivers for a long 3 or 4 day test. The final day, they spent literally driving into each other to see what broke when you had side-to-side contact under braking. Now, trying to encourage drivers to hit their own teammates in brand new cars was the hardest bit of the operation.
I'm quite surprised. I mean, observed some of those touring car races, that was difficult to persuade them to do that.
Yeah.
Side by side here, between 2 very different LMGT3 cars, is the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini, alongside the number 87 Akkodis ASP Lexus. Takeshi Kimura in the black, red and white car, and in the Iron Lynx car, Matteo Cressoni, and he will take that place.
Yeah, he made the move early, didn't he? That was coming probably all the way down the hill into Ragazza. He closed, he got alongside. When you get off the brakes, roll out of Ragazza 2, it's 1.4 kilometres until you hit the middle pedal again going into Tamburello, but none of it is straight. There is not a straight on this track. So everything moves. 83 is in from what was 8th place.
And we're expecting car 7
dropped
in
down
as well.
A spot, yeah.
We're expecting car 7 in this lap. They're going to follow in the number 83, and the number 51 continues. So does car 50. No, I think 50 is in the pits as well. So yeah, 50 and 7 in the pit lane.
This could be very interesting indeed. 2.2 seconds the gap as they came down pit lane. Is Robert Schwartzman, by the way, aboard the number 83 car.
Now, this is really interesting because Robert Kubica obviously is a very well-known name internationally, former Grand Prix driver. Ye Yifei, a better-known name internationally as well now in the last couple of years because he's been racing successfully in the World Endurance Championship. But Robert Schwartzman is definitely Robert who, yesterday in qualifying and in free practice, I thought really shone.
He's mega.
So if you've never heard his name before and you don't know who he is, pay attention in the next couple of stints because he's been very impressive so far. He's had great speed. 50 is in as well.
So 83 leaves the pits. Now it's a battle on pit lane between the number 50 Ferrari, came in the hands of Nick Nielsen. That car is rolling, and the number 7 Toyota in the hands of Nick de Vries, not rolling yet.
Number 7 is much closer to pit out. Nick Nielsen is definitely tightening up the belts and getting ready for the battle to come.
It's the Ferrari that's going to make it out ahead.
Yep.
But 2.2 seconds was the gap before they pitted. It's going to be bigger in favour of the Ferraris. There comes the Toyota in the background of our shot now, but is it new tyres for this car? It's Miguel Molina, sending new driver as the leader comes in, the 51 car in behind. Looking at the pit stop time for Total Gazoo Racing, that was a 1:24.
Now let's see whether Ferrari believed the weather map. Yes, they did. They were asking Antonio Giovinazzi, can we do another stint? In which case we thought, would they keep him in if they felt rain would come during the next stint? But they're not. Their driver changing. So James Collado takes over.
It's the first time we'll see James in this race.
Belts attached to the ceiling to allow easy ingress and egress.
The number 50 car has emerged, Miguel Molina, and I think, has he put the 38 between him and the 7? I think he has.
They're siding the tyres there. Or
Right sides only. Oh, they want track position so badly. Don't forget, this car, the 3rd best placed of the Ferraris when we were in Qatar. Did they score any points at all in the race? I'm now struggling to remember whether they did or not.
So with that side of tyres going on, does that mean that when the car 50 comes around the final corner, this might 51. Be a bit close as 51 exits? You're right there, Graham. So they're going to hang on to the lead here, but got the cold tyres, of course, on that right side. He's going to take it easy, therefore, into this turn 2 as the car's gone straight on. Who was that?
Just looking to see who's ahead.
87.
Yeah, that's the 87. Of Takeshi Kimura, and there's Kimura in front.
There's the gap, visual gap, and that gap is going to close and close quickly.
Yeah, so that was Kimura that we
can't lean on that side of that car at all.
Well, he's going to have to, whether he can or not. He absolutely has to.
Yeah, so we look back there at the Toyota's coming out now.
That's Hirakawa.
And the deal with that number 51 Ferrari is they scored a big fat 0 in Qatar. They have not, effectively, they haven't done a race. They haven't scored a single point. So they absolutely need a big result here. Antonio Giovinazzi in the pit lane. Brusciani will be with him. Let's hear what the Italian thinks of the race so far from the race-leading car.
Bruce, the number 6 car from the lead at that point, comes down pit lane. Now the 5, as it has done previously.
51 and 50, this is for the lead of the race. The second of the 2 Ferraris with hot tyres all round. Oh, it's going to be very close indeed.
Yeah, defensive stuff there, but on the inside is number 50, tries again, but 51 has got it covered there.
There's only one rule here, do not hit the red car.
Exactly, yeah, so James Collado putting up a mighty defensive drive, but he's going to be under massive pressure from Molina as they head down towards turn 2. Molina's going to have to go around the long way. He might just be able to do this, but has Collado just about got enough tyre temperature in? He does, and hangs on to the lead for now.
And look how close the Lamborghini is sticking because they're slowing each other down in this battle. Hertz Team Jota close behind. That's 38 of Oliver Rasmussen.
And Molina knows he's got a very limited amount of time before the tyre temperature starts to come up for Collado. Collado knows that too, and I think he's going to be all right here. He's done a brilliant, remarkable job of putting that Ferrari 51 in all the right places, and I fear for Molina that his time, he's lost it. That moment that he had, couldn't quite make it work. We see the tyre graphics at the bottom there.
Dramatic reaction from Antonio Giovinazzi, wasn't there? Oh, come on, Miguel Molina must be just champing at the bit, chewing the steering wheel, trying to get by, but James Collado is making it survive.
Yeah, he had that moment, didn't he, in the middle of the Ravazzas, and even the McLaren on the attack into Tosa because of the right-hand side being brand new on the Ferrari.
And it was actually that dropped him even more into the clutches of Miguel Molina.
Look at the gap that closed as a result of that run wide. That was the gap coming in. It wasn't for much longer.
And we said when the hypercars are on cold tyres, they'll be in the way of the LMGT3s, and that's exactly what happened. Race leaders in. Let's hear from Antonio Giovinazzi.
Antonio, seeing two red cars that close, but just keeping the lead. Okay, feeling better?
Yeah, it was really intense free stint, good start, and then we start to manage a little bit the energy and the tires to do the triple stint. Yeah, car feels really good. Nice to see 1 and 2 in front of the Tifosi. So let's continue to see, think cross, and I think we have good pace. So yeah, we need to just be smart, good strategy, and let's finish like this.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Eddie Mortara, by the way, still there with these two cars. He sees the opportunity here to unlap himself. He is the first of the hypercars off the lead lap, but it's too late now.
Yeah, the Lamborghini has got the pace, hasn't it, though, of the race leaders? I mean, he's sticking right there.
He's got the pace of the race leaders as they warm their tyres.
Only one's warming his tyres, though. Miguel Molina's not got new tyres on the car.
I think it's more about Molina hasn't got tyres that are 104 laps old.
Question now for the two Ferrari drivers as they run 1-2 is who's got what in the locker. 38 Hertz Team Jota, Oliver Rasmussen in third place, lapping a second a lap quicker than the two cars in front. In LMGT3, Manthey Pure Racing leading, but Valentino Rossi now coming under pressure from Simon Mann's Ferrari, but Mann being warned about excessive abuse of track limits.
Okay, Catenacci, you wait, you overtake Valentino.
You overtake Valentino. Well, first of all, you've got to stay on the grey stuff or you're going to get a drive-through. The next time he makes a track limits infringement, he will get a drive-through. He's had his final public warning, so he needs to watch his P's and Q's. And by the way, 54 behind him, not for position, but Francesco Castellacci is quicker and wants to go by and unlap that 54 Ferrari from the third place car in front, from the second place BMW, and then try and get the lap back over the leader of the class.
This is as close as I can possibly conceive of being a potential national crisis here in Italy. Is it going to be a Ferrari or is it going to be Valentino Rossi?
Well, the national crisis and perhaps needing diplomatic protection to get out of the circuit will be if Simon Mann runs Valentino Rossi off the road. Drops of rain in the pit lane from Bruce Ioani. Well, that's all right, we're inside, we don't care.
We're fine, thanks Bruce, but we're fine.
Valentino, we're fine, we don't need any. Tell them we already had some yesterday, thanks. Valentino Rossi is holding on, but Simon Mann and behind him, particularly the 54 car.
But that is a lap down.
Yeah, it is a lap down. It is being driven by their pro, so Francesco Castellacci is absolutely flying, trying to get through.
By the way, this is his 54th WC race, Francesco Castellacci in car 54.
Excellent. They're going to have to change the car number next time?
No, because that's the car. The car in front is also a Ferrari, with apologies to Cota.
Yeah. No, if it's his 55th race, and then 56, so he could change cars into car 55 for his 55th race, but then 56 he has to change brands.
Got one potentially interesting mark here. We've got the 38 car on pit lane at the moment in the hands of Oliver Rasmussen. That car did not this time cycle round through to second place or first place. The 12 car is going long, and neither was that. So the pace that the Hertz Team Jota cars are able to execute is not this time cycling them back around the lead, but it is keeping them on the bubble at the top of the hour.
Now, what we don't have at our fingertips is when they change tyres. They haven't changed tyres then, so that set on was already on. Have they triple stinted their tyres at any stage? In which case, if they were triple stinting and going a little bit shorter on fuel for track position, maybe now they're having to pay that bill back in terms of taking more fuel on for slightly longer stops, because they were cycling to the top at the end of the hour, and they've just stopped. The last stop was at 2 hours and 2 minutes. It's now 2 hours and 59 minutes. So they're actually done a shorter run.
The impressive thing for Ferrari car 50 is that Molina managed to get into that car. They did the driver swap without changing tyres. That's usually completely unheard of. So still on the 104 lap of tyres when they came out of the pits.
Yes.
The two Ferraris, apart from that one new side that went on with the Giovinazzi pit stop, with now James Collado at the wheel. So that was the impressive thing from Ferrari car 50. They turned that car around. The driver change alone, with just the fuel going in, keeping the same set of tyres on. I wish I could have seen that pit stop from inside the car.
Just to confirm, I was doing a little bit of number crunching. No tyres that time, you say, for the Jota car, the 12 car?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I was talking about the car 50.
No. And actually, let's take it while we're watching Valentino Rossi fighting for his podium spot for second place. With a right side change, James Collado's crew only took 3 seconds longer in the pits than their rivals.
Danny, we're seeing some dark clouds overhead. We'll keep an eye on the weather. If you see any spots of rain, please let us know.
Right, everybody, stop talking it up.
With apologies, the 38 car was the one that we saw with no tyres. Just look at the 12 car now, which is back on. So a minute and 16. They are no tyre stops. 122 looks like a 2 tyre stop, and they've had 2 of those.
Here we go. Change of positions there, and a round of applause from the Mr. Ferrari car crew. They got that move done. Did man on Valentino Rossi into turn 2 and loses another position to the car that's lapped. Oh, sorry, not the position, just place on track to the car that's lapped with Castellacci. So no position change there, but the most important one was man getting through.
Yeah.
A good move. He had the speed in the straight line, it seemed. Nothing that Rossi could have done.
The deal with Rossi is that all he's got to do is put him under pressure and make him run wide once, and Simon Mount will be in for a drive-through, because he has no track limits exclusions remaining. So he's under real pressure, Simon Mann. He's got by, but he has to keep it clean for the rest of the stint. So Valentino Rossi down to 3rd place, still in the podium position. And I wouldn't mind betting that his teammate or his team have told him, just let him go, concentrate on your race, it'll come to us.
obviously checked the car. I got quite some damages front and rear.
Per la squadra.
Welcome back to the 6 Hours of Imola as we are 5 minutes away from the halfway mark. Ferrari 1-2, Forza Ferrari, almost to a man, woman and child there shouting from the grandstands ahead of Toyota. Porsche, Penske Motorsport running in 4th and 5th with Toyota Gazoo Racing's second string car in 6th place. Then of course's 3rd Ferrari, that was in the lead group early on but dropped out of contention about the 1 hour mark, and then Hertz Team Jota, they've been playing the fuel economy game. In LMGT3, Manthey Pure Racing continued to lead, they were the pole sitters, and Valentino Rossi and Sean Gallel for Team WRT back up to 2nd and 3rd place as they have moved up the order ahead of Simon Mann, who's dropped down to 6th position. A few penalties being handed out for track limits, but right now, having survived a moment or two on colder tyres, 51 James Collado leads the race. Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin in the booth. And Graham, we've been joined by our tyre manufacturers representatives, so time to catch up on what's going on with the round black stuff.
Well, it's important, isn't it? Just received a really impressive figure, by the way, before we get into our round robin about what's going on. And there is plenty of news on tyres. 73,600 spectators here over the 3-day event. That's a massive total. And welcome to the booth, my colleagues, from Michelin and in a moment from Goodyear. And one of the things you're bringing, Michelin, to this race is an opportunity for those fans trackside to know more about what's going on with the Michelin tyres. Tell us a little bit about the development that we're seeing for the first time here.
Yes, so the tyres are exactly the same as in Qatar and last year also, but we have decided to be a bit more visible. Also, when the car is on the pit lane, but also when the car is in the dynamic, when you go on a straight, to be able to see which tyre spec that the teams are using. So we have decided to choose different colors. So we have the white one for the soft one, so it's not available this weekend. So we choose the white one because the white for us, it reminds us the snow, the cold. So that's why we choose to have the white color. And this weekend we are using, as you can see on the cars, the yellow one is the medium compound. So this is a compound that we are going to provide to every races this year. And this today on the race, it's the most used compound on this race. And we choose the yellow because it's something between the white and the red, because the red is the hard compound. We choose the red because the red, for us, we identify the red with the heat.
Now, I think we saw a little earlier, one of the teams choosing to mix those compounds.
Yeah, we saw the BMW at the beginning of the race. When they stopped for a long time, they rejoined the race. The conditions were quite warm, and the track temperature was quite warm. So we saw that they attempt to use this compound because we didn't use it during the free practice. But yes, it's very visible, so we can see as soon as there's a red tire on the car, we see it's the hard compound.
It's still an aspect that's open to the teams to be able to strategize themselves. They get a limited choice, but there is a choice.
Exactly.
How closely do your guys and girls work with those teams to just keep them informed about what you believe the capabilities are of the product?
Yeah, this weekend is quite straightforward. You know, from this condition, this track doesn't require a very strong tire because there's low energy on the tire. There's no fast corners, so we don't put a lot of heat on the tires. This race, we can see in average we are running around 20 degrees less than in Qatar on the tire. So it's a tire that is it's a track that doesn't put a lot of energy on the tires. So that's why we don't need to use the hard compound this weekend. So that's why the medium is the correct tire for the race.
Last couple of questions. It's about this new look FIA World Endurance Championship. You guys are here. You're here with a technological solution to a motorsport problem. You're here as well to push forward on sustainability. We can talk about that, I think, another time. But the other thing is, you're here to publicise the brand. 73,000 people here this weekend. Lots more watching at home and listening at home. That has to be a big push behind a continuation for this. He says, asking, please keep coming.
Yes, exactly. You know, the endurance racing is in the DNA of Michelin. So we know it's the best place to prove the endurance tire, because we transfer all the technology that we are learning in endurance racing to the street cars, to the street tires, to show the performance, the long-lasting performance on the tires.
Tell me one last question as well, which is, what kind of level of engagement are you getting, not just from the teams, not just from the industry, but the fans? They take a kind of laser-focused interest in every aspect of the sport.
Yeah, exactly. There's the competition on the track with all the car manufacturers, but also there's an interest in terms of tires, because we are bringing new technology also. It's hard to see the technology on the tire because the tires are with black and round. So, but we are working intensively to bring some innovation on the tires. This year on the wet weather tire that we are providing, it's already made with 45% of renewable and recycled product. So it's already in half of the tire, nearly half of the tire that is already with sustainable product in the tire. And on the slick, we are working to improve this rate for the slick for the 2025 season.
That's something we're going to be talking about for many years to come. We're going to cross across in a moment. First, back to Martin.
Yeah, I mean, part of what Michelin are trying to produce with these sport tyres is to introduce more and more renewable material, but by keeping the performance at the same level. And look at what those tyres are producing. It's a phenomenal race for second place. The Ferrari under real pressure. Miguel Molina was challenging very hard for the lead against teammate James Collada a few laps ago, and now he's got Nick de Vries right behind him in the Toyota. And it's only traffic that is extending and compressing the gap. De Vries is all over the back of the Ferrari, and a couple of times Miguel Molina has had to be very brave in traffic, go the long way round the outside to avoid losing any time. It's a fantastic battle for second place. Also just seen a 30-second penalty being applied to LMGT3 driver Mikkel Pedersen. He's had to stop and hold, having had a drive-through for track limits. Still apparently can't keep the car within the white line, so he's had to be reminded of that by putting himself into the corner. Of course, LMGT3 brings us on to our other tyre partner in the championship, because it is Goodyear Eagles that are being run by all the cars in LMGT3. And Mike from Goodyear, again, sustainability, not bringing endless numbers of tyres and making tyres last and perform. As with Goodyear, so with Michelin, you guys are both in the same boat. You want to get, like road car users do, the most bang for your buck and the longest life for your money.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole point of why we're in endurance racing and why we target that. You know, I can only mirror Pierre's comments in the same way. We target this longevity and performance. In testing on the LMGT3 slick tyre, we covered mileage as high as 550 kilometres on one set of tyres on a GT car, so that's really the target of all of us.
Quick question I've got here, Mike. It's for the longest time it seemed that the tyre companies investing heavily in motorsport drew most of their publicity when things went wrong, and it's very clear that you guys are looking to change that pattern by doing two things. it's telling a more positive story, but it's also in providing information to people who are interested in this. It's not just, here's a brand, it's here's what we've done with this tyre. We heard from Pierre what's happening with the sidewall there. You've got a similar concept there with Goodyear as well. But, I mean, the big boost, the guys listening in, they've made that happen by being interested.
Yeah, of course, and we want to talk about what's going on with the tyres and the fact that we're pushing, you know, the level of sustainable materials within the tyre and the types of product we're using and how we're developing those products for this form of racing.
Well, new visible sidewalls for Michelin. The new product you've got here for the first time this weekend, it's getting very dark out there. It might just need to be used because there's a brand new LMGT3 wet.
Yeah, there is. We've been developing it in the background for the last 18 months, and we do that with a lot of in-house testing and laboratory testing and then our private test facilities. And we actually got the opportunity to use that tyre a couple of weeks ago in Spa at some private testing. So we're quite excited to see if we can get that in the race.
Well, I think we're quite excited if it rains as well. But it does look at the moment, Martin, remarkably dark outside.
Remarkably dark, but also really windy, and that's what preceded the storm yesterday. And for Nick de Vries, he might need something like rain. Well, Nick de Vries in the Toyota was all over the back of Miguel Molina, and then they caught a 4-car battle of LMGT3 cars, and suddenly the gap has yawned back out to well over 2 seconds. De Vries bringing it down again. But I'm not sure everybody is quite as enthusiastic as Mike McGregor to see the wet tyres dragged out. There's an awful lot of fans sitting in open grandstands for a start. But, I mean, yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? When you have just a wet or a slick and there's no intermediate, there are going to be compromises, aren't there, somewhere? And how hard is that for a tyre manufacturer to balance?
I don't think there really is compromises anymore. We've spent so much time and work to develop a tyre that runs very well into the drying conditions, and a slick, especially the fact that we don't have tyre warmers anymore, with the slick tyre switching on so much quicker, actually the drivability is much bigger than what it used to be in the past.
I mean, one of the key things we heard about the construction of the tyres and the sustainability of that. Another part of the sustainability is use fewer tyres, and that's what we're seeing in terms of the fewer choices being offered. You're transporting fewer tyres, you're having to presumably recycle fewer tyres because there's less wastage.
Yeah, overall, we're producing less tyres for the overall championship, we're shipping less tyres to each event, and by having tyres that have a wider operating window and work for longer, we're using less tyres in the races.
Great stuff. I think we'll say thanks to both Pierre and to Mike on behalf of all the World Endurance Championship fans. It's never been easier to understand what's going on aboard these race cars, whether or not it's with our guys and the graphics, but the information that your guys, through the technology you've got available to you and through the initiatives that you're bringing to these cars trackside, it is significantly easier to understand that. So we're going to say thanks very much indeed to both Pierre from Michelin, to Mike from Goodyear, and we're going to get back to racing.
Okay, new target 27.8, 27.8. We do 1 lap less and push on the rear left tires. Push on the rear left tires. We do 1 lap less, 27.8.
Well, that's the delta, the lap time that he's been set to produce. So, yeah, James has been told to hurry up a little bit and push those left side tyres as well, because those are the ones that are now, well, 100 and whatever they are. They were 104 laps old at the beginning. One thing that we've learned from the travails of number 15 BMW is that hard rears are not really working, because that's gone back to medium rears. It's not snowing. This is the dander that is blowing off the trees. It's a sort of covering, like sticky buds on some buds you get on trees. This is a fluffy cover over the leaf buds, and blowing all over the place as we watch Corvette versus the Lexus.
So it's 119 laps, our graphic said on James Colado's left-hand side tyres, and that's why his engineer was saying, don't be afraid to use them, because on the next stop, we're going to change them.
Fantastic slow-mo shot of Tamburello, side by side, the two front V8 engined cars. Corvette versus the Lexus. Miguel Molina, every time he gets a break in traffic, Nick de Vries seems like he's out of it and then comes right back in it again. Look at the way the gap has yo-yoed up and down. That's not because Molina finds something or de Vries finds something. That's because the traffic hurts their lap times when they catch cars in the wrong place.
There's around 10 seconds lap difference between the LMGT3 cars and the hypercars around this track. So it just goes to show how much time you can lose. I mean, surprisingly little actually on this track compared to that of Qatar, where it's well over 13, 14 seconds a lap. So yeah, the slow speed seems to help the GT cars in terms of their speed they can carry. We've seen that every time a hypercar awkwardly gets past them in between two slow speed corners, the GT's right there on their tail until they get onto the next straight line. So the hypercar really it's got a bit more downforce, so that helps them in the higher speed corners, and there's very little of that content around this track.
Oh, de Vries with a run here. Did he go by? No, he didn't quite. That was going by the Peugeot, but getting right up behind the Ferrari, and there's a Porsche in front of them as well.
It's the 38 Jota.
Oh, it's the 38 car, okay. So Jota's mid-race speed is not quite what they were hoping.
Now this strategy from Jota seems to be just falling away from them a bit in the second half of the race.
Talking about falling, both Porsche drivers are reporting rain on the track. Now, when we were talking to our tyre colleagues a moment or two ago, I did think that the road outside the circuit looked like it might be glistening a little, but the road in the circuit, or that is the circuit, because there are actually public roads running through the middle of the circuit, that at the moment remains dry. It has not been declared a wet track, which means you may not fit wet weather tyres yet. So when Eduardo Freitas is notified by any of the marshals posts that it is raining on them, then he will declare it a wet track. Until then, you're on slicks, boy, no matter what the weather gods or the forecasters might be telling you.
I think that onboard shot we just saw there with Nick de Vries in car 7, pretty sure that was water getting streamed up the windscreen. Other than that, it was oil from another car that he's been following, and I doubt that's coming from the Ferrari in front of him.
Yeah, that's a little bit more old days.
Yeah.
Again, it could be something blowing a little bit of water. They go by our GT class leader, still Joel Storm.
And this camera you're looking at there on the gantry had a few spots on it as well. So it's definitely coming down a bit. How hard it will fall, it's yet to be seen.
Still this battle between Miguel Molina trying to fend off the close attention to Nick de Vries for second place. The gap ahead of Molina, though, almost 14 seconds now.
Yeah, you can see the energy that de Vries has got left. So just under mid-tanks.
If there's any indication of what the weather feels like outside, almost every seat in our grandstand is now full again, whereas it was about a third full an hour ago. Everybody had gone out to get different views of the track rather than sitting on the pit straight. But now, hunched up a little bit against the weather.
Nicholas Carr ahead is for position, 0 risk. We are fuel limited in this stint, fuel limited, so keep an eye on alarms.
Understood. I've just been very, very unlucky with the traffic last lap, but don't worry.
Now, that is the car that was in front of him, I think, because that car of Kelvin van der Linde is right behind. The car in front for position is 31 seconds in front of him, so 54 has just stopped. That has dropped Francesco Castellacci down a couple of places. Valentino Rossi is in the pit lane. Tyre changes, right sides only. And it's going to be the same as well behind for Sean Gallel. That's the second stop for Valet, so he's now into a triple stint. And by the way, you can catch up with Valentino Rossi in about 10 days' time when full access comes out. I mean, you won't be able to catch up with him, but you'll be able to hear Anthony Davidson catching up with him yesterday. So that will be part of our full access coverage. Again, our behind-the-scenes programme, which is being filmed during the weekend and during the race. We'll be able to show you insights that we can't do live and in real time. So full access will be out around Tuesday or Wednesday next week and give you an awful lot more insight into what's going on.
Okay, Vale. So it's the 2 new tires on the right, cold. On the left, c'est hot tires. Careful pit exit line. Don't cross the white line after pit exit. Stay focused out lap.
Change of position just outside the top 10 meanwhile. Proton Competition's Harry Tinkler's gone by. Eduardo Montara puts the Lamborghini back down to 12th position. The Proton Porsche number 99 up to 11th. He is now just 1.3 seconds back from Oliver Rasmussen in 10th position overall.
Interesting little bit of strategy from WRT. They've right side only, and that's Isotta off in the barriers. And that might be very telling, because if Carl Watanabe-Bennett can't get out of the barriers there, and we go safety car, and the rain arrives as well, then suddenly everybody's gambling. They might get a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, that is up at Variante Alta again, isn't it? He's just clipped the curve going in. Anthony?
Yeah, here we go. So the right going misses, and yeah, that launches the car over the left-hand curb and sends the car into the barrier. So yeah, he just missed the apex really of the right-hand section, and then that yellow curb just acts as a platform onto the gravel. And yeah, the Jota as well. I think there is, to be fair to these drivers there, a little bit of rain coming down at the top end. That's the highest point in terms of elevation of the track. So I think I could see the rain coming down on the screen as well. And as he's turned in, it's just put the car a bit out of kilter, offline, launched over the curb. What he should have done is just bailed earlier, realised I'm not going to make the corner here, and just turn left earlier than trying to continuing trying to commit to the right, like the Jota did right behind him.
Well, and that's the experience, isn't it? That's a different experience level between the Thai driver and whichever of the two Jotas it was, either of Callum Isla or
6,
Oliver Rasmussen.
5,
they're
4,
more experienced
3,
in racing and
2,
sports car terms.
1, full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Graham Goodwin.
This is good news for the GT3 class leader, because he's come in and serving most of his stop under full course yellow conditions. So the 92 car for Joel Sturm came in ahead of Daniel Mancinelli, and Valentino Rossi, of course, had just been on pit lane.
There's Gilles Duquesne, and there is his driver, Carl Bennett. Yeah, disappointed with himself, just getting caught out there. Won't be the first, won't be the last to get caught out at Variante Alta by changeable weather conditions. Full course yellow means everybody's doing 80 kilometers an hour. So there is a special speed limiting button for that. And again, in replay, yeah, I think you're right, Anthony. What we didn't see first time is, tellingly, the Jota Porsche went off as well, and that does suggest there might be something on the track there. Now, whether a car's lost that, or whether that is weather-induced, now he needs to stay in the car, stay calm, allow them to pick him up, put it back on terra firma. They're not here to win the race, they're here to do miles. The two of the drivers really need miles in the car because they're not hypercar experienced. I mean, John Carl's done some testing, but he's a lot more experienced a race driver. But they need miles on the car. They need to learn the car. They need to learn what it responds well to and what it doesn't. And it's a very small program. They didn't test after Qatar, so every lap they do is crucial.
Okay, Michael, if you can report to us if you see rain, we expect it to come first at turn 7. We expect it to come first at turn 7.
Yes, I have had some light drizzle turn 7. That's it, a little bit benign.
So light drizzle at turn 7, a little bit at turn 9, we're hearing there from Peugeot. One quick word about the Isotta Fraschini. It's been a significantly better performance by the whole team to this point. You know, whilst we know the car needs to find pace and reliability, one of the bigger problems in Qatar was the team on pit lane in the garage performance. That's significantly better here.
Well, remember what Peugeot said at Monza when they debuted the 9X8 2 years ago. We're a test team, we are not a race team. We've got a test mule, we have not got a race car. That's where Isotta is right now, and with much less in terms of backup, personnel and probably finance that Peugeot had going in as well. So it's the same deal. They've got to turn themselves into a race team, they've got to think like a race team, they've got to act like a race team, and they have to turn a test car into a race car, and that's not an easy process. And the way you do it is by racking up the miles, and if you can't test, then the only place to rack them up is where you're actually racing. Peugeot did that, Glickenhaus did that, Isotta are doing that, Lamborghini are doing that.
Well,
same deal.
Yeah, the 11 car rejoins the track, but car 51, meanwhile, the race leader is under investigation for a technical infringement. Well, the wind is certainly up.
Sorry about that. That was last night's pasta.
Full course yellow will be removed at 16:13. 32 seconds, we're removing full course yellow.
Tiny. Sorry,
I'll get in there at some point. Thanks, Eduardo. Speaking of Eduardo, I don't think he'll be impressed at all
20
with...
seconds to remove full course yellow.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be impressed at all to see all of that
yellow in less
gravel
than
getting
15 seconds.
sprayed all over the circuit by car 11
10,
weaving around.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Two really close battles
look
going
at
on
this. De Vries has got the
Nick
jump
De
on the
Vries
Ferrari.
is going to get the second place away from the 50 Ferrari. Nick De Vries with a phenomenal restart straight by him, and just going past us was a battle with the number 20 BMW right up the gearbox of the 83 Ferrari. So how has that happened?
That was an amazing restart from Nick De Vries. Totally caught Molina napping, and I'm sure Molina's going to be questioning when the full course yellow button was released that limits the car to 80 kph. I'm sure the steward's going to be looking at that one with microscopic detail.
Absolutely right, and it's the same getting down to 80k by the time zero is cut. So getting down to speed is crucial. Releasing it and not anticipating the zero, that's crucial as well.
That's when you need a drag racer in the car. That's anticipation time.
Oh, what's going on with the Peugeot, and which one is it? You see the Lamborghini behind weaving, but was that a move
94?
for position? That's 94, Loic Duval.
It's gone to have the trip through gravel.
Ah, goodness.
But going back to that Toyota...
Picked up a place.
Had to give it back, that's why he lifted as well.
Going back to that fight with the Toyota and Ferrari, it's a whole team effort in that respect, because you're sitting in the car listening to your team doing the countdown as well. So you're waiting for them to say green, green, green. And as soon as you see the Marshall system as well, you've got to have cat-like reactions on that button to get going. So a whole team effort there from Toyota. Nick De Vries executed that absolutely perfectly, and is pulling away now from Molina.
Yeah, Molina got held up a little bit there by the McLaren. Now he's clear, and De Vries
There was a touch. There's a touch from the rear of the 12 car onto the Lamborghini.
Callum Isler back in the gravel trap and very firmly in the gravel again, but oh, that was close. He nearly slammed into the back of the Toyota. Nick De Vries, I'm sure, has no idea how close that got.
I think when you see that again, you'll see Callum Isler, I think, just moved across and just got a touch to the rear and settled the car.
There is rain as well. You can see on De Vries' onboard here, the rain is starting to fall, much bigger drops now. But yeah, I didn't quite catch that, Graham, so maybe you did see it right in that there was a bit of contact. I'm sure we'll see a replay again, and we'll have all of our eyes on it.
Another off for the 94.
Yeah, well, the problem is when you go off, then there's gravel all over the tyres. He's gone off, he's hit something.
There's been some contact this time.
He's clattered the barriers.
Oh, no,
he hasn't.
it's not. It's the tyre.
Left front puncture. Well, again, that might be off-related. Maybe it was going down in the first instance to put him off.
It was either that or he's picked up a puncture when he went through the gravel trap, and look at the damage that's done to the front left of that Peugeot.
Tyre debris hanging off the rear wing as well. There wouldn't have been a problem last time out.
What a disappointing race it's been for Peugeot. Not their fault that they got tagged at the very beginning of the race with De Resta as the yellow flags flash, or the lights flash and the flags fly.
Oh,
and look at the amount of
debris.
This could go full course yellow to tidy this out. It's virtual safety car now. Then here we go.
30 seconds to deploy virtual safety car.
Leader is in. Virtual safety car, the pit lane remains open until the actual safety car is scrambled.
To deploy virtual
so
safety
you
car.
can now stop So this is a green flag stop for the 51 Ferrari. They're
We are
not
deploying
gaining
virtual
an
safety
advantage.
car in 10,
But anyone
9,
who stops
8,
in the next
7,
2 laps
6,
will gain
5,
an advantage.
4, 3, 2, 1. We are under virtual safety car. We are under virtual safety car.
I have a feeling that Nick de Vries may possibly have passed under virtual safety car there.
Well, we need to find out whether or not there was a delay anywhere in either the picture or the message, but against what we saw and heard, that was pretty clear-cut.
Well, here's Callum Eilert. There was a touch on the iron links.
I'm not sure there was.
I don't think there was.
There was.
No, I don't think there was.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
So I did call it incorrectly. I apologise for that, but it was the point. I think he hit a bump and got the thing under.
Was that the moment that all the pedal pressure went in? So that has not helped the 51 Ferrari. They did a full green flag stop. Anybody who needs to stop now, everybody else is doing 80 kilometers an hour.
Did phenomenally well. Keep that thing on the island. Watch this go again. That's a 93. There you go.
Looking up ahead of his teammate.
Oh, well,
you see the bodywork getting thrown all over the track.
And did you hear how the 93 started to lift there? Because you never know where the other car's coming back on.
Now, the tyre's still up. It's just delaminated.
Yeah, totally. Now, was it starting to go? Is that what put him off in the first place? Loic de Val's out of the car. I think he's probably had enough of that at the moment. So this will be full service. And I mean, it's a real shame for Peugeot. Not one, both cars punted off in the first turn. I mean, you're not coming back from that. Not in this field, not with this depth of quality. Callum Eilert, second trip into the gravel at the Ravazza. This time they're towing him away to a place of safety, not putting him back on track.
No, the first one was Tozer, wasn't it, where he went where he locked up and went off.
I thought he went straight downhill into Ravazza before.
No, that was down at turn 7, Tozer.
A lot of sweeping up to do.
There's a lot of clear up here too.
Now then, that's going to benefit 83 because they are doing a virtual safety car pit stop, which will cost them much less time against anyone who doesn't stop, but particularly against the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah.
Our race leader, by the way, is the number 7 Toyota. And they're being investigated for that virtual safety car.
What's the tyre situation? Tell me what the tyre situation is.
So you have 4 new tyre. We didn't get the chance. We are forced to do that. So 4 new tyre, cold. So maximum warm-up now. We are under virtual safety car.
Maximum warm-up, but you can't do more than 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that didn't sound a very happy James Collado.
No, and the team, we had no option but to do that.
So for him, he'll be hoping, no, it's going to go.
It's going to go safety car.
Then they're going to be all bunched up behind him. Now, what's going to go on here with the car? 50 pit stop. I can see a tyre.
I think it's all 4.
Yeah, so at least he'll have the sister car behind with all 4 tyres. But this is done under virtual safety car, so they're gaining that advantage time-wise.
But don't forget, everybody else's tyres, no matter how hot they are now, will cool down behind the safety car. So the differential between a currently hot and a currently cold tyre will be much less.
But the big thing here is car 50 exits its pit box. I'm watching the drive at the tracker, and 51 is only just entering turn 18.
Yeah.
Down at Ravazza, so we're going to see a lead change here.
Absolutely.
And now, even Stevens in terms of tyres, and you can see that it didn't touch, did it?
Didn't touch.
No touch.
By the way, Nick de Vries did not pit. He leads the race.
Yeah, no, I said that, but he is under investigation for that pass as we went down to 0. And that's before Ferrari protest his release of the car under the full course yellow that allowed him to make that pass.
I think we called it right at the time. I think that I'm fairly convinced he overtook just as the full course yellow came out.
Well, we might need to see that again from on board. What happens with a full course yellow is it then goes away from full course yellow. With a virtual safety car, it then automatically becomes an actual safety car.
Correct.
Why does it not go straight to safety car? Because under virtual safety car, when everybody's effectively full course yellowing, you keep the pit lane open for 2 laps. It allows the entire field an opportunity to stop, so nobody is handed a free advantage or potentially disadvantaged. The real problem for the 51 Ferrari is they were already committed to coming into the pits as it was thrown. They were already doing a stop. There's nothing the race director can do to mitigate against that.
So we need a replay, don't we, of Nick de Vries in that moment from this camera angle.
Yes.
On board.
We need it slowed down to see. See the right-hand side? You got the yellow flashing panels and the yellow flags. If they were flying when he overtook
he's in trouble.
The car, then, yeah, slam dunk.
And also, when he took second place from the Ferrari, released from the virtual, from the full course yellow, whether full course yellow was still shown in vision when he went. So, yeah, coming out of full course yellow and going into virtual safety car, both potentially, the stewards have definitely seen that virtual safety car move as we did because it was on telly, and I'm sure Ferrari are protesting the living daylights out of that pass for second.
One other quick thing to mention, by the way, the 51, as we saw, forced effectively into that full green. In comes Nick de Vries, but at the moment he has emerged from all of this in 4th place. Remains to be seen what happens around this pit stop and any potential penalty that comes.
So this is the moment where he went, yeah, he was, as soon as that went green, he was bang. So if anything, it was Molina just a little bit lapse in how he was getting off that that full course yellow. I was watching there, the marshal system, as soon as it went green, de Vries had reacted. I saw nothing wrong with that particular moment.
So that's one thing in the Anthony Davidson to-do list covered. It's the other one now. It's the potential penalty.
All right, full field pit stops. We're under virtual safety car in Imola. 3 hours 40 minutes down, 2 hours 20 minutes to go here in Imola, and still, well, Anthony Davidson, not really any clue who's going to win this. I think we know who's not going to win it. It's probably not going to be Peugeot, probably not going to be BMW, not Isotta, not Lamborghini, not Cadillac, I'm thinking, but and not Proton.
Oh, the race today is between Toyota and Ferrari, and Nick de Vries had just got himself into a great position by getting ahead of the car 50 that's going to be in the lead of this race now after their pit stop under virtual safety car, as we just see the local hero, Valentino Rossi.
Now then, Eduardo has
Marshals
just declared the track
raindrops
wet.
At T1, the track is now declared wet. The track is now declared wet. All cars with rear lights on low mode.
Okay, now Eduardo will be working on what the marshals have told him. That's what I said before, not on what we're seeing on the car windscreens, although we have been seeing for several laps rain on the car windscreens. Slightly surprised at Variante Alta when those 2 cars skated off that there was no report of rain there, but if there wasn't, there wasn't. And I'm certainly not questioning the race director. But what is interesting is that everybody's had a chance to pit. Nobody had a chance to put on wet.
That's the point I was about to make. We've now gone to safety car, as we must, after virtual safety car. He's saying
He's saying he was committed.
Okay.
That was really interesting. Yeah, I'm really glad we all stopped talking there, because I thought he's explaining here with his hands to his teammate Mike. Yeah, so he reckons he was listening to the countdown of his engineer saying 2, 1, 0.
But
he reckons he just got it done.
But we're hearing race controls countdown. That's being forwarded by his engineer. That's a human time difference.
Well, but it remains to be seen. As things stand, under safety car now, because that has now been called, and you're quite right, Martin, because that's the other part of the dynamic here. Everybody had taken the pit stops that they were able to take, almost the whole field at 100% energy.
There you go.
But because the race had not been declared wet at that point, they couldn't change to wet weather tyres even if they chosen to do so. I don't think they would have chosen at this point.
No.
But what we might see, if this weather turns nasty, and we saw how quickly that could happen yesterday evening, we could see we could see the entire field back down pit lane shortly if this weather turns nasty.
Well, if it does get as wet as yesterday evening, there's not the slightest hope of having a gamble.
But as things stand, Cota still lead this race.
Yes. And Nick de Vries is confident that his pass was clear, clean and clinical. I'm not sure that necessarily everybody thinks the same. Safety car is still in pit lane, waiting to pick up the leader. Under safety car conditions, though, the safety car is only now emerging from the pit lane. What are you talking about, you idiot? Well, what happens in the current rule set is that there are several ways, and Anthony Davidson explored this, or you can see the video on the FIA website with Eduardo Freitas when we're in Qatar, several ways of handling incidents on track. Local wave yellows, local stationary yellows, those are cleared up pretty quickly. Then you can have a full course yellow where everybody comes down to 80 kilometers an hour, and that allows marshals to use gaps in traffic to go and get large bits of debris and stuff out of the way. The next more significant step will be a virtual safety car, which, if things can be cleared up in a couple of laps, will then allow you to do that. But that's everybody going around at 80 Ks. But that then means that you will mandate a safety car to follow it. Everybody will close up behind. It allows cars that are ahead of their category leader in the queue to go round to the back of the queue so they don't automatically lose a lap. So, for instance, there's a couple of GT cars ahead of the GT class. I said a couple. Ahead of the GT class leader. You can see them right there. The third car in the queue is the GT class leader. So those first two will get waved around so that they're not immediately in danger of going a lap down. And that's all part of the current safety car procedure.
Just taking a look at what those two cars. One is the car, the number 91 Monte EMA Porsche.
Correct.
There was in trouble at the very start of the race. I'm just trying to pick out which of the two United Autosports McLarens it is, because 95 is sitting in 8th place, the 28 is sitting in 10th.
It's 95 because it's not got the Ayrton Senna on the back, so that's not 59.
So that's the first car not on the lead lap.
So, and again, because the leader's right behind them. Now, in terms of Hypercar, the race leader is the number 7 Toyota Gazoo racing car now of Kamui Kobayashi, and that is at the front of the queue. So,
because, of course, they were able to pit as well under the virtual safety car, as did the number 50, and they were ahead on track at the time when they did their pit stops. That's why they're both ahead of the number 51, who did, as you pointed out correctly at the time, Martin, under full racing conditions. So the whole grid, the whole field was circulating much slower at just 80 kph when the Toyota and the number 50 came in to do their pit stop. So you win loads of time compared to cars circulating at full racing speed when you're stationary in the pits. So I've heard it, I've had it confirmed that apparently the move was done with 1 second to spare from de Vries just before the full course yellow lights came on.
And who's confirmed that? Is that from race control or from somebody in the truck? So that's not confirmed.
I'm not going to name names, but
Jason, it's not confirmed unless it's from race control. Anyway.
Was it a Mr. N. de Vries?
De Vries. He was under investigation by the stewards for that. No, not for the restart. No, for the virtual safety car. He was notified as being under investigation.
For the pass around, please move to the right. We are preparing the pass around. We may start the pass around now. Pass around has started.
Yeah, there's
all cars eligible for the pass around may now overtake by the right-hand side.
2 cars already cleared off for the pass
Cars
around. That's 91 and 95.
Cars on the left may not zigzag.
You can see that the umbrellas are up. Everybody is sheltering from the rain. At the moment, it is light rain. I'm saying that because I'm inside. Anthony, go out and find out how light the rain is, because we are on the top of a grandstand. This is like proper test match special. I'm sending somebody out the back door of the grandstand, Graham.
Traditionally send Anthony round because it takes a little longer for the rain to reach him.
Indeed, but he's the first to know it's flooding.
Absolutely.
On board with Danny Kvyat in the third of the drivers, the number 63 Lamborghini Iron Lynx in Hypercar. Now, we saw Valentino Rossi debriefing the team and Marco Bezzecchi. What we didn't see was in the background was our man Bruce Ioanni, who has probably had a 3-course meal while he's waiting for Valentino to finish his first sentence.
Not one, but two MotoGP riders, Marco Bezzecchi, who's the rider of Valentino Rossi, VR46. And Valentino, an amazing stint just done. Congratulations.
Grazie, thanks a lot. It was not too bad, especially in the first part. In the first stint, I was good. Second stint was a bit more difficult because the condition of the track were a bit worse. You have some spots, and also with the used tire is more tricky. But anyway, we are there and we try to fight for the podium.
Congratulations. A little word, Marco, first time to come and see Vale. You're supporting him. Maybe one day you drive on 4 wheels as well?
Yeah, well, in Imola is the first time. It's very good to be here to support Vale and to see what he does on the car. So yeah, happy to be here. Hopefully soon I can try also the car.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Yeah, you know, where the doctor goes, lots and lots of others are likely to follow. So I think he might be starting a little bit of a vanguard here. Now, obviously, he is an extraordinarily talented rider, but yeah, he's showing a way for a lot of different talent to go.
Speaking of following, I followed your orders, Martin. I went out there to feel the rain, and right where we are, just before turn 2, I would still comfortably be on the slick tyres, but looking up towards the top of the hill at towards turn 7, turn 9, and then even further in the distance of the top chicane of 14 and 15, it's really dark skies and the rain is coming down clearly over there. So it's moving from that direction towards where we are on the pit straight right now.
Well, stopping in the pits just now, TF Sports number 82 Corvette, Sebastian Boe's getting on board that car. So they clearly were in a situation where they had to stop.
Well, that's odd, because they should have had an opportunity to stop under the virtual safety car.
Yes.
They should not have required emergency service.
It might...
Unless it's a tyre.
Or a driver time deal, I'm not sure, but he's just stopped anyway. Safety car is out. And as you say, Anthony, here, there's no sign looking out the window that the track is even remotely damp. Here at Variante Alta, no spray, hardly a windscreen wiper on. Not much in the way of rain either. Let's hear what Brendan Hartley's got to say.
Okay, Brendan, we see safety car instructed to pick up the pace. Safety car instructed to pick up the pace.
Track is starting to be wet in pit lane. Track is starting to be damp in pit lane. We would consider boxing as early as possible, so just be ready, everybody.
This could get very busy indeed on pit road.
Yeah, this is tense times for all the drivers now. You see the rain falling on the windscreen, and that only gets worse as you start to speed up. It's like a psychological barrier that you have to go through from inside the car, because it looks horrific, the amount of rain that's pouring down as you speed up on the windscreen. The wipers are on, and but the track can very much still be giving a lot of grip. But more so when you've got nice, warm, sticky, slick tyres. They don't have that luxury, because most of them done pit stops on the stone-cold ambient temperature tyres, no tyre warmers, and this is going to be an extreme test for the driver's skill right now.
We talked about this a little earlier, didn't we? With 51 Ferrari getting caught in the pits and having to come out on cold tyres. But I said, when we go safety car, everybody will be in the same bag, and they are. Actually, just a moment or two ago, we were riding on board with Brendan Hartley, and on the chin of his helmet, Giltrap Group, one of his early supporters, reminds me that the founder of the group, Sir Colin Giltrap, passed away just this week.
The rain won't last. We think the rain won't last. So we need to survive by staying out.
That is the voice of somebody with their fingers firmly crossed on both hands. It is still raining. And actually, the fans outside, behind the back of our commentary position, have still got their umbrellas up. But what you need to keep your hair dry and how much rain stops a slick tyre working is going to be hard to tell. Of course, what we always say is hot slicks on a damp track will still give you grip. No one has got hot slicks. There's going to be a lot of cars rotating, Anthony.
I can tell you right now, just looking at the circuit there at Variante Alta, that is too wet for slicks.
And the question now that Eduardo Freitas will be asking the safety car driver is it safe? And the safety car driver
is coming
has
in this lap.
said
It's coming in this lap.
Safe. Let's go. Safety car's coming in. So yeah, the late Sir Colin Giltrap, supporter of many Kiwis in their early careers, up until very recently, unfortunately passed away this week. And I'm sure on behalf of the likes of Brendan Hartley, the likes of Earl Bamber, who've been supported, they'd like to have a big result here. Away we go. Stone cold tyres, full tanks, wet track.
This is the driest part of the circuit, remember? So they're going to tiptoe their way into turn 2 already. The Azotto's off.
Perhaps not a surprise, that's Antonio Serravalle. His first lap in the car in the race is on stone cold slicks in the rain.
The tough one's going to be as they come round towards Tosa at turn 7 and then up the hill. That seems to be where it's at its wettest. And another rotation there for car 82, the Corvette. And in a straight line almost, the Peugeot is at 93 off as well.
Who's in 93?
There's been a change of position.
Jeff.
The 50's past, the number 7.
Toyota's not bringing its tyres in. All the Ferrari fans are up applauding in front of us here. They watch that on the big screen. Big twitch indeed from the number 7 car. Kamui Kobayashi couldn't get the car turned into Tosa. That's taking candy off a baby if you can then get it off the corner.
Well, you can see this. This is Kamui Kobayashi struggling to fend off the LMGT3 leading car.
Yep.
Yeah, so the GT3s in this kind of condition will have more mechanical grip than the hypercars.
And ABS.
And yeah, not just the leader, but the number 60 car, which is down in 31st place, not even on the lead lap in LMGT3, is just blown by the Toyota and is about to overtake the race leader. So Kamui Kobayashi, you can hear it just like
and it's
hitting the limiter all the way.
It's corners like this even that seem like a mere king, because you see the race leader getting overtaken now by the LMGT3s is something that's quite bizarre to behold, but almost off the circuit there for Molina in turn 18.
Now, Graham, in the dry, it was taking them 2 to 3 laps to get full temperature into the slicks. This is going to go on for lap after lap.
He's in.
Wet.
And the Ferrari has stayed out, and that's an important moment here.
Both Porsches in, 6 and 5.
That's 6 and 99, that was,
it 6
I think.
and 99? You're right, good spot. So, yeah, he's had enough of that.
And being followed in by a number of other cars. Also in the 35, the 38 Jota, the 93 Peugeot is in as well.
So Kobayashi's thought, I've lost track position to the Ferrari, I lost track position, we might as well go on to the wets now. So those slicks are going to come off, the wets go on. This is really interesting in terms of strategy now.
Here's the Ferrari message to Miguel Molina. We don't believe the rain is going to last.
So Porsche have split their strategy. The 5 stays out, the 6 on pit lane. All 3 Ferraris stay out.
Both Toyotas pitted. Both Toyotas pitted. Now, they're so good at reading these, but they came in across the nose of the 77 Mustang.
They say the rain is not going to last, but it only needs to last long enough to put your car off the track.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, but if you can keep the car on the track, it doesn't matter that you're going slower and getting passed by cars on wets, because they're going to need to get off the wets back onto slicks if it dries.
He's looking slightly more comfortable, is Molina, through Acqua Minerale that time around than the first lap.
Well, because his tyres will be hotter and the road's not absolutely awash.
This could turn this race absolutely on its head.
Already has. The leader's bailed out and gone into the pit lane and handed it to Ferrari, who have taken brave pills.
So both Toyotas made the decision to go onto the wet tyres. Both Ferraris stay out there on the slicks. Someone's going to get it right.
Plus the privateer Ferrari back up into 4th place at this point. But crucially, perhaps, the Porsches didn't. 5 stays out, 6 comes in. Car 51 27 and 777. They were 3 cars, including, of course, the car running in second place. We knew were under investigation for a technical infringement. It is a reprimand for those 3 cars.
I'm not seeing quite enough rain falling down on the track for
Not
these
for
wet
wet.
tyres. I mean, it is just there at the very top of the circuit, but round here where the car 50 is now, if anything, it seems to be a little bit better. But he's still taking extreme caution. Is Molina through Tamburello chicane?
Well, there's 2 things going on here. It needs to rain much more heavily for the wets to absolutely have to rule this, as the 95 McLaren proves that it's still damp enough, thank you very much. But the other thing is, what do wet weather tyres do to the track? They move water offline. So the wets are going to help the guys on slicks. Not much, but a bit.
The split lap times of the 4 cars that stayed out is, what is that? Just about 10 seconds. 1:53 for Robert Schwartzman, 2:02 for the race leader.
And Collado here, who's getting overtaken by the Lexus around the outside of, of Piratella. But meanwhile, he's continuing to catch his teammate Molina.
Yep.
Looking what the lap times are looking like on the wets right now, they are going to be very, very significantly quicker.
Now as the light level drops, cars coming past our commentary position, sparking heavily. It's like the 80s suddenly.
There we go. That you can now see the rain really bucketing down.
Well, this is brave pills. Our leaders, the Porsches and the Ferraris, have just swallowed the brave pills by the handful.
Right, Kobayashi is 18 seconds back from Robert Schwartzman. Schwartzman, the last of the 4 cars to opt not to stop for wet weather tyres. That gap is being swallowed up at the rate of something like a second per sector at the moment on Schwartzman, and Schwartzman is the quickest of the 4 ahead.
Now here, coming past the pits, you're going, yeah, give me wets, give me wets, give me wets. The problem is, the rain has to last for an hour to keep the wets alive. I know the guys from Michelin and I know the guys from Goodyear are saying our wets will go a long way into the dry, but that's if the track's really wet. This track is going to dry very fast because it's barely wet.
It's only wet enough for the wets to work at the top end of the circuit.
Yeah.
All of this stuff we're watching here, this is still okay for the dries.
Okay, wheel box, James. Box.
Oh.
Sure, are you sure?
Yes, sure, wheel box.
For me, no, but okay, for me, no.
Well, in that situation,
go with James.
No, but in that situation, the team needs to say, we've got the radar, this is what it's likely to do. What's the track like right now? And James is clearly saying it's okay for slicks.
Well, look.
So they're not working brilliantly as a team right there. The reaction from the engineer there should have been, James, it's only going to intensify. Rain intensifying from level 2 to level 5 in the matter of 5 minutes.
Not enough information.
He doesn't have that information, and they don't have the information on what he's seeing around the circuit.
Nobody in LMGT3 went in for wets, did they? It's only the hypercars. So
Exactly,
this is for the battle for second in LMGT3. The white nose of Maxime Martin versus the white nose of Augusto Farfus.
And they're looking to try to catch Joel Stern. Quick other note, the number 5 Porsche then pitted, stayed out, then pitted.
Yeah.
The closing speed for Kamui Kobayashi now on Robert Schwartzman, he was 9 seconds quicker last time around, he's 11 seconds back. He's 23 seconds back from the leader, Miguel Molina. And on Molina, he's 14 seconds quicker on that last lap.
But in 5 laps,
I agree.
If it stopped raining, then, I mean, the problem now, if Ferrari are committed to this, and unless it really rains, they're still, unless it really rains for half an hour, they're still in a better position if they stick with what they've got.
They're only losing time to the Toyotas in Sector 3, funnily enough, because that's the sector where we see that it's the wettest on track. All of this stuff's what James was saying. It feels absolutely fine. I'll survive around just one sector. So it's not worth calling me in right now.
Well, and do you know what? He hasn't gone in. He's gone by 2 laps since that radio message was sent, not since we played it. They've gone with the driver. Look at this. This is Augusto Farfus in the red and white car, all over the backs of Maxime Martin for second place in LMGT3. The Corvette in front is a lap down, don't worry about the 81 car. But these two pros have got to catch Joel Sturm in Manthey Pure Racing.
1 and 2 are the same lap times. Now we have to commit to stay out. It's just in sector 3 we are losing. We are monitoring sectors. We hope it gets slightly better. If it's stable, we're going to have to pit eventually.
Yeah, and that's not too bad. It's fine. If it carries on raining, then they are going to have to come in. But Toyota have already come in anyway, and they're not catching you in terms of lap time. So it's absolutely fine. There's no need to panic right now for Ferrari. They're doing exactly the right thing.
Oh, Porsche and Cadillac side by side.
And for position, this is Earl Bamber trying to go past Jean-Eric Verne. There's the Isotta on the driver's left-hand side, the right of your picture, and the car in front is for position as well. So that's Jenson Button in the Hertz Team Jota car. Looking back from Chev, there's Bambi.
Kobayashi up to third, and the 50 and 51 cars are on pit lane.
And another, again, Earl Bamber, another to benefit from the Giltrap group, and both Ferraris are in. Okay.
So much for committing to the slick tyres. They've brought both of their cars in.
Again, I'm not a team manager for a lot of very good reasons, but again, I don't think this is too little too late. It's the wrong choice. They're going to now go, are they going wets?
Yeah, the wets are going on.
No, tyres are going on, but we can't see enough to see if they're really wet. Are they wet?
You need your eyes checking.
I do need my eyes checking. That's why I've got glasses. But they're reading glasses, not telly glasses.
Antonio Fuoco aboard the car now, aboard the number 50 car.
Did they definitely go wets on both cars?
They did go wets. I saw it.
That's a mistake.
And it's continuing to rain. It's continuing to rain. But I can hear Bruce as well in my ear saying, yes, it's wet, wet, wet.
83 on pit lane as well. Out come the 50 and 51, nose to tail, confirmed with those sidewall colours. It's wet weather tyres, up go the umbrellas.
Well, the umbrellas have been up anyway.
But they are emerged now in 6th and 7th places.
But that seemed to me like a much more sensible time to come in than when Toyota did. I think there was a slight overreaction by the drivers, perhaps, with their colder tyres, and they felt maybe wrongly that was the rain having that influence and not the temperatures. But
Switch, 51 now ahead of the 50.
Yeah, that happened in the pit stop, didn't it?
No, it didn't. No, just happened just there. Fuoco moves behind James Gallardo.
50.
And when you look at the net gain from what Ferrari did compared to Toyota, Ferrari going through turn 7, Toyota car 7 only just exited the final corner onto the main straight now.
But coming out of Tosa, it's bone dry.
So that just goes to show how, you know, I said one team was going to get it right, one would get it wrong.
In front of us here on the main straight, it's bone dry. There's only one sector that's wet, and they were surviving it.
But it is now continuing to fall. They've made their gain that they needed, and now they're on the same page as Toyota. So that's why Ferrari committed to it. They could see that they've pulled out so much time on Toyota. What will it be now? The distance between them, is it 18 seconds?
Sorry.
There's your new, that's your new third place man, Brendan Hartley. It is Toyota's Kamui Kobayashi who leads. Kevin Estre, you just saw in the number 6 Porsche, the championship leaders, almost getting wiped out by that BMW in LMGT3.
Here's the question, was it a conservative strategy to come in or a conservative strategy to stay out? Because at the moment, right now, the smart move was by Toyota. They've leapfrogged into
I was just looking at the track
a winning
map.
position.
Yeah, sorry, got that completely the wrong way round. I do apologise.
I think that was entirely the wrong call by Ferrari.
They had committed, so they should have.
They should have stuck with it. They should have stuck with it.
Toyota did get it right. I do apologise. That was, yeah, it was hard to read in that moment.
Yeah.
And,
but the key to all of this was that moment. It was the moment when Toyota opted to bring in the 7. At that point, Ferrari had no real choice other than to go with the plan they've got. They've actually got the worst of both worlds here.
Yeah, they did everything. They did everything right and then completely lost their nerve.
Yeah.
Earl Bamber, by the way, going for the final point here behind Jenson Button. You say, okay, no, look at it, Martin. It's so wet. Of course you need wets. No, because for 4 kilometres you don't need wets. You just have to live with this 300, 400 metres of wet track.
This is Earl Bamber getting onto terms with Jenson Button.
That's final point.
The Cadillac is finally come alive.
So if it does, if it starts to dry up, there's the 15s off. if it does start to dry up, then Ferrari will really kick themselves because they could have potentially survived it. Just going to have a check and again.
That is on full wets, as you can see through the gaps on the top of the wheel covers.
Even if it doesn't dry up, they've just given 1.5 minutes to Toyota for nothing.
Completely agree. Completely agree.
And again, I'll say it again, I'm not a team manager for all the best reasons. I'm rubbish at predicting this, but it looked like they'd made the right choice, and the weather's not got bad enough to make it the wrong choice. They should have listened to their drivers, not overruled them. They were...
Well, I mean, it all depends on how long this rain is going to stay for.
No, it doesn't, because they've given Toyota 1 minute. If it dries up, everybody's going to come in for slicks at the same time. If it doesn't dry up, nobody's going to come in until the next pit stops. They blew it.
Well, no, my point was they should have waited to see how long. Like, no one really knows how long the rain's going to last for, but they had committed, and they said, like, they even came on the radio, said we're committed now to stay on the slicks. That's why I was surprised to see both of them come in.
Oh, full course yellow.
Yes. Yeah, that's for the recovery of the BMW. Hour and 51 minutes to go. It is Kamui Kobayashi that leads this race in the number 7 Tota from the 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre, with the 8 Tota in 3rd. Raffaele Marcello, it was in the number 15 car. That's the car much delayed from its issues to start the race.
And the important thing is they're at full course yellow, not virtual safety car. So they don't need to bring out the safety car, which will obviously bunch everyone up. So the gap should stay the same as they are right now.
It's a recovery only. The gaps, by the way, 20, or actually they don't count at this point under full course yellow. BMW in 4th place here.
What happens with full course yellow to the pit lane?
You can come down pit lane.
Stays open. Great. Back onto slicks, please. Come on, Ferrari, undo the mess you've made for yourselves.
But
you should trust your drivers. They're the ones who've got the knowledge.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult debrief, I think, after this one, at Ferrari.
It will be if they go 1, 2, 3, and I'm left with egg on my face, having criticised them appallingly.
The interesting thing is that both teams committed both of their cars.
Yes.
To do exactly the same, to follow the same strategy. That was to not even mix it with your car. Like I say, one was going to get it right and one was going to get it wrong, and you just put all your eggs in the same basket there, didn't you?
Well, as an example of the team that did split that strategy, the number 6 car that came in for wets is running 2nd. The number 5 that initially didn't and then did came in a lap earlier than the Ferrari. That car is now in 5th. But even that car is ahead of all the Ferraris.
If it was me and I'd committed to staying out on the slicks, I would have waited at least until I was overtaken on track by the Toyota, because there could always be this situation like we have now.
Right.
Could always be a full course yellow. Could maybe even a red flag. Who knows? But at least wait until on track you get overtaken.
Yeah.
They just completely handed it to Toyota by, sort of like you say, the worst of all situations, bailing at the wrong time.
Yes, it was the timing. It was the timing. There was. I don't understand why they took the decision at that point.
I think it was the wrong decision, and it was definitely at the wrong time.
That's the point. That's
trust the drivers. Don't trust me. I mean, what do I know? But James Carr's going, no, for me, no.
They were doing okay. They were surviving. They were getting caught up by the Toyota, but. The rain is starting to ease now.
So an hour and 49 minutes remain. Toyota moved from being in contention for a podium to 1-3 in this race.
Right. And both Ferraris have now gone by the pit entry.
And the reason why I got so confused was because the Toyotas are so far ahead. I just assumed that the Ferraris came out ahead of them, but they're actually almost a lap down.
Yes.
The chance for Ferrari to rescue this has just passed. They could have done a full course yellow stop and put them out on cold slicks.
But it's not over yet, with 1 hour 48 minutes still remaining.
No, 100%.
And they are going to be going back onto slicks at some point in the race. The question is, when do you do it? And who's the first to do it?
And you know what? It may not be quite as dramatic a result in the decision-making, but it will make a difference on that timing.
They're on the back foot now at Ferrari, and they've got to throw caution to the wind now. They were almost a bit too conservative just then in their strategy when they could see they were losing time.
At 17, 13, 15. Full course yellow will be removed at 17.
That's in just 40 seconds time.
13, 15. In around 30 seconds, we're removing full course yellow.
Now, this is the point at which Ferrari decide to split their strategies, which I think is where they made the mistake.
Now, there's I was going to say, there's two things going on here. There are two things
20
going on
seconds
here.
to remove full course yellow.
Is that the wet weather
We
tyres
will
that
remove full course
the
yellow in
hypercars
less
have
than
got on
15 seconds.
will take less time to get back up to temperature.
10,
But
9,
the GT3
8,
cars,
7,
most of whom are on
6,
slicks,
5,
are going to struggle a
4,
little bit more
3,
now.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
It's, look at, coming down the hill into the Rivazza, it's almost dry now. And here we go, Alex Lynn up the inside. He's got two wheels on the curb, both cars twitching viciously, trying to get that pass for 10th place on Jenson Button. Not sure you pass Jenson Button very easily, but again, look at the way the hypercars go, immediately get their grip from their wet weather tyres, and those two BMWs, which I'm pretty sure are on slicks, are struggling. They've struggled to keep the heat in.
Jenson went wide, I think, there. Yeah, and Lynn can see that.
Lynn's just got to avoid that flipping Mustang, which is all over the road.
It's Earl Bamber now in the car.
Sorry,
leader's in LMGT3. LMGT3 leader is in, so Joel Sturm.
It's still so dry around this part of the track here, isn't it? Turn 6 and 7.
Drier down the hill.
What we don't know is what their weather forecast is telling them at the moment, because that can change. It's pretty, no real wind. So, but if that rain cloud is over us with no wind, it's staying.
Apparently Danny Kvyat reporting during full course yellow that the rain is moving around. Yeah.
That, by the way, means that Team WRT take the lead and second place in this LMGT3 battle. It's still raining heavily in the Sector 3, and we're getting big rooster tills now.
Yeah, I think that was the part of the track where it was just starting to become a little bit tricky for the slick runners.
Rain bringing a little bit of spice and a lot of change to the 6 Hours of Imola. Hour and 45 minutes to go. Watching Earl Bamber in the number 2 Cadillac trying to wrestle the final point away from Jenson Button in the car in front. So you got a Formula 1 world champion and a Le Mans winner hard at it for a single point. In the LMGT3 category, Team WRT BMWs run 1-2, but I understand both Corvettes did stop for wet weather tyres. So let's take a look at what that means. WRT's BMWs on slicks. Maxime Martin 158.8, 159.4 for his teammate Augusto Farfus. TF Sports' Danny Juncadella is currently doing 2 minute 14 laps on wets. And if it was the other car, the other TF Sport Aston, which is Charlie Eastwood doing 156, so 2 seconds a lap. A lap, not a sector, an entire lap, faster than the BMWs on slicks. Going to wets when Ferrari did, I'm sorry, it wasn't a good choice.
Yellow's at turn 18 at the moment, so an instant out there. Let's wait and see just exactly what that is. The 78 car. And that's marked that it's pretty wet out there because he's able to just power through what is now a quite soggy gravel trap. Will regain the track.
And yeah, he was still on the slick tyres as well. You see on the yellow sidewalled Goodyear Eagle tyres.
It's interesting, isn't it? Almost nobody LMGT3 felt the need to pit, and almost everybody in Hypercar did.
It's just the way the different cars are working. The GT's got so much more mechanical grip.
There's the change.
Bamber actually finds his way past this time down a Rivazza over Jenson Button. A great scrap between these two drivers.
Jenson trying to come back at him, but I don't think there's room to do it there.
I think Bamber's got the overall pace at the moment, it seems, in that Cadillac in these conditions. So there, let's see how it was done. Just a nice move down the inside, actually. Jenson gives him the room as well. Knows that he'll try and go around the outside, but there's no point trying to turn in on him.
That puts the Cadillac team into the driver's points.
That was a really nice, well-controlled and calculated move there by Bamber. Yeah, great stuff between these two.
Also means, by the way, we go down to 2 of the privateer cars in the top 10 overall. The AF Corsa 83 car ahead of the Proton competition. Porsche, they're currently running in 8th and 9th, Ye Fei and Julian Andar.
I think the perfect strategy, no one had the crystal ball in that scenario, the perfect strategy would have been to come in probably 3 laps later than when Kobayashi did. 2 or 3 laps later, because then the track would have definitely been wet enough, because he didn't really make that much performance gain, I felt, at the time, compared to the Ferraris for the first lap or 2. Then it started to come later on.
And don't forget that by that stage, the leading Ferrari was still on cold slicks.
Exactly,
because it only just pitted. So I don't think it was as big a crossover. I don't think it was big enough a crossover. And we heard both drivers wanting to stay out on slicks.
Looking a bit further down the order in the hypercar battle, and the next battle is going to come for 4th, because Matt Campbell going much quicker at the moment. He's number 5 Penske Porsche than the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, who's in a fine 4th place at the moment.
Well, exactly, that's worth flagging up. Whatever else the jiggery pokery of pit stops and wet weather tyre choices, the BMWs have been a competitive looking car this weekend, and that's just great for them, for the drivers and the team, but also for the championship, because there's another name in the frame.
Out of seemingly nowhere, still an LMGT3, it is Maxime Martin and Augusto Farfus. Let's look at the lap times now. They're out the slicks, 1:56 for them, and it was Klaus Bachler, isn't it? He's 3 seconds quicker than the BMWs on the slick tyres. He's on wets in the previous race, leading number 92 Porsche. That beginning to look like it could have been a good choice.
3 seconds a lap faster, but 48 seconds behind second place. That's not a good choice.
They're cold, wet tyres.
Well, let's just see how it's done. You can still see the rain falling here before the Villeneuve chicane.
They're not cold, wet tyres. He's been out in the car for 2 or 3 laps. They're up to temperature.
He's on his 2nd lap now.
All right, so they're up to temperature as much as the slicks are, that's for sure.
51. Leader of the pack of Ferraris, 3 of them, Linus Stern, 6th, 7th and 8th, James Collado from Antonio Fuoco and EFA.
The thing is, in those conditions, you've just got to think back what Ferrari did. You've got to, when it happened to me, that kind of thing, you're like committed on the slicks. I just thought, if I stay on the track and I do my best to keep this thing pointing in the right direction, at some point, someone's going to throw it off. And you know what? It's not going to be me. I'm going to try and make sure that's not me. I'm not going to be the one that causes the full course yellow order.
But that gives you the window.
Then I can come in and do my pit stop.
Yes.
Well, and then when Ferrari were just handed that golden opportunity, they committed to the wet and didn't trust their drivers again, and it is not getting wetter.
Earl Bamber, by the way, is on a tear. He's gone by the 99 as well.
Where's the spray? Where is the need for a wet weather tyre? Where's the walls of water being thrown up by the tyre clearing water from under it? There isn't any.
It's just at Sector 3. It remains in Sector 3, really, doesn't it? The wettest part of the track.
So here we go. We're climbing up the hill out of Tosa. We're getting to Acqua Minerale.
And this is, Piratella. And then that's still dry. Yeah. And the cars, you're going quick enough through there that you've got the downforce to be working.
Tiny few more drops of water.
Now it starts to look like wet.
Yes, but look at the racing line.
Yes, indeed. You're absolutely right. The other point that's not going the way, by the way, the Ferraris is of the hypercars, and they're all now on wet weather tyres, the Ferraris are the slower.
Yeah.
So they've not got the pace on the wet that the other cars have got.
We're Julian Andlau, Variante Alta. How wet is it? Answer, it's not. Okay, little bit of a...
Now it's wet.
Yeah.
Now it's wet. So it is a very last section of the track that is causing all of the problems here.
And it's a tricky corner at the best of times. We've seen cars go off in the dry down at Rivazza 1 and 2. And that downhill braking zone is bumpy. Well, remember, just seems like a completely different day now, doesn't it? When we saw the Cota go off with Callum Ilott, we thought he was touched at the time, made a bit of contact, but it wasn't. It was just over the bumps lost control. So in the rain, it gets even more tricky. But they come to this part of the track, and sure enough, it's not too bad.
White flag.
Slow moving.
Oh, that's the BMW just out of the pits, because they do show a white flag to a car on cold tyres. Emerging from the pits. The 15 of Rafael Macchiello, having been recovered from the gravel trap, has been in and out of the pits. Looking who's making progress here. We'll look at that in just a moment. So we'll listen in to what's going on with Sheldon van der Linde aboard the 20 BMW.
Heavy rain in the last sector.
Copy.
That's the 99. That was the 99 off to the right-hand side, and that was a Toyota slow. That's Brendan Hartley, because Sheldon van der Linde, after having looked to be vulnerable to Matt Campbell from behind, he's holding that gap, and he's now catching Brendan Hartley, and he's doing it quickly.
I just wonder, with Toyota coming in as early as they did, what damage did that potentially do, running pretty much on a completely dry circuit? What damage did it do to those edges of the wet tyres? And I just wonder, in these wetter conditions now, how that's going to play out for them.
It really is a race that's just been thrown up into the air. Looked like Ferrari's day, didn't it? Then comes down to judgment call, and a second judgment call, and a third judgment call. And on all three, it looks like Ferrari got it wrong.
I don't know if you could have said with that amount of conviction it was Ferrari's day, because De Vries, don't forget, had just split the two Ferraris. The race was on between Toyota and them.
The one thing about this strategy call I cannot understand is they did have the opportunity at Ferrari, at AF Corsa, to find out with the 83 car, and they didn't do that.
That's the thing, they were just, yeah, I mean, both teams, only got two cars at Toyota. We've got the three cars, like you say, at Ferrari. Why put all your eggs in one basket?
That strikes me as being a weird choice. Cars under investigation, by the way, include car 6, that's our second place Porsche. Possible overtaking on the Lexus 87 under the safety car, and also car 81.
Oh, there's a Porsche off, sorry.
That's a factory Porsche as well. Now, which one was that?
5.
It's 5, so that is the 5th place car.
Yeah, Matt Campbell going off there. He's back on the track.
He was trying to challenge Sheldon van der Linde. He closed that gap again, by the way. Van der Linde is right with Brendan Hartley here.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, isn't it?
This is great to see.
Saw some great agility from that car. I mentioned it earlier on in the top chicane, in the dry. So maybe, yeah, in the rain, it's really coming alive here, putting Brendan under quite a lot of pressure at this point.
After talking to a couple of the BMW drivers earlier this weekend, you know, they had faces like someone had shot their dog. That is the Proton car off as well.
Yeah, that's down at Rivazza, isn't it? So what's happened here? He turns in.
Oh, wow.
Was he hit? No,
Lost
no
that
other cars
very
around.
early.
No other cars around, so we saw him struggling earlier on, didn't we?
We did. So number 5 cars had a bit of a moment. That cost them 6 seconds. Proton car is now going to tumble down the order. Already out of the top 10. Jean-Eric Verne has gone through in the number 93 Peugeot. Danny Kvyat is going to go through in the Lamborghini at this stage. We're going to go back to full course yellow in about 25 seconds.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8.
Back to Lisa Bott.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So Julian Adelau is going count faster, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way.
So I'm just looking at access points around the circuit to see how quick this will be to recover that car. I mean, it's only just in the gravel, but what kind of vehicles do they need out on track to actually accomplish this?
So with just over 90 minutes to go, it is still Tota from Porsche Penske Motorsport, the 7 from the 6, with Kevin Estre under investigation for an overtake under the full course yellow. Second Tota up into 3rd place. A remarkable turnaround for the Tota fortunes, with that tyre choice critical as the rain came, and then a remarkable run from the number 20 BMW. It's been a race of 2 completely different sets of fortune for the 2 BMWs. The 15 car involved in that multi-car incident on lap 1, then the second Porsche number 5, then we get into Ferrari land, positions 6, 7 and 8, with a 51 just ahead of the 50.
And again, they have just gone past the pits under full course yellow, the chance to go back onto wets or onto slicks at almost no cost.
Yeah,
and as they go down, as they climb, go down between Tamburello and Villeneuve, the race leader is just about coming across the line. So they're actually about 3/4 of a lap down on the race leader. they've had 2 opportunities at a get-out-of-jail-free card and have not taken it. I'm really, I know I'm banging the same drum,
No,
but I don't see why one of the 3 Ferraris hasn't changed.
Well, I mean, you'd stay on the wet tyres right now because it is still continuing to rain, and the temperatures are falling all the time. I think the wet right now just about is the right tyre to be on, so they've committed to the wets now, and I'm not surprised that cars going off the track, left, right, centre is not the time to be putting slicks onto the car. But it's more earlier on.
17:29. In roughly 35 seconds, we are removing full course yellow.
Other performances, by the way, to keep an eye on. So we wait for Eduardo Freitas to remove the full course yellow. It's still a good performance from the lead of the 2 McLarens United
20
Autosports.
seconds to remove full course yellow.
5th place in LMGT3.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green flag racing, and you're seeing Jean-Eric Verne on Jenson Button. The real interest, though, I think, is going to be how quick Sheldon van der Linde is away from the mark for 3rd place against Brendan Hartley. And right now, that battle is very close indeed. There's a couple of car lengths in it. Well, there's the Peugeot team watching action. Saw Linda Jackson, the CEO of Peugeot, in the garage earlier on. She's here this weekend. I think it's the first time I've seen her at the racetrack. Didn't see her in Qatar. And the car, the 15 BMW, recovered from the gravel traps down at Aqua Minerale. There is Sheldon van der Linde, and in front of him, the black car with the 3 red lights. That's Brendan Hartley. Comes around the 95 McLaren.
Van der Linde's through as well before committing to turn 11 and 12. It's a great drive, isn't it, from Van der Linde at this point?
I don't think at any stage in Qatar, BMW were in a position where they were challenging for a top 3, not even in pit stops, but at the moment, this is genuinely on performance. They're on the same strategy as everybody else. They're not half a tank of fuel lighter. So it's a very good run. And don't forget, of course, Brendan Hartley has been embedded in this Toyota Hypercar program since before Hypercars actually existed. So it's not an awful lot more to dig into and draw on. Wet in places is what the deal is with the Imola racetrack. And on the front straight here at speed, the cars are throwing up a little bit of spray now, but still about half the lap is pretty much bone dry. There's not an awful lot of wet weather to keep these wet weather tyres alive for too much longer. The question is, what is going to give out first, the amount of energy in the tank or the amount of grip left in the tyre? And if we get to the stage where nobody's quite convinced that they have to change off wets, is the next round of genuine fuel stops where they're going to have to do it? Because then you're committed for a second stint, aren't you? Even on a fresh wet, you're committed again because you don't want to come in off your fuel schedule. Battle for second, Maxime Martin. Alongside him comes the Brazilian. And it looks as though, yes, he has got through. Augusto Farfus changed. In fact, that's for the lead, isn't it, of course? Because the Pure Racing Manthey Porsche stopped and dropped down to 3rd. So it is Augusto Farfus who now leads for BMW.
Okay, guys, we need to stay on standby. We are really not sure what we do, so it may be a very short call. So everyone needs to stay on standby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a small mistake, wasn't it? So we've seen another car just go off in turn 18.
And Alex Lynn has, Earl Bamber's gone through. Was that Brendan, not Brendan Hartley, who was he chasing? Jenson Button. Is that Jenson Button? Because it was Button versus Verne. No, it wasn't. It was number 15 BMW. That's been the problem child for BMW. Raffaele Marcello in the gravel trap.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not doubting the fact that it's very wet down there into the Ravazza, and not the only place either. That's Aqua Minerale again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
35 skating off.
But yeah, so that the BMW swap positions happened really on the exit of turn 12, or entry to turn 12, where 46 just went in a little bit too hot, and there as well through Tamburello. So really starting to lose grip and confidence in that 46 BMW.
And that's what it was, actually, running wide in Tamburello. Augusto Farfus closes right up on Maxime Martin there, and then drove by him.
Now was that moment there, just the car got a bit away from him on the rear. Another full cross yellow, yeah, you're right, Graham.
Well, don't forget, of course, after that, 300 metres through the gravel, Maxime Martin's tyres will basically have had a nice crumb coating on of gravel trap, and so he will have had no grip.
Yeah, we got the car 35 that we saw go off at Acqua Minerale. So it was the Proton, the 99 before. So clearly a really difficult part of the track to get right now.
I mean, difficult at the best of times. And this sort of bears out a little bit what Denny Kvyat was saying, that the wettest bits of the track change lap to lap.
Oh, just got on the white line. That's what it is. The white line's just holding on to that water. And it's enough to put you offline because it's a damp line going through the corner, but it's wet off from that point. So onto the white line, drags you off onto the wet stuff and into the gravel.
Well, the clue there is that it's bright white like ice is, and water on paint does not give you much grip. Water on tarmac, a little bit better. Water on paint, most motorcycle racers either learn that when they're told it or learn it the hard way, and not just racers either, riders.
Back to hard standing, so the 35 will be back underway very shortly. 51.50.
Nose to tail.
Indeed they are. James Collado and Tony Fire, Antonio Fuoco.
And next up behind them, although not immediately behind them, is the next Ferrari. That's the 83 car. That's currently running in 8th place. They are 6th and 7th, so actually doing barely any better than they did in Qatar, whereas they could have been looking at some big point scores.
Well, at the moment, 51 and 50 are coming through turn 13, as the 83 is just leaving turn 4. So quite a lot of real estate between the two factory cars and the privateer.
And in fact, 83 is behind the leader. It's been lapped.
Okay, Maxime, I know it's difficult, but it's the best option to stay out. We are now 1-2, you know Augusto in front of you, but it's the best choice to stay out for the moment.
Back to green.
And the reason it's the best choice to stay out for the BMWs is that they are 1-2, but also remember Klaus Bachler in 3rd place in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche is on wets.
Correct.
The gap is still 54 seconds. He has not closed one iota on the two BMWs.
It will be less than that because that was the gap as we came back to green, but it'll be around 30 seconds, I think, that you're going to find once Klaus Bachler is up to speed, as are the BMWs. He's brought it down by about 30%. But you're right, it's not 50 and it's not 75%.
So Maxime Martin on the slick tyres, and the cars behind him, like the Corvette, for example, they're on the wets. Yeah. So he is doing a fine job. I know he's lost position and it looks really tentative when he's behind the wheel, but that's for good reason. He's actually driving a brilliant race, and like his team is saying, we committed here. We are on the best strategy right now. If this rain can just back off a little bit more, he's going to get that grip back from the slick tyres, and more crucially, save yourself a costly pit stop.
And there is the 3rd place car, the Pure Racing Porsche. Klaus Bachler still a long way back. In fact, the closest battle in LMGT3 is 1st versus 2nd. It's the two WRT BMWs.
As things stand, by the way, as we get these gaps equalised, as all the cars back up to speed, it is 23 seconds, the gap between Maxime Martin and Klaus Bachler for 2nd and 3rd. So that is a real-world gap and a real-world potential closing gap. We'll wait to see what the actual lap times are this time around between a front-running car on the slick and a front-running car on the brand-new Goodyear wet.
Well, last time around, 253s for the two BMWs, 257 for Klaus Bachler.
But so his 257 was still partly under full course yellow.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes, 203 this time for Augusto Farfus. It's 205 for Maxime Martin, who will wait about 20 seconds, and we'll find out what the difference is going to be.
But the relevance there was, on that last lap of full course yellow, they gained 4 seconds on him.
Depends where the timing point was. That's the point. It's a 1:53. He is 12 seconds quicker a lap now. This is the point at which it really is beginning to bite. Why? Because as we heard from Maxime Martin, he's beginning to struggle on the tyres he's on. So now we're at the point where within 2 laps he will be by. You're right, he's still on wets and it may not be the optimum tyre, but we're getting into every lap we go by, we're getting closer and closer to the point where they will have to pit anyway.
But the 2 cars that are on slicks lose more by slowing down in terms of performance on the next couple of laps than the wet shod tyres do. And again, look at the track change between the 2 Ferraris. 50, Antonio Fuoco has gone by James Calado, and look at the track here.
Yeah, there's a dry line.
You know,
we're getting to the stage now where drivers might, particularly when we're seeing the GTs first, they'll get to the point where the drivers are starting to now think about going back onto the slick tyres. I've just checked outside. It has stopped raining, at least where we are on the main straight. Don't know what it's doing elsewhere on the lap. This is still continuing to be the most tricky part of the circuit we come into now, riding on board with Calado. But even there, I'm seeing a bit of a damp line appearing. Oh, he tries to go around the outside, and that was never going to work out. He did the right thing, though, backing out of it quickly, but Fuoco thought about it, going around the outside. The Aston was always going to slip out wide.
Of course, this is the point where, with cars in both classes, actually I think all the cars in Hypercar are on the wets now, but the cars in LMGT3 are both dry and wet tyres.
Oh, Calado can't go through outside, inside, or between the GT cars. And that's a big advantage for Antonio Fuoco. And don't forget that Fuoco and his teammates scored in Qatar. The 51 crew did not score. Alessandro Pierguidi is ready with helmet on. Ferrari will stop their cars one more time. There are 80 minutes remaining. One stopper.
We'll have to box in the next 15 minutes. What do we think about the slick?
Still wet, still wet.
Copy that.
So that's interesting, because the Toyotas pitted earlier, that obviously means they've got less time than the Ferraris.
Correct.
to hang out there on the preferred tyre at this moment.
Yep.
So they're going to be maybe forced to go onto the slick tyre uncomfortably early, based on James Calado's comments just then.
He was very clear, didn't he? It was very clear indeed. One quick point.
What did he say? No way, no way?
He said he wants to. He said the wets is basically still wet. They're still the wet. It's still wet.
Yeah.
Just got a beautiful slow-mo there of the Lamborghini. As things stand, if the checkered flag came out now, they would get a World Championship manufacturer's point.
Fuoco hunting.
Lamborghini?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, yeah.
Fuoco, you would have seen just hunting for the wetter part of the track on the run down towards Rivazza. And he can feel the tyres then, therefore, getting a little bit warm. The blocks of rubber start moving around a bit more. You feel that from inside the car. And look at everyone's energy levels here. So, yeah, Toyota, similar to, obviously, the cars that stopped around them a little bit earlier on to go onto the wets, as the BMW gets a little bit crossed up.
Yeah, Farfus trying not to make room, and as a result, ended up making more room than he wanted.
There's a critical moment here as well for that GT battle. The 2 cars, the 2 BMWs up front, are putting in laps in the 147, 148. I would presume because they've got laps with no traffic that they're offline for, whereas Klaus Bachler is now into the mid-50s.
Yeah, but he's still 28 seconds back. He's not made an impression, because again, the slicks are now back and hot, and for most of the lap, it's the right tyre to have on those LMGT3 cars.
The critical thing for those GT cars is, can they use the dry line? The dry line's no good to them if there's hypercars in the vicinity, but they're clearly getting laps there where they could get the optimum performance.
But no, that's absolutely the opposite, because the LMGT3 cars have to stay on the racing line and make the hypercars go the long way round. That's the only safe way of doing it. So, in fact, it's inherent in them for their own survival to stay online and make the hypercars do whatever hypercars do.
The hypercars will only have the speed to overtake them anywhere in the straight line. So, yeah, you can see there as well, Bamber just going to the inside of the circuit, trying to cool the tyres down momentarily, give them a bit of a breather before you're back onto this very rapidly drying line now.
Just a reminder, 35 cars still running. The only two that are permanently out are the Iron Dames Lamborghini and the self-disassembling 88 Proton competition Mustang.
Yeah, that car had its troubles, didn't it? Then got a slew of penalties, and I think the team just gave up. 10 pit stops it had against about 5 at that stage for anybody else.
Well, the back end was falling off and the front end was falling off. The doors looked okay, but at the speeds they're doing here, I mean, those cars are dragging down to the first corner at over 160 miles an hour. You can't have gaps in the body. It just rips itself apart.
51 car here of James Glauber falling back from Antonio Fuoco. In come
GT stops. TF Sports, Charlie Eastwood and Alessio Rivera. Now, this is a battle on pit lane for position, and it is slicks a go-go.
Absolutely, and those two cars, by the way, came in from 5th and 6th place. Also in is the other TF Sport car. So remember, those two cars went on to wets.
Yeah, you're going to sit like I thought. You go on to the slicks first with the GT cars. That's why you saw in the wet conditions the GTs overtaking the hypercars. They're going to survive on these tyres before the hypercars can.
Right, the Ferrari was on wets as well, so that was a battle of equals. That was on wets, leaves on slicks as soon as he can. So no gain there for the Corvettes. Charlie Eastwood came in 9/10 behind. He's not 9/10 behind leaving.
No. That was a bit of a struggle for the TF Sport team. And you can see in the background of the shot there, the first of the two Corvettes coming.
Seems to be a really slow getaway, didn't it? Before that, I don't know what was going on there. It was a little bit more than just the odd bit of wheel spin that you're going to get on slick tyres. Now this will be pretty tentative stuff for Alessio Rivera. Through Tamburello he goes.
And that was a major gain. That was a 17-second margin, a 1:08 pit stop for Alessio Rivera, 1:25 for Charlie Eastwood. So what was going on there?
They can't have put 4 tyres on in that time.
Seeing the number
1:08.
Yeah.
That's what it's saying.
Seeing the 51 car just sliding around a lot there. It's getting close to switching over to slicks.
Okay, gap to 83, down to 17 seconds. Keep pushing now.
Can I burn the tires? Question.
We need to look after him. We need to look after him. There could be more rain coming.
Did they short fuel that car? I can't believe...
Ferrari?
Yes, I can't believe they put 4 tyres and full fuel.
I'm assuming that they could not get the distance even on a full tank, so keep track position and give yourself some leeway for a splash and dash later. The Purex Racing Manthey car is in. That's the car that came in from 3rd place, Klaus Pascha at the wheel.
Winners, of course, in Qatar. And pole position setters here. They did go with the gamble on the wet weather tyres.
And confirmation, again from BMW, both those Team WRT BMWs are on slicks and have been all the way through. 55 goes off out of the pit lane, Alessio Rivera.
That's the car that's just gone back onto slicks, and here comes the race leader behind him.
To put him a lap down.
Yep.
If he gets by safely. There's the 3rd place car. Alessio Rivera, by the way, came in from 5th place in LMGT3. There's the 81 car of Charlie Eastwood. They're going to go by him as well.
Race leader Kobayashi gets by.
Now, has Eastwood just gone by, or is that the 54 Ferrari, which is a long way back? Davide Rigon at the wheel.
So all these drivers that are going back onto the slick tyres now, they're learning the hard way in Sector 3. It's not quite there, is it? The rest of the track is. And if it's not ready for the GTs, you can see why Collado came on the radio earlier on to say, no way, I'm quite happy on the wets right now. So as their fuel starts to burn down, ideally, you want to go onto the slick tyres to save yourself a pit stop later on.
That's WRT with dollies ready. Or is that just potentially for repositioning the car?
Could be repositioning.
Potentially, if they have. But don't forget they're how far apart. 3 seconds. So they're going to. If they run their fuel to the max, they're going to come in together. And it depends whether 40.
That's the Harder Racing car on its out lap. The hands of Alex Riberas going off in 5th place. So it really is tippy-toe time, isn't it?
And it is starting to rain again down that part of the track. You can just see it falling once again there. So that damp line they had is quickly becoming wet again, hence all the cars going off.
Exactly where the Corvette went off.
Well, again, as you said, Anthony, down here into the Razza, one of the toughest braking areas on the track because the road's falling away from you as you come steaming down the hill, and you've got nothing like the grip that you had the lap before going into the pits, and your tyres are cold. So you've got nothing like the grip you should have.
Absolutely, and the interesting thing is going to be, we've seen how the hypercars are even more twitchy when they're on the slick tyres. What do? Do they carry on running these old wets even further down?
But hang on a minute, that number 7 Toyota on wet weather tyres looked like it had just come out of the pits on cold slicks. That was a proper tank slapper.
The LMGT3 race leader in, 46 moves back up to the lead at the moment. They have not pitted, so Maxime Martin's gone round again. It's blistered.
Yeah, mind you, it lived a life, that tyre, didn't it? It served its master well. Augusto Farfus, the brakes are, I was going to say steaming, that's not steam, that is smoke. And Augusto Farfus with a full tank of fuel and fresh Goodyear Eagles to be ready to go. Energy levels rising. And away they go, 1 hour 11 minutes and maybe an extra lap after that, depending on where the leader is when they get there. In comes the Mustang, the sole remaining Mustang.
That car in the points at the moment as it came in. Ben Barker at the wheel of the number 77 car, the sky blue car. Replay here, is this trouble for the 50?
Yep.
Antonio Quoto, yeah, seeing this quite often now, aren't we? It seems to be the new racing line. A trip across the gravel trap.
Joker lap. There you go.
At some point, someone's going to get it properly beached down there.
So 46 leads LMGT3 at the moment, owes it a pit stop. Total Gazoo Racing's number 7 car looking increasingly comfortable at the moment. That gap over Kevin Estre that Kamui Kobayashi has been carving out now, almost up to 20 seconds. This, though, is the battle for the final podium place. And what a run it's been from the BMW M team, WRT. Number 20, Sheldon van der Linde, right now with Brendan Hartley in a car that at the beginning of the week was getting to the point where the drivers were talking to you looked like you'd shot their dog. But now, this is an exciting moment indeed for fans of BMW and followers of Team WRT.
Yeah, all it needed was that little bit of rainfall and the car's come into its own. But I've got to say as well that Sheldon is driving superbly well, as is Matt Campbell.
Who's catching both of them.
Yep. If it wasn't for that off that he had earlier on, though, at turn 7, he would have been properly in the mix. With that immediate fight in front of him, at least.
This is a race, and Davidson has had some twists and turns, and not just on the Imola circuit, but just in terms of the way that the weather and the strategy and the fortune has gone the way of runner after runner after runner.
It really has, and you know, the track could not be in any more difficult condition for having dry parts in one area, full wet in another. You've got cars out there circulating on slicks, most are on wets. It's, you know, your eyes are everywhere as now van der Linde sniffs a bit of a chance on the exit of Tosa, run up the hill now towards Piratella. Nothing he can do at this moment, but he's getting closer and closer, putting massive pressure on Brendan Hartley, who continues to just soak it up.
This is about the size of your little wins. The little win for this crew in Qatar was scoring points in 10th place. Their next little win is trying to be on the podium. That's a remarkable leap in progress and shows maybe the nature of how the car deals with this track. Now, there's slicks on the number 15 car. Now, this has been the car that got knocked off early, had its problems, and so this is their experimental test lab. So they're now going to find out whether it is slick weather or not.
The other thing we've found out with this race all the way through these first almost 5 hours, gentlemen, is this hypercar class, the ebb and flow. We saw it at Le Mans last year, that some of these platforms just come to life in different conditions. The 15 car is going into the garage. Come to life in different conditions, and the 20 car is showing us exactly that. Matt Campbell is catching, by the way, and there he is in the back, actually, the Peugeot, just behind the Peugeot behind, 2.1 seconds back from Sheldon van der Linde, who is doing all he can. He'll be being told that Porsche is coming. He wants by Brendan Hartley if he possibly can.
That podium position at the moment that Brendan Hartley sits in is by no means safe, with the pressure mounting from behind, not just from this guy who we're riding on board with now, but as you say, Matt Campbell as well. And this might be a bit of an opportunity here into the hairpin. Does he even look? No, he doesn't, because Brendan went a little bit wide through.
No, has he got him? Has he got him? No, not quite there.
No, not quite, but up the hill. No, he doesn't
stuff.
have the overlap out of Tosa.
Here comes Campbell in the background, though. That's under 2 seconds now.
Don't forget the podium in Qatar. The number 6 Porsche won. The number 5 Porsche was in 3rd place. It was the number 12 Cota car that was in 2nd place. And right now they're scoring nothing. This is very good news indeed for Porsche Penske Motorsport right now. 1st and 3rd in Qatar, and they're both in the top 5 here. The number 8 Toyota scored points in 8th place in Qatar. The number 7 Toyota, the current leader, scored points in 5th place. So at the moment, the championship battle does not involve Ferrari. It is Porsche versus Toyota.
It is, and at the moment, as things stand, we came into this weekend with Penske on 99 endurance racing pole positions and 99 endurance racing race wins. At the moment, as things stand, they will not go to 100 in either of those, but they've got one car between them and the top step. Unfortunately for them, it's the dominant Toyota at the moment of Kamui Kobayashi.
Well, it is, but only because they managed to gamble their cards correctly. Look at the track now. Who's just gone off? Is that Isotta again? Down into Tamburello. Looked like he went very wide, but it was not this battle for 3rd. And it was not Matt Campbell either. Campbell 2 seconds behind.
Meantime,
there he is.
Meantime, by the way, another position that looks like it's going to go switch any time now. Earl Bamber has caught AFA for the 8th position in that Cadillac, which is flying right now. On pit lane, 51 of James Collado. 1 hour and 6 minutes remain.
And that car that went off in Tamburello, I think it was the Isotta, it's given Matt Campbell a free line of sight to this fight that we look at. Here the Ferrari's in.
Last stop for Ferrari. Fastest car on track, I was just about to say. 1 minute 39.7 last time round for Antonio Fuoco. James Collado bails out, leaves the job to his teammate Alessandro Pierguidi. Multiple LMGT3 Pro World Champions. 3 titles they earned in GTs, but now are they in a position where they could turn this around?
To get home, I think, from here, they're going to have to do a lot of fuel saving. The 51, they may have to splash.
I'm surprised to see the Ferrari in now before the Toyotas, because the Toyotas stopped before the Ferrari earlier on, unless the Ferrari didn't take fuel when they did the...
Did Ferrari take fuel when they went on to wets? Is that why they can go further? Now,
well, but the Toyota stopped before the Ferrari before, didn't it? When they decided to go onto the wet tyres, unless none of them actually took fuel at all during those stops.
Driver change, it's Ali Pierguidi out in that car.
Yeah, we saw that. What we didn't see, unfortunately, because we cut away, is what tyres went on the car.
They came past with white walls. It was wet weather tyres. It's wet weather tyres.
That should be a blue sidewall.
It's blue-white.
Yeah, okay.
That was the closest that van der Linde's got. They've got 2 very different lines, as Brendan Hartley and van der Linde on the exit of turn 7. But that was the closest that van der Linde's got, as Toyota now preparing for their pit stop. Yeah, I think none of them took fuel during those desperate tyre changes.
Stay with the fuel strategy.
Let's have a look at Ferrari's last stop. 1 minute 5 for Antonio Fuoco. Is that only tyres?
Yeah, over 1 minute can just be tyres, all 4.
The 2 Toyotas, 52 and 101, so a 10-second spread between them.
The 52 seconds is a fuel-only stop.
But they didn't do fuel only, did they? That was when they put wets on. That was Toyota's last stop. They haven't stopped on wet weather tyres.
They haven't. This is their first stop on the wet weather tyres. So, yeah, I think when they came in and made that initial call to the wets, I think they just did a tyre change, yeah. Here's Matt Campbell.
The other question here is how long can they go on the fuel load they get at this point? And obviously, the longer they delay this, the closer they are to be able to make it. This is Brendan Hartley being chased by Sheldon van der Linde.
That was yeah, he's catching all the time, isn't he?
Absolutely.
So I would say now this is a proper three-way fight.
It most certainly is, and if anything, it's Sheldon van der Linde that looks the more vulnerable because he's not been able to catch and overhaul Brendan Hartley, but Campbell has managed to hold back the gap that was 4 or 5 seconds, steadily down to now a single second to Sheldon van der Linde.
I think it was just the traffic. Sorry, Martin. I think it was just the traffic that spread them out that a little bit momentarily. They've got the Jota in front and then some more GTs. This is going to get tight.
51 Ferrari, 9th place, has not scored a point yet this season, and none of the cars behind it have stopped yet and are all going to stop later. So if it needs a second stop, it's going to be a second 0 for that crew.
Bear in mind, for the Manufacturers' Championship, there are cars ahead of it that are effectively invisible.
Right on board with Matt Campbell through the chicane. They've got the GT in front of Sheldon van der Linde.
Toyota due a pit stop any moment now, aren't they? Maybe 1 lap, maybe 2 for the 8. Now look at the difference. Toyota number 7, 2% energy. In 6th place, Ferrari number 50, 21% energy.
Here comes the 8.
They did top off when they went in for wets, and that yet might somehow save their bacon.
For number 50, yes, because we've already had the 51 in, haven't we? So yeah, number 50, they're going to have a little bit more ideal conditions to go onto the slicks. As this is what I would imagine, first of all, that would happen. So the Toyotas had pitted before, and now coming in, they're committed to going onto the slick tyres. This will be a challenge. So Ferrari, at least with car 50, have that luxury of the circuit continuing to dry. I'm not sure it's full dry conditions yet.
What's the betting toe to split the strategy here? They've got the ideal opportunity to do it. The 8 car comes in. This is the battle between the Cadillac, now having caught AFA in the number 83 car. This is for 7th place at the moment.
Okay, Ferrari have confirmed there was no tyre change on the 51 car. So it's on old wets, not even new wets.
They just put the fuel in.
But Toyota have gone on to slicks.
Kobayashi's in the pit lane.
Toyota are making the right choices here. This is slick weather now. The track in front of us is almost bone dry.
Let's wait. I'm just going to wait and see, Martin. I admire your confidence, but
slicks for this car as well.
With slick tyres in the rain is tough.
The only thing that can save Ferrari now is fuel.
Slicks are ready for the number 7 car too.
This is going to be one almighty challenge, trust me, for the drivers on hypercars going to slicks right now.
Final hour of this race, and it is Porsche to the lead with these 2 pit stops for last lap for the number 8, now for the number 7 Toyota. BMW number 20 in 2nd place in this race. Duo is a pit stop.
German cars 1, 2, 3. Porsche, BMW, Porsche.
That is mighty from BMW here. They will be utterly delighted with this.
Can I just point out, Porsche owe us pit stops. Everybody, apart from the 2 Toyotas and 1 of the Ferrari, still needs to stop. So actually, Porsche again have judged it really well. Okay, everything's spinning.
Look at this. Look what tentative stuff it is on a cold set of new slicks in damp to wet conditions. I think this is just the speed of the car, Martin.
He's going to be.
Oh, he has.
No,
yeah,
he has been off. Yellow's just been removed at turn 6.
Going that slowly. Going that slowly as well. No grip.
Have they thrown this away? No.
I told you it was a brave call to go back onto slicks.
I'm astonished they haven't split the strategy. I'm astonished they haven't.
Well, again, what's the point of a 2-car team if you're not going to split the strategy at least, once?
By the way, the 51 car has passed the 8. So the lead Ferrari is past the 2nd Toyota.
and has a fuel advantage because it hasn't yet had to stop for fuel because they topped off earlier when they were in the pits anyway.
I'll correct myself. It's not the lead Ferrari because the 50, of course, is ahead, but O's is a pit stop.
It's the third Ferrari. It's the one that's already stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. The interesting Ferrari here is car number 50. They've got more energy. You can see on the screen there. So they've still got 14% remaining, and all the time the circuit's drying.
This is the 83 trying to stop itself going down, lap down to which of the Penske Porsches was that?
Well, it will have been 5, 6. Doesn't really matter, does it? If you're going to lap down, you're going to lap down. It's 6.
A 5.
Oh, it is 5. There's third place car. So it's already lapped down. 99's off.
So what looked like a great day for proto competition is just going to ashes at the moment.
Now, the one thing now that Ferrari needs is a safety car. Because that will not allow Toyota to warm their slicks up.
Well, what they would ideally like is a safety car just when they're coming in, when their 14% is up. Because they need the circuit to be drying all the time. They're gaining on Toyota right now. They're on the slick tyres of Toyota. Number 50 is still on the wets. And that just looked like a mechanical failure there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did a bit. Yeah, come this way. No, I'm not going to.
So do you get what I mean? The circuit's drying all the time, so you don't want to come in right now and commit to slicks like Toyota have just done. That's why they're just tiptoeing around. So with Ferrari 50 on more energy than what Toyota had available, in a weird way, it's kind of playing back into their hands with this circuit starting to dry up now.
Like I said, the only thing that can save them is less fuel stops, and that's maybe that's why they waited long enough.
Estra in,
for the
and
wets.
He will take slicks.
Have I read this completely wrong? Did they back time it on fuel to stop for wets?
No, because they never knew when the rain was going to stop, like we said. So this is just they're making best of a bad situation right now, and in a way it's kind of falling back into their hands slightly. The track's not drying quickly enough with the cold ambient temperature that we have.
And the no wind.
Also on pit lane, number 20 BMW does not take the lead, comes down pit lane. Matt Campbell goes through, he's not pitted yet. He is up into the lead with the 50 Ferrari. Also is at pit stop in second place.
22 seconds back.
It's anybody's race.
Oh, goodness.
It's anybody's race at this stage. It is a mix of choices, strategy, fortune, reliability, incident, accident.
I'm putting my hands up now. I may well end up looking like a total idiot if Ferrari come out of this with a 1, 2, 3, but I'm sure if I'd done it, it would have been more luck than judgment. I'm sure they're a little bit better than that. Look at that, 8 off.
There are always going to be winners and losers, and I don't think, this race hasn't been easy for anybody, as that car going through the gravel trap proves.
Is that the second time Brendan's dropped it off the road on those slicks? It is?
It is, yeah. It's because it's like I said, it's not easy for them, but they want, what you want to do is minimize the amount of tire stops you do when you're putting fuel in the car, and you can do 35 laps each time on it. So that's what they're looking at. They're thinking maybe it's just dry enough that we go onto the slicks now and we don't have to come back in again.
I think we're going full course yellow any moment, aren't we? That car's not moving. That's going to need a Manitou.
They're going to have to recover it, and I can't see that being anything other than a full course yellow. Don't think that looks like a incident that's going to warrant a virtual safety car. We'll #wait and see.
So interesting there, the blue flag light came on in the BMW, meaning somebody's coming on the pit straight behind you that you can't see as you come out of the pit lane. So that's a warning that somebody fast is approaching. On board with a race leader, Matt Campbell. Wow, the man who started the season with a stunning pole position for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, with 55 minutes and less to go, and leads here.
And that car he just went bombing past, it just flashed before your eyes, was the 83 Ferrari.
Yeah.
So it really goes to show the difference between the slicks, a warm wet tyre versus a cold slick tyre.
But look how much he's sliding around.
1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Yeah. I'm afraid that looks like the end of the road for the 99. He's not moving forwards or backwards, and it is going to need a Manitou to move him. not a man or two, a truck to lift him and
well
separate
done.
him.
So Matt Campbell, who we just saw, is flying past the 83 Ferrari. His last lap was the 39.1. Kamui Kobayashi, who's been out there quite a while now on the slick tyres, 45.9.
Which proves that I was totally wrong about staying on slicks, doesn't it? Except they were hot then, and the Toyotas aren't. And they're not, because they can't lean on them enough, and they can't get them hot enough, and they keep throwing them off the road. Well, what a race it has been so far. 75,000 tickets sold for this weekend, an astonishing number of fans walking in from almost pre-daylight hours into the Autodromo Enzo Adino Ferrari here at Imola. Remembering the late great Ayrton Senna, and with him, of course, Roland Ratzenberger, who also tragically lost his life here at this track nearly 30 years ago on the 1st of May, 1994. The carnage started right before the cars got to the line. Iron Dames being hit from behind, and then as the hypercars got down to turn 1, there was plenty of that as well. Contact in the bright sunshine, cool, clear air, and in the end, one of the Alpines was adjudged to have triggered the entire thing. I think they may feel a little hard done by. Certainly, Isotta driver Jean-Carl Vernet did apologise for hitting somebody from behind, but the stewards have seen all the data. Well, both of the brand new Peugeots were out on the spot, so too the Alpine. Thomas Floor running out of road, bringing out the brief full course yellow. This stage, Ferrari were the dominant force in the race, and the Iron Dames, Lamborghini, forced to give up the uneven task of trying to keep going. 92, Porsche leading comfortably in the LMGT3 class. Isotta Fraschini in the hands of its new driver, finding not quite as much grip on cold tyres as he would have hoped for. That brought out the first of a full course yellow period, and then Nick de Vries jumping up into second place at the restart, getting ahead of the second spot Ferrari. He just avoided getting collected by Callum Island,
20 seconds
who lost the number 12 car down into the Ravazza.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15
tyre
seconds.
delaminating on the front of the 94 Peugeot.
10,
the weather
8,
took a turn
7,
for the worst. The safety
6,
car was scrambled
5,
as rain arrived and
3,
cars were stranded on circuit.
1.
And there
Full
was a
course yellow
whole
removed.
field change, at least in hypercar, for wet weather tyres, with the exception of Ferrari. But after another 8 to 10 laps of uneven struggle against the rain, Ferrari too capitulated and went on to wet weather tyres. Well, down at Aqua Minerale, the 99 Proton Competition Porsche brought out another full course yellow period. Out front, though, BMWs in LMGT3 stayed out on slicks the entire time, and as their rivals stopped, they duked it out. Augusto Farfus getting ahead of his teammate. And then down at Aqua Minerale, the Alpine going off again for a second time, and finally the race leader, the number 5 Porsche, and trouble for Matt Campbell coming into the pit lane. A very exciting approach there on the wet pit lane as we went back to live pictures. The leader just making it in without incident. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin, Anthony Davidson, and down in the pit lane, Bruce Giovanni watching the action with you, and that was a very close call for the race leader.
That he clearly came in as big a hurry as he possibly could, the smoking.
Look what's left of the tread on those wets. Where are the cross cuts?
Tread?
There's nothing left.
But again, choosing slicks. He's within his fuel window now, can go from here with whatever tyres he's got. So they've got him in the right ones. Ferrari go back to the lead, Antonio Fuoco.
But that moves Kamui Kobayashi back up to second place, shortly in the number 7 Toyota. He's about halfway around the lap, so...
And he's 1 minute and 25 seconds back from the Ferrari. That's sort of pit stop territory. This is going to be super, super close no matter what happens. We're in a world where the fuel strategy matters. The tyre strategy matters. The luck matters, the pit crew work matters.
You didn't see it because of that long highlights, but the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre that was the race leader as we watch a BMW gravel trapping. Is that the 20
It is
car?
the 20.
It is. That was the car that was in the top 4. And Sheldon van der Linde brings it back out on track. Did he lose a place? Not sure he did. The number 6 Porsche has stopped its last lap, a 3:02. The leader, Antonio Fuoco, doing a 2:17 on worn wets. So still the Porsche struggling to get up to temperature. 38, Team Cota. That car is in as well. And you can see again, nothing left of those wet weather tyres under Jenson Button. It does seem everybody is having to go onto slicks or is choosing to go onto slicks. But the Ferrari that stopped earlier, 51, did not. Now the race leader is in, and that will cycle Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota back to the top of the pile.
You know what would be the winning move here? Staying on wet tyres.
Is it raining again?
It started raining again. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. I've just been running up the stairs. But yeah, I was just thinking, this could be...
The slicks ready. The slicks ready. Are they going to put those tyres on? Because that could be, I think you're right, Anthony Davidson, a race-losing move.
A new set of wets could have won the race. It's a bit of a gamble. You see a drying line around the circuit, it's just started raining again.
But he's got a minute in time in which to do that, so it's going to be very close with the Toyota, because the Toyota is now up to speed, but is on slicks. And if the rain does return, then being on slicks is no advantage to the Ferrari that's already losing the lead during this pit stop, unless it does not need to stop again. We need to see the energy remaining. Thank you. 50%, I beg your pardon, 85% for the Toyota against 100% for the Ferrari, just under 100% for both Porsches. 51, the Ferrari in 5th place has the least fuel remaining of all of those. And is that enough to get to the end? Obviously not, because they wouldn't have put 100% in the other Ferrari if it didn't need 100% to make it to the end. So 51 must stop again.
Absolutely right. That may not be a race-winning move yet for Toto Guzzi Racing, but I suspect you're right, Anthony Davidson. That might be a race-losing move for Ferrari.
Not race-losing. That happened earlier on in the race, didn't it?
And they're 3rd or 4th of the race, yeah.
Oh, almost collected by a 296.
And being flashed furiously by the TF Sport car of Charlie Eastwood, I think, who was chasing that Vista Sport Ferrari and Alessio Rivera. Oh no, he's not, that's a different battle.
But here's the other turn of the screw, and that is that Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car is only 9.4 seconds back. He's on slightly better pace than the Toyota, just tenths better than it. It still isn't done.
Number 7, the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, puts another lap on Jenson Button. Jenson has just left, oh, in fact, it's not, is it Jenson at the wheel still? Just left the pit lane, the 38 Cota car. It is Jenson Button, and I'm supposing then that he is on slicks because he was going so slowly at the end of the lap. Still spots of rain coming down. Now, don't forget, the 51 Ferrari did not change tyres. It is still on cream crackered wets, and we've seen how tired they were coming off. So I'm not sure how much grip he's going to have if it goes wetter and wetter. But it will need to stop for fuel again.
We're in a world where Tota can win this race. They lead the race at the moment. Porsche can win this race for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The gap is down now to 7.3 seconds. The lap time gap is 2 seconds now. The two factory cars side by side there.
And they're 2nd and 4th, Porsche. The 6 car's just gone 2 seconds quicker on the last lap than the race leader. And the 83 Ferrari off. Yaya Fei at the wheel of that car.
That wasn't his fault. Yeah, he was.
Is that going to be a penalty? Who hit him?
He was hit by the Porsche, wasn't he?
Yeah, but which one? 6 or 5? Because one's in 2nd, but one's only in 4th.
I think
Need to see that
5.
again, aren't we?
I think it was the number 5 Porsche that made contact. because that happened down at the Villeneuve chicane, didn't it? Turn 6.
Just trying to pick the car out on the tracker.
Number 2 caddy Earl Bamber stayed on wets as well, so Cadillac were not convinced it was going to be a slick tyre track.
Yeah, that was Matt Campbell, I think, in the in turn 6 on the inside of Ye Yifei, and sent poor old Yifei across the gravel. So yeah, they'll definitely look at that one. They don't like seeing contact between the cars.
Just saw the number 12 Jota Porsche that finished second in Bahrain. That car is currently in 13th place, 0 point this weekend for the number 12 team. So again, that's going to change the balance in the championship.
Another developing storyline is in the lead for LMGT3, because Maxime Martin in the 46 car that of course features Valentino Rossi as well as Ahmed El Hati is coming back at the race leader Augusto Farfus. So 31 from 46, it is a WRT 1-2 ahead of the Pure Racing Porsche that took that gamble onto the wets. It's not paid off, 53 seconds back. This looks like an all BMW game right now, but which BMW?
Aston Martin versus Mustang here. The Mustang is currently being driven by Danny Juncadella, I beg your pardon, by Ben Barker, and the Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen, got ahead of him. 42 minutes remaining here in Imola, the 6 Hours of Imola, race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and a titanic battle in both classes for supremacy. There's your LMGT3 leader, the white nose and the red body of the BMW of Augusto Farfus, now just 2.3 seconds ahead of Maxime Martin, his teammate, and Kamui Kobayashi leading Kevin Estra's Porsche in the overall lead by under 10 seconds now. Let's hear from one of the crew of the lead car in WRT.
Sean, he caught a little bit of traffic just now, and you're leading, and there's only 40 minutes to go, so there's a lot of pressure as well from your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, we were behind and now we're in front, so I mean, there's 40 minutes left, anything can happen. Just praying to stay as it is, you know, no more rain, no more casino, no more anything else. So yeah, just we did all we can at this point, and I think we tried to keep it home like this.
Good luck, and Augusto is doing a great job as well.
Yeah, he's amazing, all three of us, so I think hopefully we can finish it home. There you go.
Thank you so much.
It's hotting up here. Change for third place. 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Matt Campbell has gone by Alessandro Pierguidi for third. It's now Toyota 1, Porsche Penske Motorsport 2 and 3. That gap in the lead of LMGT3 is 1.5 seconds. Maxime Martin coming back at his BMW factory teammate, Augusto Farfus.
I wondered why he lost so much time to Kobayashi.
4 or 5 seconds there gone.
Went for the move on the inside. That's the problem. You're refined. You're constrained to that single line, and you daren't go on the inside. As tempting as it is to overtake a GT car before that braking zone, to venture onto the wet stuff on the slick tyres, it's a risky business.
Also to watch, the second Toyota, Brendan Hartley, is with the 51 Ferrari for 4th place now. It is topsy-turvy stuff with 40 minutes to go.
One small mistake, you're onto that wet stuff, and it's going to pull the car into the gravel.
Is the only car on wets now Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari?
The only one I've seen come out of the pits on wets.
They didn't change, so it's still on the same wets, but of course they had half a stint in hand because they stopped later, or not half a stint, but they stopped later than all the others. In he comes, and the number 50 car went on to slicks, went on to mediums. The track is still drying in front of us here on the pit straight, or on the main straight. The pits themselves are very wet, and often that's misleading for teams. It's what's out the back, particularly when you get out of Acqua Minerale and over the top of Variante Alta and down to the Ravazza. That's the deciding element of whether or not it's slicks or wets. Well, there's no tread on those wets, so they may as well go with slicks. Look how much harder the wets have been caned. Let's hear from our race leaders.
And Kamui, we will be limited by fuel, so we need to save fuel.
We have now large energy saving for that.
That is not what you want to hear when you're leading a motor race, is large amounts of energy saving. It's a difficult track to do that on as well. But yeah, Kamui Kobayashi has driven a brilliant race today. I think all of the Car 7 crew have, particularly Mike Conway at the beginning of the race as well, was always looking super quick. Nick de Vries made that decisive move twice actually, with the getting past the Ferrari after the full course yellow, and also just before the full course yellow.
Trouble for our championship leaders. Number 6 Penske Porsche has had 5 seconds added to its next pit stop for overtaking under safety car procedures, and so too has the number 81 TF Sport Corvette of Charlie Eastwood. Now Eastwood won't lose a place because of that, but the championship leaders just might do, particularly if Kevin Estre drops us off the road again. So that car number 6 is in second place. We saw when whichever of the Ferraris pitted first was in, that it had to fill 100%, which means that 74% on the number 7 Toyota was never going to be enough to get to the end of the race. So we knew that right then. The question is now, what energy has the 51 Ferrari got on board? If it's at 100%, then everybody else who's stopped before now has to stop again.
I was just listening there for the amount of lift and coast that Kobayashi was having to do. It's not quite as big as I was expecting. So, yeah, still driving a brilliant race here. He's looking down at the dashboard as well. He'll be able to see exactly the amount of lift and coast that he's having to do. Is the only way, as Conway is at a sign, has his head in his hands momentarily.
Well, he's just having a little calm down thing.
He'll know exactly what Kamui is having to go through. But yeah, Kamui on those slick tyres, you know, he went onto the wets early, got onto the slicks early as well.
Take a look at the energy remaining then. 51, 87%, now 83% in the number 50 Ferrari. They are the best placed in terms of making it all the way through as you see the Alpine go off. But the Toyota, both Toyotas, both Porsches, have less fuel on board. And so the 50 car, which has just stopped, hadn't it? That was the most recent, no, 51 was the most recent. That didn't quite have 100%.
Disaster for the car that is challenging for the race lead in LMGT3. It's going to be a drive-through for the number 46 Team WRT BMW for not respecting the virtual safety car procedure.
And that's a real nightmare because Maxime Martin has now caught Augusto Farfus for the lead. Lots of penalties coming up. 60 and 777 will have drive-throughs for not respecting blue flags. 777 is the D station Aston Martin.
As will both of the Vista AF Corsa cars.
Oh my goodness.
So they're catching up with what's been a busy old day. And technical infringements coming through with reprimands and no further actions. But this car, the 46 car, started by Ahmed El Hati. Then, of course, into that car went Valentino Rossi. Will have a drive-through penalty, will drop away from the number 31.
Okay, mate, both Toyotas have a risk of splash. Both Toyotas have a risk of splash, so it's maximum push to try and get them by. 21-second gap to the next one.
So this is really interesting now for this car that we see on screen. They believe they do have the energy to get them through to the end of the race at full racing speed. The Toyotas have been asked to save massive amounts of fuel with a risk, Ferrari believe, a risk of having to do a splash and dash.
Well, if they don't, so they've either got to finish the race slowly without pitting or finish the race a bit less slowly and still risking having a pit stop. And so in the end, Ferrari's saving grace might just be that they topped up when they changed to wets later than everybody else. And again, I go back to, did they look at it and go, if we stop now for wets, we can cut out a stop that the Toyotas can't because they've already come in earlier?
As always.
Is that how it worked?
what makes us scream and shout are the big calls, but it's very often the small calls that make the difference at the end of the race.
Well, it's
Here comes
not
a 46
knowing
car.
what everybody's done, and that's the difficulty.
This is the 46 car down pit lane, and that's, I think, the end of their hopes for this race win without a safety car.
It should still be enough for a BMW WRT 1-2 though, because the Porsche shouldn't catch him.
No.
Contact between the Ferraris. 83, Yaya Fay goes down the inside of Alessandro Pierguidi, and Ale lets him go without contact.
They definitely had contact.
Well, not big contact.
There was contact. I always thought that was going to happen because of what happened to the car number 6, Kevin Estre, earlier on.
Yep.
You go venturing onto the wet stuff on the inside, you're going to slide wide at some point.
Well, Pierguidi was 2 seconds slower on that lap and then just ran into the back of the Hertz Team Jota car as well. Now, is that the number 12 car that only just came out on the previous lap? And the Ferraris got through because the 51 car is still on colder tyres.
If this is the way to go, I go as well. Because now is a bit too much.
He thought it was a bit too much.
Ale, just questioning the tactics there. Is this
Martin
the way
said
to
there
go?
wasn't contact.
Not much.
What are you complaining about?
Not much contact.
He was under threat because he's got those colder tyres still.
Yeah. Estre is coming again, is down to 6.5 seconds. And if this becomes a fuel game, that means that Kamiko Kobayashi is very vulnerable indeed. Track limits this time around
for Kevin Estre, so he's only going that much quicker because he's shortening the circuit. Car number 15 under investigation for possible overtaking under yellows as well. That's the BMW that's running last in the field.
So here is running the wall with Kevin Estre. You can see the car in front is drastically saving fuel, so that's going to give him a bit of hope, but he is carrying that penalty, don't forget, as well.
Riding on board in third place with Porsche Penske Motorsports' Matt Campbell. Is the race going to fall into his lap?
29
or is he going to be caught by the Ferraris as well?
29 seconds behind the leader. Let's start talking about that. Matt Campbell, the number 5 car. And last time around, he was almost 2 seconds quicker with 31 minutes from the end of this race.
On the right-hand side there, Thomas Laudenbach, the head of Porsche Racing, Porsche Factory Racing. They're already leading the championship here. Their cars finished first and third in Qatar, and they are currently second and third. This is a very good weekend so far for Porsche, but half an hour can make a big difference.
Antonio Fuoco has been given the push order, but he's being caught as well by Shelton van der Linde coming back into this again. He was contesting that potential final podium place, what seemed like 10 or 15 minutes ago. That round of stops dropped him back off that battle, but he's pushing his way back into it.
Just seeing Maxime Martin there behind the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley. Maxime has served that penalty, is still in second place, 26.7 seconds ahead of Klaus Bachler in third, and the BMWs are lapping at the same speed. Doesn't look like staying on wets is an option for anybody any longer. There's a very large amount of dry track to race on, even in some of the key areas.
This is really good, mate. This is really good. We can make it to the podium. Let's keep pushing. We try to catch them. Gap in front, 18 seconds. Gap in front, 18 seconds. Your quickest on track. 1 second and half a lap.
Don't forget, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen finished in 6th place in Qatar. And Qatar, being a longer race, was 1.5 points. So finishing first, even if the Qatar winners finish in 6th place, does not bring you back level. You will still be behind, and getting onto the podium is definitely a better result than 6th place.
Here's the question, Anthony. We heard from the Ferrari guys telling Antonio to push, and that they believed that the Totas both needed a splash. Do they believe they needed a splash, or is that motivational?
Yeah.
He's getting ready.
Look at Nick de Vries, he's getting ready to get in.
Yeah, a few tense faces down. More tense than you would imagine with your car in the lead by 4.5 seconds. but that has come down from 9 seconds in just a handful of laps. So De Vries being told to get ready.
Kevin Estrada's a second a lap quicker last time round. Matt Campbell a fraction slower than Kamui Kobayashi, but you only have to lose the lead to one car to not win a race. Slightly more sanguine looking Mike Conway. Seen it all, done it all, got the T-shirt. But Nick De Vries very fired up. It does look as though he's going to be ready to take over from Kamui Kobayashi.
Just want to, as we're riding on board with him, I just want to stay with him to see where he's lifting off.
And how many revs he's using. And
Just because we've been told, well, we heard his radio message when he was told to save a huge amount of fuel. Says Pierre Guidi finding his way back past Yi Yifei. Thought about getting as close as he could, but didn't quite return the favour.
Furco, fastest first sector of the race. 18.85 seconds.
Now, what we're missing from Alessandro Pierguidi's previous radio messages, yeah, don't worry, mate, he's got no manners. Because that was the perfect place for that.
So whatever it was, whether it's motivational or actual, it's working on Antonio Furco, because he's putting in blistering times right now.
Purple first sector of the race. The last time we had a fastest lap was Niklas Nielsen on lap 64. That was 123 laps ago. There's your race leader in LMGT3, BMW Team WRT. Next time out, in a month from now, we'll be racing at Spa-Francorchamps, their home circuit. You can almost literally throw a stone into the workshop from the track, but they would love to go there with victory in Italy. Let's hear from Toyota.
Okay, Kamui, gap 4.4. Porsche 6 might have a penalty, but we need to push. Gap 4.4.
Again, if car 6 ends up with a penalty, the next car is 24 seconds back with 26 minutes to go, and that makes an enormous difference.
Well, that you could just see Kevin Estrada pop into view, and we ride on board with him now, and that is Kobayashi in front of him. There's no better motivation when you're in this position, when you can actually see your rival in front.
The most important words in that call were, we need to push. No talk of fuel, no talk of pitting, we need to push.
Because they're now assuming that 6 is not in the equation, and it's staying ahead of 5.
Push and save fuel, or just push?
He said we need to push.
They're now committed to holding off Est in case he does not have a penalty.
And his lap times have gone to from 135's Kobayashi to now 133's, which are matching that of Kevin Estrada.
Well, it's not done. 25 minutes to go. It's been a stellar 5.5 hours so far.
Nick De Vries has got his jacket back on, so clearly he's not going to be required. That plan has changed for a second time.
Stand down. Kevin Estrada, always the aggressive racer.
Sam Smith has just reminded us of that penalty. It is 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. Correct. If they don't take a pit stop, it will be added to the race time, which makes him not 4.4, but 9.4 seconds back.
That's correct, completely correct.
However, if Kamui pushes, have they saved enough fuel in, I don't know, 15 minutes for him to push all the way to the end?
Well, they're going to know we don't. We can only go at the moment by what they're saying on the radio.
Luckily, we have energy graphics that could tell us.
We do. Under 4 seconds now, or rather, under 9 seconds now for Kevin Estrada.
Let's hear from the Toyota team.
Okay, Kamui, fuel is under control. You're doing a great job.
That's it.
He's done the job, so he didn't just have to go on to the wet tyres early, make that call and make them work on a pretty dry circuit earlier on in the race. He then went on to the slick tyres earlier than most and stayed on the track, and then got them up to temperature and started producing really good lap times to hold on to the lead. and he saved the amount of fuel needed as well to take him to the end. Kamui Kobayashi has been exemplary today so far.
So effectively, what he's been doing at the wheel of that Toyota is juggling fire whilst riding a monocycle and reading Shakespeare backwards in English.
Toyota have no business being in the top four with both cars. They did not have race pace. They have strategized and driven the race superbly. They have outworked it over everybody else. They didn't have a car that was as quick as everything else.
Farfus is pitting. Farfus is pitting for the lead in LMGT3. I'm not sure we expected that.
Well, if he needs to pit, then surely so too does Maxime Martin.
They pitted, I'm sure they pitted with about an hour to go. So I'm not at all sure why that car is on pit lane. They're fueling the car.
Well, that means Maxime Martin takes the lead.
I'll double check, but I thought they pitted around the top of the hour.
Now, if they need to stop, then surely 46 needs to stop. And does that mean that the Porsche does not need to stop? Is it all going to suddenly fall back into the hands of Manthey Pure Racing? Heart of England have stopped as well. The Aston is in. So maybe all of our LMGT3 cars do need a final stop.
Kevin Estre continued to catch. It was only, I'll say only, but it was 7/10 that lap rather than the over 1 second that we were seeing laps before. 33.7 that time around for Kobayashi, 33.0 for Estre. So he really has the bit between the teeth right now as he continues to close in. Not as quickly as he was before on that Toyota car number 7, but he's still continuing to close that gap ever so slightly, lap after lap.
I'm going to apologise. I'm, of course, still in GTE world. These are shorter fuel stints for the LMGT3s, so we will need to see more fuel stops in LMGT3. For the moment, Maxime Martin goes through and into the lead.
Now, what that means is that the later you stop, the shorter a distance you have to fuel for because there's less time left in the race. So each of the cars that comes in now will stop for less time stationary than the BMW that had to stop first. So there is still potential for a change around because Maxime Martin has gone into the lead but has not yet stopped. So at the very least, he'll have to take on a couple of seconds less fuel because he'll do a lap less, or maybe more, or maybe more. Drive through for the number 20 BMW from 6th position. Pit stop infringement. That's going to break Sheldon van der Linde's heart. Well, there is the leader in LMGT3. Maxime Martin hits his marks, and it will probably be a maybe 2, maybe 3 seconds shorter stop.
And another second taken out of Kobayashi's lead that time around from Kevin Estre. The gap now 2.6 seconds.
But remember, by the end of this race, he has to go by him and lead by 5 seconds.
Absolutely right, because that 5-second penalty will be added to the time if they don't have it.
92 does not need to fuel.
Well, he does need to fuel because 31 is fuel to the end and he's got more fuel on board than the Porsche. So the Porsche is either going to get to the same distance with less energy or stop and top up. It does need to fuel because it's got less than the BMW, which has just had to fuel, and they will have fueled it to the end of the race. So the Porsche will have to stop. It'll spend less time stationary, much less time stationary, but it will be right at the end of the race.
Farfus goes through 21 seconds in the lead now.
The front-running GT cars they'll all have to stop and do that splash. It's just that BMWs have come in to do it first as we ride on board with the number 83 of Ye Yifei.
And did the BMW still make it out 1-2? Yeah, again, we are hearing confirmation from Bruce Ioane in our headset. He's talked to Manthey. 92 does need to fuel again. So 31 still leads. 46 is in second place on the road, and 90 is in third place on the road. So the 46 BMW got out after its final stop ahead of the 92 Porsche. So the 92 Porsche now has to worry a little bit about the cars behind.
The United Autosports car, I'm pretty certain, does need to stop.
Yeah.
Alex Riberas has made a stop.
Look how tight this is with Kevin Estre. He's on a mission here to try and close that gap to Kobayashi.
It's down to 1.3.
Kobayashi's got held up here around Piratella.
It's down to 0.7 of a second now. Look at that. Got caught up behind the Corvette. Estre will try and send it down the inside into the second part of Aqua Minerale. Doesn't have the room.
No, and the GTs are too fast there anyway. That was an ideal place really to catch them. Kobayashi lost more with that particular car.
So, this is almost like a two-part race in the old days, isn't it? Where you red flagged it and then there was a time advantage. Taking the lead is not enough for Kevin Estre. He's got to win by 5.001 seconds on the road, at least.
And at this point, Matt Campbell is not catching by enough. He's catching by tenths. He needs to be taking seconds out of this. He's not doing it.
These kind of conditions are made for Kevin Estre, aren't they? He's got such incredible car control.
Meanwhile, Yefi is still within a second of Alessandro Pierguidi. That Ferrari battle is not done. That's the battle for 7th place between 51 and 83.
Yeah, it's a shame that Estre's carrying this penalty, isn't it, towards the end of the race, because as we know, overtaking on track is so impossibly hard. We've seen it, what, once with the Ferrari overtaking the Porsche, genuinely for track position. But
I'd offer the opposite point of view, which is, I think it's great because he's got to pass him. He absolutely has to pass him.
Because because he wouldn't want to pass him anyway.
No,
just
he
for
might
a
just
race
sit there just a second.
A measly race victory.
But he has to pass him and pull away. He has to be fully lit for 17.5 minutes. And a fully lit Kevin Estre is roughly equivalent to dynamite.
Is he anything else?
Yeah.
Always.
He's always fully lit.
Well, now imagine if the situation was on the other extreme, where the Porsche knew that the Toyota had a 5-second penalty. Then all the life would have gone out of the race.
Yes.
Because he's already won it just by sitting behind him. So you're absolutely right. It does, I mean, not that Estre needs any incentive to get in front of the Toyota, but once he's got by, if he gets by, he's going to have very limited time to pull away.
So we've got 16 minutes still remaining, almost 17 minutes still remaining of the race. He's a second faster than Kobayashi.
That should be enough.
Yeah.
But he's got to get by.
He's got 10 minutes to overtake him, basically.
Kamui Kobayashi, the race leader, under real pressure now for Kevin Estre, the points leading Porsche in second place. Getting by is not enough. He has to win by more than 5 seconds to undo a pit lane penalty that they have had. By the way, in fifth place, Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2 of the race.
Fire by name, fire by nature, and is this going to be the fastest lap of the race? Currently sits at a 1:32.407 from Nick Nielsen. It goes with a 1:32.209 on lap. What is this? 194. Closes the gap to Brendan Hartley to 11 seconds flat.
Fastest laps also, by the way, of their races for Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 and Ye Yifei in the 83. But assuming that the 51 took on no more fuel than is needed to finish the race, Ye Yifei can't get to him because he hasn't got enough fuel. And what about everybody else in front? Is everybody else in front going to have to splash, or did Ferrari put in much too much fuel into 51? 51's our benchmark. If you need the amount of fuel that he's got to get to the end, everybody else has got to break for the pit lane.
That said 51%, didn't it? It can't be 51% to the end with 15 minutes to go. It can't. That must be too much.
You would think. I've been so wrong on so many calls on this race. I only ever, as I always say, only ever open my mouth to change feet.
The reality is, we're only going to know who was wrong on these calls in about 15 minutes. It's been that tight. It's been that bonkers. It really has been such an up and down 6 hours here at Imola. What a fabulous event this has been.
Come on, here we go, here we go, here we go. Antonio Fuoco's fastest race lap, lap number 194, last time round. Kevin Estre is dangerously close. Anthony, how much is it going to upset the balance of the Porsche? How much is it going to blunt his attack sitting so close to the car in front?
Yeah, I mean, you can follow quite a bit closer in a sports car, particularly these modern hypercars, than you can in single-seaters. You don't have the front wings, for example, getting in the way and getting in the turbulence. So, but this gap he's staying behind him without the BMW in between them, of course. That gap we were looking at is kind of the area, that invisible barrier that you have with the turbulence coming off of one of these cars. So he's going to need the help of traffic as well. As we've seen earlier on in the race, the speed differential in the straight line, at least, between these two cars is very, very similar. So he's not going to do it in just pure pace and out-drag the Toyota down the main straight, for example, here. He's going to need the help of traffic to even get by. Once he's passed, I believe he does have the speed to start pulling away and eat into that time penalty that he's going to carry through to the end of this race. He's definitely not going to come in, I say he's definitely not going to come into a pit stop with the amount of fuel he's got on board. More than that of car 7, at least.
That's just about to talk about those two cars. They came by us a tenth of a second apart. This is the battle for 4th in LMGT3 between the number 27 car. That's what went on at the 55 Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. So that is a real world battle, and that was contact.
Well, Alessio looking to try and pile on the pressure, and then the door sort of opened, sort of didn't.
Yeah, he knew he was there, didn't he? So, but he tried to make the gap as small as he could, as tight as he could. So it was kind of a bit inevitable, that contact, but it was a late move down the inside as well. That's going to be one for the stewards to look out, I'm sure.
Antonio Fuoco, by the way, is applying the tin opener to that gap. It's down to 8.6 seconds to Brendan Hartley for 4th. The gap, though, between Kobayashi and Estre for the lead the race still in the 10ths, but it's not changed hands.
I was surprised to hear him doing a bit of lift and coast as well, actually, down towards Rivazza 1 at turn 18. So it's not like he's got all of the energy in the world to play with, even though he's got more than Kobayashi.
Tight stuff. This.
And listen, in the end, second place is better than running out of gas or having to pit and dropping down 2 or 3 places. Don't forget that Kevin Estre and his teammates are leading the World Championship, and they had 1.5 points as well in Qatar. So it's not just a lead, it's a bit more. And watch the front end wash out there under braking.
Well, the other part of this, of course, is it's a manufacturer's title up for grabs. And Kevin Estre is doing 2 things here. He's trying to win the race, but he's trying to put the Toto under pressure. And even if there's a problem that befalls the number 6 car, the number 5 car is in 3rd and would inherit 2nd place.
Yeah. Well, Porsche will get 2nd and 3rd, whichever way this works out.
We have room to stop energy management for 2-3 laps, to overtake, and then come back to energy management.
I'm not sure that's going to be enough, though. Just that little bit of lift and coast that we heard down into Rivazza, I'm not convinced that's going to be enough. But if he goes for the move, we know that Kobayashi...
Suddenly, this could be the chance. Yeah, look how much closer he is now. Kobayashi is down to the speed of an LMGT3 car through Rivazza.
Like I say, if he's close enough, he knows that he has the opportunity not to have to lift and coast, whereas Kobayashi's probably still going to have to do a little bit of that. But I'd still say he's probably not quite close enough, even at this distance.
No, not a good run, though.
He has a look to try and put him off, but you're going to need to do more than that with the experience of Kobayashi.
He has hypercar traffic ahead. Could this be where there's a stumble?
Any opportunity with traffic, you're going to try and capitalise on it. And yeah, we've got the Alpine in front. Alex Wirtz down at Toyota watches on. The stream of hypercars exit turn 7, but only 2 of them are fighting for the race win, or at least lead position on track as it stands right now at 9 minutes 40 seconds to go. Estre is right on the brink here. He's going to need to get it done as soon as possible if he's to carry on pulling away that time deficit he's carrying of 5 seconds penalty.
There's another new fastest lap of the race. It goes again to Antonio Fuoco. It's a 1:32.086. The gap to Brendan Hartley, 7 seconds. Just 9 minutes though remain. He's running out of time to get that done.
Yes, he really is, but he is absolutely flying.
Kobayashi's going to have to go around onto the wet stuff potentially into 18. And no, he's just got back online. It was actually Estra that got caught slightly offline there.
Still dive through on the inside down into Ravazza 1, and again the Toyota just creeps away enough down the straight, doesn't it? Porsche doesn't quite have their ultimate top speed at the line. Last time on the fastest speed trap, 304.2 kilometers an hour for the Toyota, 313 in the slipstream for Estra. So their VMAX is higher in the Porsche, but the Toyota's getting off the corners better still.
It's another blistering lap underway from Antonio Fuoco. 2 purple sectors again. It's going to be this is going to be a lap under 1:32.
Yes.
Estra off there on the gravel. He's trying everything he can, but yeah, the Toyota team just saw that as well, and give a little bit of a round of applause when as soon as they see the cameras on them. Just no, nothing to see here.
Well, that's what the Germans refer to as Schadenfreude, which is celebrating somebody else's misfortune.
Flat of the curb on entry to that corner.
Yeah, dirty air of the Toyota that affected him there, and I mean that's the distance that you can get to within one of these cars before it does take effect. It's pretty impressive, really. Lotterer watches on. He would have been loving to sit in the car. You always think, you imagine yourself in the car, like, oh, if I was in the car, I'd just stand it down the inside.
Not sure Kaz Nakajima wants to be in the car, actually looking at how nervous he is.
Oh no, he's he's retired now. He's got another job for Toyota, but I was more talking about Andrea Lotterer.
Yep.
We did a good job earlier on in this car. As we watch now on board with car 6 in the slipstream of Kobayashi, you can see the race lead. Although even if you did get your way by, it's not for the race win, of course. So this track is tough to overtake on.
4% might be almost 2 laps worth of energy still.
It's going to be so tight in so many ways. Tight on time.
Kobayashi's gone a little bit wide there that time around and allows Estra to catch ever so slightly. Looks to the inside.
Oh.
Not quite enough.
Oh.
That's the first, like, minor mistake I've seen from Kobayashi. He's been absolutely bulletproof until now.
Had a couple of splash and dashes in LMGT3, by the way. Both the Codis ASP Lexuses have just stopped in the last couple of laps. So not everybody is yet guaranteed to make it as we reach the 200 lap mark. Yep. 6 minutes remain of 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, we went just briefly again to Loudon back Cam, and he's not looking any less stressed than he was 10 minutes ago. Kevin looking for a way by, but Kamui Kobayashi has been imperious until that last lap. A couple of little wiggles there.
But we'll forgive him for that. A couple of, yeah, I mean, it was only microscopically offline, but yeah, Estra saw it as a bit of an opportunity.
Of course you do. When you see the car in front slide, you go, I'm getting to it, I'm getting to him. Yeah, but you need another 20 minutes, Kevin.
Alex Riberas, by the way, and Alessio Rivera, that's position has switched to Vista. Ferrari has gone through the 55 up into 4th place in LMGT3 with a pit stop for the 27 car under investigation too.
More potential pain for that Aston Martin in 5th.
Potential pain there as well.
Yeah.
Definite pain for Estra as he's fallen foul of the traffic there compared to Kobayashi, and you see the gap extend once more. And that's what you're looking for, always in the car. You're thinking, right, where are they going to catch them next? You look, eyes to the top of the hill, you can see a car in front. A couple of GTs just before Piratella, and Kobayashi's probably going to overtake that particular car on the exit and the run down to Acqua Minerale.
And Estra's going to catch him out of Acqua Minerale. Oh, number 38 this time, not the number 12 Cota, which has been in that gravel trap at least a couple of times.
Jensen Button just with a bit of a fumble there, gets back on track, back to the race lead.
So Estra still carrying that loss of time, which happened in the Tamburello chicane. behind the Mustang. So, yeah, you can see just what it does to you. And you're thinking, when you're in that car behind, all it takes is for the leader to get into the traffic at the wrong point of the circuit, and I got my chance. Let's hear from his teammate.
So about 4 laps to go, and we still believe leader Toyota does not have the energy to go to the end.
All right, Matt Campbell being told that this might fall into his lap. Why? Because he's only third? Well, because if the Toyota can't make it and drops back down to second, Kevin Estre might not have enough in hand either. Matt Campbell is still 24 seconds back, so Estre won't drop behind him. But the Toyota, if it needs to pit or slow dramatically in the closing stages, might drop back down to third. The battle for fourth, Brendan Hartley is now just 3.2 seconds ahead of Antonio Fuoco. And Fuoco again on that last lap, purple sector 3, the fastest man in the entire race. Whoa!
Racing gods definitely shining down on Kobayashi here. He caught those cars on the run up towards Piratella, got past both of the GTs while he was flat out, and it's Estre once again that had to snake his way through between them. But the luck in traffic doesn't always last forever. At some point, you see your opposition. Once again, Kobayashi gets past that next GT car before the Ravazza corner where Kevin Estre has to sit behind. So this is the way it works, and Kobayashi's on a roll here, but there's nothing that he's not manufacturing this, it's just falling his way. At some point, it turns around.
Fuoco is almost with Brendan Hartley. He's slashed that lead to 2.1 seconds, but there's only 2.5 minutes to go. If this could depend on just where they are in relation to the leader.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, could be 2 laps. The leader has just crossed the start-finish line. And number 8 is coming down to Ravazza.
Kobayashi's in the thick of it now, so this is where he's behind the Isotto Fraschini. Turn 5 and 6, he's going to have to go down the inside into Tosa, and gets let through. Car 11 will be getting the blue flags, and yeah, what's this, a Peugeot in front as well, and a GT car in front of Kobayashi. The Peugeot moves aside. Will he get the GT car with the Lexus before Piratella? Yes, he does. Once again, it's Estre. Look at that, a gaggle of cars in a high-speed corner that he's caught behind, and he won't get past all of these, if any, before Aqua Minerale. Yes, just one of them, it's the Lexus. How frustrating.
It's done with that, I think. Antonio Fuoco, new fastest lap of the race, 1.4 seconds back from Brendan Hartley. It's 90 seconds to go. It's going to be this lap plus one more.
Yep.
So that's got nothing to do with the speed of the cars there. We've seen that Estre putting constant pressure on. He's got the speed, but that's just the way the luck of the draw is when it comes to traffic.
Now the Peugeot they've just caught is Jean-Eric Verne. The other Peugeot, Stoffel Van Dorn, is 6/10 ahead of the Alpine of Nico Lapierre. Not that there are any points up for grabs for 15th and 16th, but...
This is Fuoco and Brendan Hartley, and Hartley has got the traffic. Could it be the boot on the other foot in this transaction? Catches that one quite nicely, but great run from Antonio Fuoco.
It's going to be caught behind him as he gets down towards turn 18.
We have no buffer on energy. We have no buffer, so you got to battle like this.
Last lap. Brendan Hartley will hang on if he can, but Antonio Fuoco has got the foot very much buried in the floorboards.
I feel like both the Toyotas here are fighting a little bit with one hand tied behind their back. They haven't got the energy of the other cars behind them, and that's why Fuoco was able to challenge there. Brendan's having to do a lot of management.
It's wide, loses the place. Antonio Fuoco moves up to 4th place on the very last lap.
Yeah, the fans in the stand in front of us rise to that as they see on the big screen.
Now in Porsche Penske Motorsport, they're going, well, why could you not do that with the number 7 car?
Because I think he's done such a good job with the lift and coast earlier on in his stint, and Nakajima could see exactly what was about to happen there. So.
Yeah, but the Porsche team are going, well, why couldn't just once Kobayashi have made a mistake and dropped it off the road? Once.
Here comes Kamui Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Because that moment started there for Brendan because of the energy management that Kobayashi's managed brilliantly well.
Checker flag is out. Blue flag is out, checker flag is out for Kamui Kobayashi. Toyota wins in Imola for the second year in a row. Toyota beaten the Italians on Italian tarmac. And for the first year, it's a victory in Hypercar in Europe for Nick de Vries. The number 7 crew claim an unexpected and unlikely victory.
I think the best driver car crew won today. I honestly do. I think all 3 drivers in car 7 drove impeccably well, and de Vries managed the situations in the full course yellow perfectly well, down to the second, quite literally, in getting past cars. Kobayashi masterful in fuel saving and holding his nerve under immense pressure.
Yeah, Kamui, you did it! You did it! Congratulations, Kamui. Well done. Good job.
Thank you, guys. Good job.
And here's our LMGT3 leader coming towards the line. Augusto Farfus will lead a BMW Team WR2 T1-2 here. Victory for 31, second place for the number 46 BMW, and that will send at least, there's Liri, Augusto Farfus's wife, and his young daughter, and that will send about 75% of the crowd into paroxysms of ecstasy as Valentino Rossi takes a second place here. But there's Sean Gelael. He's a very happy boy as well.
Yeah, he drove really well today, didn't he? He was just chipping away at Valentino Rossi, lap after lap. The gap at one point when I first saw them out there together was 19 seconds. He brought it down, and we saw the gap in the pit stop. It was down to about 5 or 6 by the end of their stints.
Well, Toyota really managed the race. The drivers, the tyres, the energy, every aspect of that was as sure-footed and composed as it could possibly have been from Toyota Gazoo Racing. And that one little driving error on that last lap from Brendan Hartley drops them from 4th to 5th. But still, what a race for Toyota. It wasn't the quickest car, it won the race. And Valentino Rossi and the team there, a 1-2 for BMW Team WRT. And they head to Spa next time out. They'll be very happy. It is Toyota that wins for the second straight year here in Italy against the Italians.
One other point to mention here, that was a stellar fight back from Antonio Fuoco. Not the result that the fans here, I think, were looking for. He misses the podium by 5.8 seconds after that run back, with lap record after lap record after lap record. Brought the finally the fastest lap, and therefore the race lap record here at Imola for Hypercar down to a 1:31.794. That is some going.
And that, Graham, was on lap 203 of 205.
It was a brilliant final stint from Antonio Fuoco. The other point to mention, you mentioned Valentino Rossi. That'll be his first WEC podium.
Yes.
And that's a significant step forward. Great race from Team WRT and from BMW. A word too for the number 20 BMW Hypercar. Sheldon van der Linde will come home in 6th place here, but what a big improvement we've seen from that team with that car here.
100%, and a real disappointment for Peugeot and their fans that both cars were clattered off in the very first corner. They just didn't have a chance to show what their new race car can do. But the benchmark, Toyota, again produced the goods.
But Peugeot score manufacturer's points. So, for the first time, do Lamborghini.
I think it's a little bit unfair to say Toyota really didn't have the speed today. We can't judge their dry performance by that last stint. They were on desperate energy-saving mode. We heard the call to Kobayashi and also to Brendan at the end. There's no more you can do here, mate. I'm sorry. You're going to have to fight like it is. And he lost a position. Yes, he went off the track, but it happened because the root cause was he was saving energy. Earlier on in the race, don't forget, they got their way into splitting the 2 Ferraris in dry conditions. And I think they had, although not quite the pace of the Ferrari, it wasn't quite as extreme as it seemed at the end of the race. So Toyota were there or thereabouts in dry conditions, made a blinding strategy call. I doubted it at the time. It was absolutely the right thing to do to get onto those wet tyres early. and they read it absolutely right.
Darren Young from the British GT Championship to a WEC race win. A couple of other points. We will see a Ferrari on top of a podium here this afternoon because the 83 car will take the Teams World Cup win for the privateer cars. That was well fought with a slightly off-color performance, I thought, today, and from the Hertz Team Jota guys didn't ever really seem to have the pace here. The Proton Porsche was there, but then suffered some bad luck and a bit of misfortune. In GT, another quick stat, 7 of the 9 manufacturers in the top 10 and therefore in the points.
I think Kobayashi's enjoyed this one, hasn't he? Spinning the car around.
Well, he should
as well.
Well, the problem is everybody's coming down the pit straight and having to turn back on themselves to get into the pit lane, and there's not enough lock on the car, so they're all having to do a little bit of a squirt to get round. And again, here, even in Parc Fermé, the 31 car couldn't turn round again.
I agree with Graham, actually. You know, with the Jota, that was the surprise for me, really.
Yeah.
I thought for a while maybe they're just on a completely different strategy.
Well, they kept popping up to the top, didn't they? Hour 2, they were 1-2.
But I think ultimately they just didn't have the speed in, well, either the wet or the dry, and some of their drivers were making mistakes as well. I know the conditions are incredibly hard out there, but Will Stevens, I thought, drove a brilliant opening couple of stints of the race today. But, yeah, just the car spent too long in the gravel traps as well.
More than anything, it was what I think we all love to see. It was a team win because it was one on track, it was one with strategy, it was one on pit lane, but it was a driver's win with Kamui Kobayashi soaking up that pressure as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Now that's going to be an emotional win for Augusto Farfus, young Brazilian, or not quite so young Brazilian now, but you know, at a circuit that means so much to everybody in Brazilian motorsport because of what happened here just under 30 years ago. We remembered Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger at the beginning of the race. There in the black jacket is his wife, Liri, and their 2 kids with them here as well. They've lived in Italy a long time, that family, and he's been with BMW a long while as well, and Augusto Farfus will definitely have a moment or two, I think, in quiet reflection before this weekend is over. But for Toyota, it was a masterful performance. They really did everything they needed to do and more.
I mentioned 2 of their drivers, of course. I didn't get time because there's so much going on towards the end of the race. Mike Conway as well, a massive shout out to him. Constant pressure he put on the Porsche in front of him throughout the first opening stints of the race. It looked like he had incredible speed, if unleashed, to possibly even catch the Ferrari. So, yeah, a brilliant job by all of that car crew today. Really, really tight work, impressive. And I think the team are actually quite amazed as well, the job that Kobayashi particularly was able to do at the end of the race. I think for a moment they thought they were going to have to put that car back into it. Ferrari felt they were going to have to put that car back into the pits to have a splash and dash. Yep. Somehow they made it work, or he made it work, and brought it to the end on fumes of fuel.
Look at the face. I mean, it says it all, doesn't it? This is a sport with very many layers.
This is the bit I love so much about sports car racing, the drivers' interaction with each other, that camaraderie. It's a journey you go on from the start of the weekend to the end. And when you get there and you can stand on the top step, or even just the podium itself, it's a feeling that you all share together, and it's not just that solemn experience that you have so often as a racing driver. It's quite a selfish sport in that respect in many ways, but in sports car racing, the 3 of you all celebrating together like that is pure magic.
And such a great reaction from Kamui when Nick de Vries went to him, how did you do that? I have no idea. I mean, almost the incredulity on his face in that one moment. I don't know either. That's Vele offering his congratulations.
Good on you.
Look, but as he always did, win, lose or draw, first man in there to say well done.
And I'm really particularly pleased for Nick de Vries as well, because Formula One, the world of Formula One, chewed him up and spat him out, but he's bounced back, and I can tell you with conviction he is make no mistake about it, one of the best sports car drivers the world's ever seen. He is phenomenally fast. I don't know what happened to him in Formula One, but don't mark him on what he did there.
I completely agree.
He is incredibly fast in this world.
He's one of those guys, and there's a short list of them that are going to make headlines for a long time, and it's great to see. These three, Sean Gallel, absolutely delighted, Darren Young on the right-hand side, and Augusto Farfus in the middle. Brilliant.
And by the way, everybody racing in British GT, this is where you could be next.
This is what you could have won.
This is absolutely where you could be next. Because last year, Darren Young was racing at Alton Park and Donington Park and Brands Hatch and won the British GT Championship, and here's where he is.
One final word I'd like to give on this win. We've been through a period of growth with Hypercar and with all sorts of machinations and politics and changes in rules and all sorts of things going through this. This is what it means when you get it right. Forget the rule book. This is what it means when you get it right.
There won't be any grumbling from Toyota tonight.
Sono riusciti a uscirne assolutamente bene.
Kamui, fantastic drive at the end, a lot of pressure from the car behind, not the fastest car, but so strong, and the strategy was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, team made a great decision. I tried to not mess up. I mean, track was very challenging, and to be on the track, of course, is challenging. And I know I had a lot of pressure from car 6. They did an amazing job, but obviously I had no mistake. Managed to be in the front. Thanks for the team, and big support in Italy. I was appreciate, and of course these two guys made a solid job here. Fantastic, thank you.
First win in WEC, so at the beginning for you already, big success. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very thankful to be sharing the car with both Kamui and Mike. I think they both did a phenomenal job. The team executed the race perfectly, and I think we really deserve this one.
Congratulations to all of you guys.
Well, with the inevitable Cavallino Rampante, there were Toyota Gazoo Racing flags being waved in that crew as well. I saw a large number of them coming in earlier today, and the benchmark team of endurance racing, Toyota, have done it again. Imola in Italy, the home of the San Marino Grand Prix and the venue for round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024. And from humble beginnings with half a dozen cars, 19 hypercars taking to the grid. Remembering the late great Ayrton Senna just a week before the 30th anniversary of his passing here in 1994. And with Ferrari looking out the first 3 places on the grid, the eyes were on those behind as trouble broke out in the LMGT3 ranks. Down into the first corner, it was the tail of the hypercar field where things kicked off. Both Alpines, the Isotta, both Peugeots, and one of the BMWs out on the very first turn of the race. It was going to be a long 6 hour for all 6 crews that were involved. Real shame for Peugeot with their brand new cars both being knocked off, and BMW's number 15 car also never recovered from its delay. Delay for both Alpines would mean in the end that neither would score points, but Ferrari looked to be dominant. They were beaten in Monza after Le Mans last year by Toyota, but we're looking strong here. Not so Lamborghini. The Iron Dames, after that first lap contact in the back of their car, eventually forced to retire. And as rain arrived, the Isotta showed how limited conditions were. At the end of that full course yellow, a great restart by Nick de Vries to take second place from the number 50 Ferrari. And he would then set off after the race leader in car number 51. He was lucky to avoid getting centre punch from behind as Callum Eilert lost the number 12. Cota Porsche for a second time down into the Ravazza. Delaminating tyre, another of the woes for the brand new 94 Peugeot. And the first safety car scrambled as heavy rain hit the circuit. The leaders stopped for wet weather tyres, including the Toyotas, but all 3 Ferraris stayed out, at least for a while. Then the team brought them in with more rain predicted. Porsche coming into the equation, But the number 7 Toyota, driven superbly, closing in. The early race lead is in LMGT3, pure racing by Manthey, losing out to the BMWs, who did not change tyres. Augusto Farfus, after a titanic battle, getting by teammate Maxime Martin for the lead. And as conditions stayed wet, even the wet weather tyres, not enough to save some drivers from the gravel traps. Last lap pass for 4th place. Antonio Fuoco setting a series of lap records, getting past Brendan Hartley for 4th at the line, but it was the number 7 Toyota who claimed victory. A stunning drive. They handled the car, the conditions and energy management superbly. And BMW's number 31 machine claiming victory to the light of Kurt Mollikens and the overall WRT team boss, Vincent Vos. Andre Lotterer joking with the Toyota team. Porsche claiming 2nd and 3rd place here. And they continue to lead the manufacturer's standings. But it is Toyota who are on the top step of the podium. 7, 6, 5. That's not a countdown to the podium ceremonies. That's the order in which the cars finished. And Kamui Kobayashi somehow, with not enough speed and not enough fuel, held off the number 6 Porsche. And Anthony Davidson, that's perhaps the depth of the ability in that Toyota team that for a number of years, when they were effectively racing themselves, we really couldn't gauge. But here against stellar opposition with very good cars and very good drivers, they've still got what it takes.
Well, don't forget, this team was...
The Japanese anthem has become a very familiar sound over World Endurance podiums over the last few years. And you're absolutely right. You know, they came in many years ago. They battled Porsche and Audi in their supremacy. And Porsche are back. Audi, of course, have other fish to fry with bigger, heavier cars, but nevertheless, Porsche's 2nd and 3rd. And again, a car that struggled, and a team that struggled to get their head around the 963 last year. Porsche Penske Motorsport have come out with all guns blazing this year, and Roger Penske here to watch it again. You know, his focus this year is on making the World Championship happen for him.
Well, and it goes to show as well with the might of the competition now in sports car racing, particularly in the hypercar category. If you don't perfect it, you're not going to be standing on the top step. Toyota today, for the Car 7 crew at least, all round, they absolutely perfected this race.
It's a first race win in the WEC for De Vries, but it brings up to 18 the total for Kobayashi to 17, for Mike Conway to 18, and for Mike across his LMP2 career as well, he moves to 22 wins in the WEC. That compares to 24 for Seb Buemi.
Yeah, he's certainly racking up the wins.
I thought Buemi was good actually as well today. When Conway was putting pressure on the car in front of him, the Porsche in front of him, Buemi was doing exactly the same thing, but further down the field, because that's obviously where they qualified. And this is going to be a well-earned spray of the champagne for all of those drivers up there. This today, as we expected, were some incredibly tough conditions. Throw on top of that the rain as well. This track alone in the dry is hard enough, let alone what they had to deal with those changeable conditions.
Porsche Penske Motorsport, not the top step, but they will, I'm sure we'll see in a few moments' time, go home still top of the points standings of the World Championship.
Well, they finished 1st and 3rd in Qatar. They're 2nd and 3rd here. How can they not be really happy with the way this season is going? But for Toyota, again, 1st and 4th, very nearly 1st and 5th. They've scored strong points here. 51 Ferrari get their first points of the season. Number 20 BMW scoring as well.
As do Cadillac, by the way, after the disqualification from Qatar.
Points only go down to 10th place. LMGT3, a 1-2 for Team WRT and their BMWs. That's a really strong result. Head of Manthey Pure Racing. Then the 55 Vista AF Corsica, Heart of Racing and United Autosports, 6th place with their McLaren. Just 3 cars failed to make it the distance. Proton, the Iron Dames, and the Proton number 88 car as well. Well, let's catch up again with Bruce Ioani and our LMGT3 winners.
Augusto, I'm so happy for you. Very well done. Your family is there to support you. First win for BMW already at the beginning of the season. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm super happy, super proud. I think we executed very well. The team, the calls from the strategy, the first hit from Dar and Sean. So I think we showed that this championship, more than having the fastest car or the individual fastest driver, is about having a team. And today I have to say we executed well. I'm super proud. It's my son's birthday, so could not end up a Sunday better than this.
Thank you so much. A little word from you two guys. Super happy and pumped.
Yeah, completely pumped. We can't believe it, really. It's a real testament to everyone in the team. Everyone's just done the job superbly, and we've managed to pull together a race, really, and yeah, win it. It's just unbelievable.
And congratulations. And your mom is here as well, so family and family time tonight.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. No, I'm super happy. Family's here, everyone's here. Augusto's son's birthday, Johnny boy. No, I think we have some limoncello tonight.
Congratulations.
Well, you know, Augusto Farfus has won plenty of races, and Sean Gillel as well. He's used to this. For Darren Leung, this is a whole different world. You know, he's used to the British Championship. This is an international global stage. I know, he looks absolutely shell-shocked. What's just happened? Valentino Rossi. I mean, God love it, whether you've ever met him or you haven't, everything you see about him is what you get. He is absolutely the genuine article, and you can hear a little bit more from the doctor, along with Anthony Davidson, in about 10 days in our full access programs. Look out for those on the FIA WEC website. And if you've enjoyed this, then you fancy...
So BMW's first win, I believe, in any class in the FIA World Endurance Championship since its inception, and a crew composed, Ant, of a Brazilian, an Indonesian and a Brit. A true World Championship effort.
And Vincent Voss from WRT that runs that outfit for BMW, he's got to be over the moon today. Not just 2 cars on the podium winning the race, obviously in GT, he's also got the car 20 in the Hypercar P6, so a brilliant day for WRT all round.
Presenting the trophies, the chairman of the Circuit of Imola, that, ladies and gentlemen, Giancarlo Minardi. Yes, that Minardi from nearby Faenza.
What, Antol Boss?
Antol Boss.
Paid him for the privilege.
I was going to say, you probably still owe him a little bit of money.
I don't.
Marco Panieri, the mayor of Imola, presented the overall trophies, and one of the biggest cheers for Valentino Rossi.
And correctly so, to be part of helping to build what's been an exceptional weekend here.
Yep.
Great stuff from the Imola circuit, great stuff from the Italian fans, everybody who's joined us from around the world on this broadcast and on social media. This is special. There's something a bit special about this. We wait and see what happens with the calendar for next year, but boy oh boy, if Imola put a stake in the ground.
Love this track, love these fans, love this country, and what a race it was. Absolutely edge of the seat on the very last lap. Things were still being fought over and decided. And again, if you think Imola was fun, Sean Gillel hopefully hasn't broken anything falling off the top step. Come and see us in Spa-Francorchamps, wherever you are in Europe. It's an easy access circuit and it never fails to entertain. A month from now, round 3 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And don't forget, if you are an Avis preferred renter or you're a Gold Club guest at Hertz, courtesy of 2 of the supporters of the championship, you can win tickets to the fully sold out 2024 Le Mans 24 hours. So if you are renting a car, you might want to go and take advantage of some of that. Let's take a look at our Endurance Trophy drivers. Alexander Malikin, Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler with that 54-point score, still just ahead of Augusto Favre, Stanley Young and Sean Gallel. But they're in at number 2 with a bullet. Maxime Martin, Valentino Rossi and Sean Gallel up to 4th place in the standings.
Because the Heart of Racing crew and the winning crew today are on equal points.
Yeah.
And 1 point behind is the other Team WRT car. This is marvellous stuff.
So Manthey Pure Racing with that advantage, and that's the points bonus of the 10 hours.
Correct.
And then, as you say, a dead heat for 2nd place in drivers and team standings in LMGT3. And honours going to different cars at the different races so far. Points going to different cars and different brands at the 2 races so far. And Spa will very probably focus that attention on different kinds of cars producing different levels of performance at the various different tracks. Of course, it's home for BMW Team WRT, and they will hope to do the same again.
It's the ebb and flow here that matters. There are the points for the World Endurance Championship for drivers. The
number 6 crew remain ahead, but the crew of number 7 now up to 2nd place, ahead by 1 point of the number 5 Porsche crew. So Porsche, Toyota, Porsche, and then Hertz Team Jota, who was 2nd in Qatar, they're in 4th place. That's the crew of the mighty 38.
Manufacturers' Championship, it is Porsche that lead by, what is that, 8 points from, sorry, excuse me, 9 points from Toyota. Ferrari right there with 31, it could have been so much better for them today. 17 points for BMW, they're cruising along nicely. 14 for Alpine, and points in the Manufacturers' Championship, of course, we said for Lamborghini today. 1 point in it between the Hertz Team Jota team and the AF Corsa Ferrari team in the Teams Championship.
I think in terms of a team performance today, Ferrari will look at this race as the one that got away.
Yes.
No matter what happens through the rest of the championship, even if they win Le Mans 24 hours, they'll look to this home event here in Imola and think, if only we maybe even just split the strategy.
I completely agree.
I know it would have fallen one driver's car crew way, but yeah, it just seemed so unlikely that both Toyota and Ferrari are going to get it right in that moment. As we see the AF Corsa car crew, number 83, stand on the top step, but again, their day could have been very, very different.
It most certainly
with
could.
the strategy calls.
EFA, Robert Schwartzman and Robert Kubica for the 83 car, and then it's going to be the 2 Hertz Team Jota crews to complete the podium. Jensen Button there, Kalle Pilot and
Ollie Rasmussen, yeah, and then you've got the car 12 crew, Norman Nato. And I still think that Will Stevens did a really cracking job today in that car 12, and obviously Callum Ilott ventured into the gravel trap twice, once at Tosa and then down at Ravazza as well. So,
bit of a mystery why they weren't where we felt they could have been in terms of.
We started our day with a beautiful rendition of the Italian national anthem, and we finish it that way as well, as the AF Corsa team claim the World Cup win, and it is 5-time Le Mans winner, the Grand Marshal here, Emanuele Pirro, the proud Roman, who will hand over the trophies to our top 3 crews. So Hertz Team Jota with the number 12 car finishing in 14th place overall, no overall points for them. 38 car finishing in 11th place, they too out of the points. But the 83 car with points for 8th place in the Drivers' Championship. And that's an indication of how tough this is. A team like Jota, they were 2nd in Qatar. Neither car scores a point here. 19 cars in Hypercar, points down only to 10th place. It's a very difficult proposition even to score points. Ferrari will have to take a look at their strategic calls and whether they should have gone earlier or not at all onto wet weather tyres. But in the end, that is all about learning the intricacies of this form of racing. And Toyota, with all the knowledge to draw on, did the best job. Well, congratulations to the AF Corsa crew. They win the World Cup. And Ferrari claiming the new lap record for Hypercar. Antonio Fuoco, 131.794, just 2 laps from the end of the race. Well, that's it from Imola. For the next time out, we will be in Spa-Francorchamps, the traditional warm-up for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Until then, from the entire WEC TV crew here, from all the organisers and from the people of Imola and the surrounding areas, thanks for joining us. For Bruce Ioanni, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson, Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We will see you in a month in Spa.